Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 7 PSP. 281st chapter. Luo weaves Katakuri 12. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. With the ability to predict the future blocked by Luo Wei's field of observation Haki plus field of mind, Katakuri gradually fell into a disadvantage in the confrontation of offense and defense, and was suppressed by Luo Wei's continuous burst of slashing attacks. But this is also normal. In terms of strength, Katakuri only has Devil Fruit and Observation Haki to reach the 9th level, while Luo Wei's Devil Fruit, Kendo, and Observation Haki have all reached the 9th level. As for Armament Haki and Physique, although Katakuri is slightly better, it is not enough to suppress Luo Wei. With an extra 9th level power, it is normal for Katakuri to fall into a disadvantage. Of course, although Luo Wei has the upper hand, it is not so simple to really win. When the strength has reached the level of the two of them, if you want to really decide the winner, unless you have an overwhelming advantage, it will often take a long time to decide. The fierce battle lasted for 3 hours without knowing it. At the same time, the high-intensity battle also caused devastating damage to Maple Leaf Island where it was located. The originally full-grown maple tree has turned into fragments and wreckage. As for the ground, it is even more devastated, with 247 super large cracks left by slashing and pits and cracks caused by terrible power everywhere. Sweating, shortness of breath. After 3 hours of fighting, both of them had scars on their bodies. Although Luo Wei has the defense of the dragon armor, he has also withstood the opponent's trident thrusts and punches many times. As for Katakuri, his injuries are naturally more serious. The rice cake armor covering the body has been updated for an unknown number of times, and the inner body has hideous sword marks torn out by multiple slashes. Advertisement. With such an injury, Katakuri, who should have had the upper hand in terms of physical strength, actually consumed more physical strength than Luo Wei, which also made the balance of this battle almost completely fall on Luo Wei's side. If there are no other changes and this continues, Luo Wei's victory can be said to be certain. Damn it, I can't continue like this, otherwise I will really lose here. Katakuri is a very proud person, as if in his life, except when Ajeb was born, he never put his back on the ground again, and he always stands proudly. However, under the defeat of the battle, Katakuri also had to let go of his inner arrogance and gave birth to the idea of retreating. Although the tragic death of his family made him wish to kill Luo Wei, but with no chance of winning, evacuation has become the best choice. Boom. It was another amazing collision between the blade and the trident. In the turbulent air waves, Katakuri endured the shame in his heart, turned around and ran towards the distance. Remarkably, he was about to escape. Can I go? Luo Wei took a step back to relieve the pressure on the blade. When the field of knowledge sensed Katakuri's movement, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The flow of thought's universal pull. The power of thought surged wildly, and rippled continuously in the turbulent surrounding void, which also turned into an invisible suction force, spanning the distance in an instant, covering Katakuri who was running wildly into the distance. Nianian fruit gives Luo Wei super high mobility, whether it is in terms of escape or interception, he is far beyond the same level of powerhouse. Shrouded in terrifying suction, Katakuri's figure immediately became sluggish, and even his sucked feet left the ground, flying backwards towards Luo Wei at a faster speed. Advertisement. Not good. Katakuri's complexion changed drastically, and rice cakes were stretched out from his legs in a hurry, and quickly burrowed into the ground, pulling his body. But with such a slowdown, it was enough for Luo Wei to come after him. Confinement blood mosquito. In an instant, the suction turned into a tyrannical imprisoning force, accompanied by an astonishingly sharp slash, passing Katakuri's side in an instant. Although he had tried his best to dodge with the ability to predict the future, under Luo Wei's simultaneous change, Katakuri still couldn't really avoid the tearing of the blade in the end. On the side of the neck, the rice cake armor covering armament Haki cracked a thin crack, and bright red blood sprayed out from it immediately, staining the ground on one side blood red. Even if it moved a little, there was no tragedy of beheading, but Katakuri's neck was still cut deeply. After breaking free from the confinement, he hurriedly clutched one side of his neck and staggered away. Part of the reason why the golden combination skill was able to hurt Katakuri this time was due to the double consumption of physical strength and spirit brought about by the long battle. Katakuri's movements and reactions are nowhere near what they were in their heyday. Although Luo Wei is the same, but he is much better than the other party. Die. After a successful blow, Luo Wei stopped his figure, turned around and rushed out again without any hesitation, stabbing out with the blood mosquito sword. Advertisement. The massive loss of blood had already aggravated Katakuri's injuries again. When Luo Wei stabbed out, in the same way, he imprisoned the opponent's body with his thoughts again. Even with the experience just now, Katakuri was already unable to dodge under serious injuries. The vibrating blade penetrated Katakuri's neck with a terrifying edge, entered from his throat, and then protruded half of the blade from the back of his neck. Even if it is death, I will drag you to hell with me. Under the fatal blow, Katakuri's eyes were dim at first, but then turned into a strong light like a flash of light. A tragic breath erupted, and his left hand, which was covering his neck, grabbed Luo Wei's arm holding the sword, and then his right hand wrapped the trident, forming a terrifying drill. Death Nutty Spike. The blow before death was integrated into Katakuri's last bloom of vitality, displaying a history beyond the limit. Luo Wei's pupils contracted, and he wanted to retreat, but his arm was firmly held by Katakuri, and he couldn't get rid of it at all. Armed shock. The strong sense of crisis at the front line of life and death also made Luo Wei explode with a response and potential beyond the limit. The rich armament hockey instantly condensed the armor on the chest, and at the same time, the dragon armor also switched to the shock state, producing a stronger defense. Advertisement. Chapter 282 Luo weaves Katakuri finally. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom. Almost when Luo Wei made the greatest defense, the crazily spinning drill bit also slammed into his chest, causing a majestic and violent wave of air. Luo Wei's body was shaken violently, and his body was bent due to the impact. In front of his chest, armament hockey and neonly collapsed crazily. Drink. Amidst the roar, Luo Wei used the impact of the drill bit to slash the blade vigorously, cutting off half of Katakuri's neck, together with the left hand holding his arm. Without being dragged down, Luo Wei immediately flew upside down under the impact of the drill bit, went straight 100 meters away, and then fell to the ground in embarrassment. Kneeling on the ground with one knee, supported by the fallen angel's sword, Luo Wei's breathing became short of breath, and the chest was also leaking like rain, and blood continued to flow to the ground. It can be seen that the armor covering the chest is already in a mess, showing a rotating hollow, and at the same time, a lot of flesh and blood has been wrung from the chest inside, and the white breastbone can be seen faintly. The dragon armor turned into golden light spots and dissipated. Luo Wei endured the severe pain and stood up. At the same time, he activated the return of life to seal the wound, and filled the missing flesh and blood in his chest with his thoughts. Evil value +1 80201. Original sin value +18 degrees. At the same time, Luo Wei also received the acquisition information of the crime value and the original sin value, which made him stare at Katakuri in the distance who never lay his back on the ground after death. It is indeed a character, and he even posed for me before he died. Advertisement. Although the severe trauma in his chest was suppressed, the pain would not disappear, and even made him feel tingling pain as long as he breathed a little harder. But in his heart, Luo Wei didn't have much resentment towards Katakuri who caused all this. One is that fighting is like this, and casualties are really normal. Another is respect for the strong. Katakuri is undoubtedly a real strong man, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of will. Even as an enemy, Luo Wei would not feel resentment towards such an opponent. However, the problem that should be solved still needs to be solved. After Luo Wei's eyes lingered on Katakuri for a while, he turned to the other side. Jung. As if in response to Luo Wei's gaze, a blazing huge sword energy flew from a distance, aiming at Luo Wei, as if trying to tear him apart. Luo Wei didn't appear to be flustered, as if he had expected it long ago. When he moved his feet, he missed the sword slash. Even though his injuries were serious, he was still far from being unable to fight. Avoiding this sword energy was not a difficult thing for him. But the slash of sword energy is just a signal, like the clarion call to start a war. Amidst the violent sound of breaking through the air, a burly and brave figure rushed towards Luo Wei at an astonishing speed, and soon came to Luo Wei's vicinity, and then bombarded the city with 10 punches without any pause. Advertisement. Luo Wei's eyes were fixed, and the quickest reaction was to block with the horizontal sword. However, he still underestimated the power of the comber. When the opponent's fist hit the fallen angel's sword, a strong force swept over him. Luo Wei let out a muffled snort, but it was the impact of the opponent's punch that involved his injury, causing his strength to suddenly scatter, and he was blown away more than 100 meters all of a sudden. Before flying backwards further away, Luo Wei recovered from his injuries, and immediately burst into a surge of mental power, forcibly stopped the backward trend, and landed on the ground. Boom. The ground was cracked by the depression trampled by the falling force, and at the same time, Luo Wei's feet dragged backwards for several meters before stopping. Shua. Shaped through the air, another figure loomed from a distance and quickly approached Luo Wei, but it didn't attack, but prevented Luo Wei from escaping. Tall and tall, with the cloak of justice fluttering on the back, and sharp eyes under the beautiful face, this figure is none other than Marine Vice Admiral Gion. As for the burly figure who blasted Luo Wei away with his punch before, he also rushed to the opposite of Luo Wei, staring at Luo Wei resolutely and resolutely. Long time no see, Teacher Zephyr. Luo Wei also did not fight back, but after glancing at Gion, he looked at the burly figure on the opposite side with a smile on his face. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement. Luo Wei, since you still call this old man a teacher, then surrender. Although you have made a big mistake, as long as you sincerely repent, this old man can promise you that as long as you stay at Impel Down for a few years, this old man can bring you back to Marine. Zephyr looked at Luo Wei with complicated eyes, then took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Gion on the other side was silent, and did not express dissatisfaction with what Zephyr said. On the contrary, this was the ending she hoped to see. After all, Lua Wei's previous so-called criminal deeds are not really irreversible, and most of the people Lua Wei killed were gangsters and gangsters. Gion has a detailed understanding of Lua Wei, so if Lua Wei returns to Marine, he does not reject it. Of course, the most important thing is strength. Although Zephyr and Gion did not participate in the previous battle, they have been hiding in the dark and watched the whole process. Whether it was killing tens of thousands of pirates or fighting against Katakuri, the strength Lua Wei displayed far exceeded their expectations. Even if Lua Wei hadn't been severely injured by Katakuri's blow before he died, Gion might have dissuaded Zephyr from coming forward. After all, the strength Lua Wei showed was too dangerous. I appreciate the teacher's kindness, but it is impossible for me to return to Marine. Since I have chosen this path, I will not regret it, and I am very satisfied with my current life, and I don't want to be restricted. Lua Wei naturally it was the one who shook his head and rejected Zephyr's proposal. Zephyr's face darkened, and he said loudly angrily, Lua Wei, you have really fallen, is becoming a criminal the life you want. Didn't Kuzan tell the teacher about my ideas? Although I can't say that there were no innocent people, most of the people I killed were criminals. If the teacher thinks I've done something wrong, then it's okay to come and arrest me, but I won't be caught without a fight. Everything depends on my strength. Lua Wei said calmly. Advertisement. Chapter 283, The Hidden Hole Card. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Lua Wei, do you think you can escape with your current situation? I know that your Nianian fruit has super high mobility, but you are seriously injured now. With the strength of me and teacher Zephyr, you will definitely not escape this time. Opportunity. Gion couldn't help but raised his voice. Lua Wei squinted at the other party, and said calmly, what you said is very reasonable. It is indeed difficult for me to escape in my current situation, but you also underestimated me. The cards I have are far beyond your imagination. While talking, Lua Wei didn't see any movement, he just disappeared from the sight of Gion and Zephyr suddenly, as if disappeared out of thin air. This sudden change naturally made Gion and Zephyr's faces change, and they quickly became alert, and pushed the observation hockey to the limit, wanting to sense, 597, to know where Lua Wei's aura is. Really disappeared. What's going on? Under the perception, Gion was shocked, because under the perception of her observation hockey, she didn't find Lua Wei's aura at all. The same is true for Zephyr on the other side. He thought that Lua Wei was moving at high speed and wanted to fight back or escape, but found that Lua Wei really disappeared suddenly. And just when the two were wondering about Lua Wei's disappearance, Lua Wei who disappeared strangely suddenly appeared in the same place again. But this is not the most surprising thing. The key point is that Lua Wei's body, including the tragic wound on his chest, has healed completely. Moreover, the face that was slightly pale due to a lot of bleeding has also returned to rosy, and it has also returned to its peak together with the exhausted physical strength, exuding an incomparably domineering aura. Advertisement. How can this be? Whether it's the way Lua Wei disappears and reappears in an instant, or Lua Wei's return to the state of his heyday, this makes Gion feel incredible. Zephyr also opened his eyes wide suddenly, his face full of shock. Both of them were shocked by Lua Wei's strange change, and Lua Wei was not surprised by the reaction of the two of them, because it would be the same if it were him. The reason why he was able to recover both his injury and his physical strength to their peak state in this short moment was entirely due to the space extended by his self-healing practice. When starting cultivation, Lua Wei will enter a very wonderful space, and in it, not only will his practice effect be astonishing, but also his body will be in an unimaginable state, with unlimited physical strength and infinite recovery ability. It is precisely because of the support of infinite physical strength and infinite recovery ability that he can practice wildly without any scruples in the practice space, without worrying about hidden injuries to his body. And the wonderful ability of practice space also gave Lua Wei a big trump card. That is, as long as he enters the practice space, he can quickly recover his physical strength and injuries. Lua Wei had already noticed this when he entered the practice space for the first time, but he kept hiding this whole card and never showed it. Revealing this whole card now has naturally played an amazing effect, and it also allowed Lua Wei to get out of the predicament and regain the dominance of the situation. Advertisement. How can you still keep me now? When his body recovered to its peak state, Lua Wei was filled with a sense of oppression with his domineering aura. He looked at Gion and said lightly. Gion reacted from the shock, and when he heard Lua Wei's words, his expression immediately became cloudy. Just like what Lua Wei said just now, she still underestimated Lua Wei, and she never expected that Lua Wei would hide such a powerful whole card, which directly reversed the situation between the two sides. With the combat power that Lua Wei showed in the battle with Katakuri just now, if a fierce battle broke out between the two sides, it is unknown whether Lua Wei can be kept, whether she and Zephyr can win. After all, Zephyr has already stepped down from his peak period. Even if his asthma does not attack, he can retain at least 60% to 70% of his peak period. As for Gion herself, her strength is indeed above the level of Vice Admiral, comparable to those big pirates in New World, but compared with Lua Wei, she is still quite different. Gion, step back, go back to the coast, and leave with the others. This battle will be resolved by the old man. At this time, Zephyr suddenly made a loud noise, and then rushed out with one step, directly attacking Luo Wei, and punched out 0. Luo Wei's current perception ability is enough to be called Dengfeng's attainment, and naturally he had an insight into Zephyr's attack at the first time. However, he did not use a slash to meet the attack, but also met with a punch, and the front of the fist was covered with high-intensity armament hockey and mental power. Boom. Advertisement. An astonishing collision erupted immediately, and the surrounding air squeezed by terrible force swept in all directions like a tsunami. Under the impact of terror, the earth was torn apart on the spot, showing a sunken and broken pit. Gion also retreated again and again under the sweeping impact, and then hurriedly looked towards the center of the collision. Zephyr asked Gion to leave, apparently intending to desperately keep Luo Wei behind. Under the attack, Zephyr naturally broke out with all his strength, even ignoring the burden on the body and the consumption of energy, and gathered the top-level armament hockey. During the brief stalemate, Luo Wei and Zephyr retreated backward at the same time. Compared with Zephyr, Luo Wei retreated more, and the 5 fingers of his clenched left hand were all misplaced. Even with superimposed mind power, Luo Wei is much worse than 0.2 Zephyr in terms of armament hockey and physique. Especially the top armament hockey app has a penetrating effect capable of inflicting damage on enemies from within. In terms of strength, Luo Wei does not belong to Zephyr, but his armament hockey and mind power cannot completely resist the penetration of Zephyr's armament hockey, so that his 5 fingers are damaged. Of course, this is also the reason why Luo Wei did not use Kendo, otherwise the 9th level Kendo realm plus the 9th level Nianian fruit, the greater result may be that Jiffa's fists will be injured. Teacher Zephyr. When the collision ended and the air wave dissipated, Gion didn't leave as Zephyr ordered, but rushed back and came to Zephyr's side. Advertisement. Chapter 284 all in one go. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Because of Gion's approach, Zephyr, who was about to continue the offensive, couldn't help but pause. However, Lua Way did not take the opportunity to fight back. Instead, he activated his life return and straightened his 5 fingers, then said calmly, "Mr. Zephyr, you are too impulsive. Even if you want to fight me, at least you have to wait until I finish speaking. What do you want to say?" Zephyr immediately ignored Gion's coming, and looked at Lua Way with a frown. Lua Way said indifferently, "It's very simple. I will remember the kindness of cultivation you and Marine had in the past, and I will repay you with appropriate opportunities, but this kindness is not endless. I don't mind if you send people to hunt me down in the future, but I won't just give in, just once or twice, but if it exceeds my tolerance, then I will fight back. So please, Mr. Zephyr, send a message to Marshal Sengoku. I hope that when he sends people to hunt me down in the future, he'd better consider it carefully. Otherwise, I don't want to cause too many casualties." What he meant was actually very obvious, that is, a warning. As he said, he will repay the kindness, but he will not endure endlessly. If 09 gets annoyed, he will also kill. Zephyr's heart trembled. Although Lua Way said it calmly, he could feel the determination in it, which obviously showed that Lua Way was not joking. Advertisement. But he certainly won't show a cowardly posture, Shen Sheng said. It seems that you have really forgotten the responsibility of Marine. In order to defend justice, no matter how much sacrifice is made, it is worth it. We Marine will never compromise with a criminal. Lua Way's expression remained unchanged, and he did not use celestial dragons as an example to defend himself. Anyway, he has already expressed his attitude. What will happen in the future, in the end, it depends on who has the stronger star of each party. Anything is fine, I've said what should be said, so let's say goodbye. Leaving one sentence behind, Lua Way immediately exploded his mind power, and in the huge impact wave, he soared into the sky in an instant and went straight to the sky. Although Zephyr has been locking Lua Way with observation hockey, he is still difficult to stop when Lua Way returns to his peak state. When he reacted, Lua Way had already left, which also stopped the steps he had just taken. In contrast, Gion was relieved when Lua Way left, because Lua Way put too much pressure on her. Teacher Zephyr, Lua Way's current strength has far exceeded our assessment. Don't blame yourself too much for the failure of this arrest. Gion comforted Zephyr, who was silent at the side. After Zephyr dispelled the armament hockey condensed on his fists, he let out a long breath, shook his head and said, "This old man is not that fragile, and there is nothing to say about his skills being inferior to others." Although in the confrontation just now, he seemed to have an advantage and caused Lua Way to be injured, but Lua Way is best at swordsmanship. He didn't even use the way of swordsmanship, and he fought with himself in a 64-40. How could Zephyr fail to see that Lua Way is no longer what it used to be? His silence was more because of Lua Way's behavior just now. Advertisement. Abandoning the strongest strength to resist his own attack, and then leaving with the upper hand, what does this mean? Zephyr is not clear. At this moment, he thought a lot in his mind. There are Lua Way's philosophy that Kuzan told him, and the people Lua Way killed after leaving Marine are basically those evil people, and finally there is the world government that governs Marine and those special people who control world government. Maybe Marine is really not suitable for him, he can take another path to justice. Zephyr sighed in his heart. After thinking about it, his mood suddenly improved a lot, and the original anger at Luo Wei's betrayal of Marine also dissipated. After all, he is old, not only his strength, but also his mentality. There are some things that he no longer needs to worry about. The incomparable power of thought turned into an astonishing driving force. After flying away from Maple Leaf Island, Luo Wei galloped across the sky under the sea of clouds. After flying for hundreds of nautical miles, he made sure that no one was chasing him, so he slowed down, and then took out the phone bug from the portable space. Hunter, I'm the one who told me about Kui Xian's situation. After getting in touch with Hunter, Luo Wei asked for information about Quinn, and also learned of Quinn's current coordinates. Now he deliberately understands Quinn's location, naturally in order to go hunting. After getting rid of Katakuri, Luo Wei didn't plan to stop there, but prepared to go all out to solve Quinn's troubles. Advertisement. Before the news of Katakuri being killed by him has spread, now can be said to be the best time to hunt Quinn. Otherwise, after the other party gets the news, it is very likely that they will withdraw to New World, and it will be much more difficult to hunt the other party at that time. Compared with Katakuri, Quinn's actions seem a bit petty. The pirates from North Blue were also used to ambush Lua Way, but Quinn was only hiding in a well-known pirate group 100 in North Blue, and it was said to be hidden, but in fact he did not hide his whereabouts at all. Under such circumstances, naturally he couldn't escape the investigation of Feng Er who was watching him specially, so Lua Way easily learned of Quinn's location from Hunter. After finishing the call, Lua Wei put the phone bug back into the portable space, but instead of rushing to Quinn's place immediately, he checked the golden template. As the number 2 character of the Big Mom Pirates, Katakuri is not only powerful, but also tainted with amazing crimes. After killing the opponent, Lua Wei gained a total of more than 180,000 sin points and 18 original sin points. Even though 10,000 sin points were consumed to recover from the injury, plus what was left before, the golden template now shows about 180,000 sin points and 27 original sin points. In terms of combat power, Quinn is weaker than Katakuri. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to defeat him. However, this time the 3 strengths have been continuously raised to the 9th level. Such a skyrocketing enhancement also needs to be digested. Armament Hockey's promotion is not in a hurry, let's practice for a while to settle down. After pondering for a while, Lua Wei has made a decision. Advertisement. Chapter 285 Hunting Quinn. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Not only does the surge in power need to be digested, but the field of knowledge that has just completed integration also needs to be stabilized. In addition, the power fusion that was planned at the beginning, and now armament hockey has not yet merged with the Nian Nian fruit, which also requires hard work. Without too much hesitation, after making a decision, Lua Wei immediately manipulated the golden template and spent 100,000 evil points to start the middle practice. On an island somewhere in the sea area of North Blue, the original town has been turned into ruins due to the burning, killing and looting of the pirates. There are slaughtered residents and pirates who are excited to seize a lot of wealth everywhere. Ha ha ha. This time is really a bumper harvest, and the money I get must be enough for me to be cool for a while. Don't tell me, this town doesn't look very good. The women are really good and strong. If the captain didn't say that he wouldn't keep alive, I would really be reluctant to kill her. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and clean up, or you will annoy that adult, and the captain will not be able to keep you. Ah, that's right, work hard. While the pirates were enjoying the joy of plundering, among the pirate fleet docked at one side of the port, on the largest pirate ship, Quinn was enjoying rice cake and red bean soup on the deck. Huh, it's really delicious. I didn't expect the chefs on your ship to be so skilled. Advertisement. After eating a whole bucket of rice cake and red bean soup, which was as tall as a person, Quinn burped comfortably, and then looked appreciatively at the young man with 2 scimitars on his back. This person is the current captain of the Blade Pirates, named Toby, who was offered a reward of 78 million berry by the world government. Such a bounty amount, although in the New World it is at the low level, but in North Blue it is already called a big pirate. Regarding Quinn's admiration, Toby said modestly, "Where is it? It is my honor to satisfy your appetite, Mr. Quinn." It would be unbelievable if this scene was seen by the other pirate captains of North Blue, because Toby was a rebellious guy in the past. But this is also normal, with a reward of more than 70 million at a young age, in the North Blue pirate environment, Toby naturally has the capital to be rebellious. But it also depends on the target, just like now, facing Quinn, Toby is not at all rebellious, and even being able to maintain his current composure is considered to have passed the test of his psychological quality. You're a pretty good guy. After you've dealt with the evil hunter, go to New World with me, as long as you perform well, maybe I can give you a real position. Quinn was obviously satisfied with Toby's performance, and even offered to solicit him. In the Beast's pirate status system, under the captain is the 3 disasters, then the volley 6, and then the real fight. The real position, just like being a cadre of other pirate groups, is already considered a very high status in the Beast's pirates, which is enough to show Quinn's appreciation for Toby. A bright light flashed in Toby's eyes, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Since Mrs. Quinn said so, my subordinates naturally have no objections." Advertisement. Toby didn't reject Quinn's solicitation at all, he was an ambitious person. Although joining someone else's pirate group is a little bit of a fence, but with the strength of Beast's pirates, it is also an excellent springboard, which can make him stronger faster. As long as the strength is improved, the power and status will come naturally, and it is not impossible to replace it in the future. Quinn didn't know that Toby used the Beast's pirates as his springboard, or that even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Even those supernovas, after entering the new world, would not surrender to death. If the status of the four emperors was so easy to shake, the world government would not be so afraid. However, Quinn was very satisfied with Toby being so well-behaved. Lord Quinn. Concealing his inner ambition, Toby is going to continue to say some flattering words, so that he can get more resources from Quinn after going to New World to become stronger. But before he finished speaking, Quinn, who was still smiling all of a sudden, suddenly changed his face, and suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. Toby also subconsciously looked up, and then saw that the clear sky suddenly burst into dazzling light, and a huge crescent moon unexpectedly falled down. Clang. Boom. A terrifying attack came without warning, and the huge crescent moon violently slashed at the pirate ship where Quinn was. There was a huge crack. Advertisement. The pirates on the ship, including Toby, were all ravaged by the aftermath of the slash, or were blown into the sea by the strong air current, or were directly crushed into blood mist. Boom. When the pirate ship turned into countless fragments, a burly figure also rushed to the port quickly, and then looked at the sky in shock and anger. Sin Hunter, get lousy off. Quinn activated the Devil Fruit ability in an instant, and entered the human beast form. Under the powerful power of the Brachiosaurus, he grabbed a stone several meters square from the ground, and with a roar, he threw it viciously to the sky. Whoosh. The high-strength armament hockey attached to the stone is shot at an astonishing force, no less than the bullets fired by a sniper rifle, shooting hundreds of meters into the air in the blink of an eye. Under the sky, Lua Way, who was slashed down, reacted quickly, swung his sword and slashed down obliquely. The fiercely charged stone broke into two halves, flew past him, and smashed towards the distant sea fall. Lua Way was not surprised at all that Quinn was able to avoid his own slash, or if the other party didn't dodge, that would really surprise him. After completing the practice, Lua Way rushed to this place almost non-stop, and Lua Way's killing intent towards Quinn had already accumulated to the limit. Without the slightest hesitation, he swooped down in an instant, landing towards Quinn like a falling meteor. Advertisement. Chapter 286. Quinn's Shock. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Plague Bombs. Quinn was also extremely decisive, directly took out his favorite weapon, activated the mechanism of his left arm, and immediately fired dense poisonous bombs at Luo Wei who was diving down. The flow of thoughts Shenluo Tianzheng. The golden light in the eyes flickered, and the turbulent thought power instantly turned into a majestic impact, and the plague bomb shot by Quinn immediately flew back in midair. Boom boom boom. The port was immediately subjected to a violent explosion, and even under the explosion of the plague bomb, terrible poisonous gas flowed out. My body hurts so much. What is this? Who will save me? It's so painful. Kill me quickly. Quinn used the plague as a weapon, so he naturally had the means to be immune to the plague, but the members of the Blade Pirates at the port couldn't do it. When the poisonous gas emitted by the plague bomb diffused and was inhaled by these pirates, a tragic scene appeared. The skins of the pirates were either festered like burning, or the whole body was covered with cancerous tumors. Terrible. Swooping down, the eyes of Luo Wei, who was about to land on the port, were terrified, and his whole body was immediately filled with unparalleled thought power. When he fell to the ground quickly, a violent shock wave burst out in an instant. Advertisement. Boom. Amidst the huge roar, not only all the pirates in 580 were blasted into blood mist, but also the permeating poisonous gas was dispersed to a distance. However, for the sake of safety, after landing, Luo Wei immediately activated the awakening power of Nianian fruit, turning the surrounding land into a crystallization of Nianian power, and condensed the dragon armor on his body that isolates contact with external objects. Die. The violent impact that Luo Wei unleashed did not cause any harm to Quinn. Even under his tyrannical physique, instead of retreating, he rushed forward with a roar. Quickly coming in front of Luo Wei, Quinn swung his arm and punched out. The armament hockey and the amazing power gathered on the fist squeezed the air so that it solidified like a substance. Boom. Quinn's fist was blocked by Luo Wei's sword, and the collision between the two immediately caused deafening roars and rolling impact radiation. The port at the center of the collision couldn't directly withstand the pressure of the impact and collapsed and shattered, and even the towns in the distance were radiated by the impact, and the streets and buildings climbed up dense cracks. In terms of power, Quinn is still above Katakuri. After all, the Brachiosaurus fruit has too much advantage in the increase of power. Although Luo Wei blocked the opponent's fist, he was also pushed back by the opponent's ferocious force, and retreated tens of meters to the rear. However, under the burst of thought power, Luo Wei did not fall into the sea, but still stepped in midair as if walking on flat ground, and after stabilizing his figure, he immediately rushed back. Standing on the ruins formed by the collapse of the port, after seeing Luo Wei rushing back, Quinn punched out again without fear. However, Luo Wei understood the opponent's attack from the field of knowledge and knowledge. When approaching, he suddenly twisted his body to avoid the opponent's fist, and then burst out in astonishing pressure with sharp eyes. Advertisement. Thinking Flow/Evil Dragon. The astonishing slash was like ferocious fangs, rolling up a howling and huge air current, trying to tear Quinn into two halves. Not good. Quinn's face changed drastically. Apparently he didn't expect Luo Wei to react so quickly, and even avoided his fist. When he reacted, it was too late for the defense, so he could only retreat in a hurry, and at the same time, he frantically gathered armament haki towards his chest. Boom. Boom. The fang-like slash landed fiercely on Quinn's chest. After making a terrible tearing sound, the astonishing slashing force directly sent Quinn flying hundreds of meters away. Boom boom boom. Violent explosions sounded one after another, and houses and buildings were crashed by Quinn. After AJDD destroyed more than a dozen buildings, he stopped, and then the last building that was destroyed was buried in ruins. But in just the next second, terrifying power erupted from the ruins, and the gravel was blown away, and Quinn, who exuded a terrifying aura, rushed out quickly. It can be seen that on his chest, there is a sword mark with a deep visible bone, from which hot blood flows out. However, when the Brachiosaurus fruit was developed to the level of awakening, Zone's super physique also produced an amazing self-healing ability. The wound on Quinn's chest was healing itself at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the blood was suppressed as soon as it flowed out. But even so, when Quinn rushed out, his face was still full of shock and anger when he looked in the direction of the port. Advertisement. Why did his slash become so much stronger? Could it be that he hid his strength back then? Just like Katakuri, in the confrontation just now, Quinn also discovered that Lua Way is completely different from before, and his strength has obviously increased a lot. It's just that no one will answer Quinn's doubts. After killing the opponent, Lua Way didn't hesitate at all, and directly pushed his speed to the limit. Under the impetus of his thoughts, the shaving he performed could be described as shocking lightning. As if teleporting, Lua Way passed hundreds of meters in an instant, and appeared in front of Quinn, his eyes locked on the opponent coldly, and at the same time, he slashed out with a sword. Mind Flow/Blood Mosquito. The blade of the sword of the fallen angel vibrated undetectably, and at the same time produced a thrilling edge attached by armament haki. Wherever it passed, the air was cut in half like paper, leaving a clearly visible white spot. Mark. Quinn, who was shrouded by the sword force, suddenly felt a creepy sense of crisis, and hurriedly dodged to the side. But at the moment when he dodged, Lua Wei's field of knowledge also had insight into the opponent's movements, and the second strike came first, the blade pulled out a beautiful arc, and once again slashed at the opponent precisely. Hateful. There was no way for Quinn to avoid it, and under the fright and anger in his heart, he could only push armament haki to the limit, blocking the sword against the wall. Under the terrifying sharpness, Quinn's armament haki was also difficult to parry. The blade broke into his arm muscles almost at once, and slashed on the hard arm bone. The intense pain made Quinn's forehead burst into blue veins, and the muscles on his arm contracted rapidly, squeezing the cutting blade with all his strength, clamping it and slowing it down impressively. Advertisement. Chapter 287. Atomic Destruction. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Brachiosaurus Headbutt. In order not to give Lua Wei a chance to continue exerting his strength, Quinn frantically used his head as a weapon, gathered armament haki, and slammed fiercely at Lua Wei's head. Lua Wei frowned, and tried to pull out the blade, but was clamped tightly by Quinn's muscles, and couldn't escape for a while. Without hesitation, he immediately raised his arms and punched out, and the iron fist that condensed armament haki and neonly hit the head hammer hard. Boom. The terrifying collision caused a violent shock wave, which radiated hundreds of meters away in an instant, shattering the surrounding land and houses. Lua Wei and Quinn were shocked. The former flew upside down tens of meters away, while the latter staggered back 7 or 8 steps. The body shape was quickly controlled, and under the burst of thought power, it landed smoothly. Although Lua Wei was pushed back tens of meters, he did not suffer any substantial damage, and even used the force of the impact to pull out the trapped fallen angel sword. On the other hand, Quinn seemed to have the upper hand in the collision and only took a few steps back, but the forehead that was struck by Lua Wei's iron fist showed a scene of bloodshed. In the competition of strength during the collision just now, Quinn did have the upper hand, but in the competition of destructive power, it was Lua Wei who gained the upper hand. It's all because of the middle practice that Lua Wei did before coming here. Advertisement. Comparable to a year of practice in the outside world, Lua Wei not only successfully consolidated the power of the surge, but also developed the fusion of armament haki and mind power. Although there is still some distance from the real fusion, there are also signs of fusion, which makes the two forces slightly compatible. After Nianian fruit reached the 7th level, it had already touched the atomic level, which gave Lua Wei 2 elemental powers of flame and freezing. And up to the 9th level now, the power of Nian Nian fruit has stepped into a more refined level, already able to touch Yuan Kang's face with Luo Wei's Nian power attack. Everything in the world is composed of atoms. If it can be destroyed at the atomic level, the destructive power produced will naturally be amazing. Lua Way is now merging mind power with armament hockey. Even if it hasn't really fused, the combination of the two forces is already destructive at the atomic level. The injury on Quinn's forehead is the best proof. Lua Wei's punch combined with armament hockey and Nianli still inflicted substantial damage on the opponent even though his strength was a bit weaker than the opponent's. Shave. As soon as it landed, Lua Wei locked onto the opponent fiercely, and then launched another attack without hesitation. His body swept out, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared on the north side of Jiro. The sword light was as fast as lightning, and at the same time he used the blood mosquito slash to strike at the opponent's throat with incomparable sharpness, which can be said to be a direct hit. Quinn immediately ignored the pain caused by the injury, and hurriedly leaned back to avoid it, and at the same time swung the dragon tail behind him like a thick steel whip, blasting the air. Keen and insightful in the field of knowledge, Lua Wei pointed out at his feet, changing the slash to a straight stab. His body was like a spear, and the sword pierced Quinn's chest. Advertisement. The armament hockey covering it only blocked a little and was broken through, making the sharp blade almost completely submerged in it. However, Quinn was already burly, and with the addition of the human beast form of the Brachiosaurus fruit, his body was even bigger. The blade of the fallen angel sword could barely penetrate the opponent's flesh and blood and could not touch the internal organs. When the pain in his chest collided with his nerves, Quinn yelled and hugged Lua Wei in his arms like a lover. Paper arts hyphenation point snake shake. Before the power of embracing and killing in his arms fully developed, Lua Wei had already slipped out of the opponent's embrace like a spirit snake. Taking advantage of the situation, he also swiped his sword, making a long and narrow gash in the opponent's chest up to the waist. When the blade left with Lua Wei's escape, a crescent-like mist of blood was sprayed from Quinn's chest, making the smell of blood in the air even more aggravated. Of course, with the super self-healing ability, the sword marks on Quinn's chest were also quickly suppressed. It can be said that it only takes a while to heal completely and it is not a problem. 0. Seeking flowers. Lua Wei is also well aware of how strong the self-healing ability of the Awakened Zone ability user is, so he doesn't give the opponent any extra chances to relax. To get away is to turn around and go up again. The sword light is heavy, and unceasingly launches fierce slashes at the opponent. Quinn also tried his best to resist this, either dodging, or punching hard with both fists, and the two quickly started a fierce fight. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. The collisions that burst out from time to time caused violent shock wave radiation, causing even more tragic damage to the town that was already severely damaged by the pirate invasion. The earth cracked and houses collapsed. When the two fought fiercely, they kept moving. In less than half an hour, the town they were in was completely turned into ruins full of wreckage, leaving behind cracks and deep pits extending far away. 0. During the fierce battle between Lua Wei and Quinn, the members of the Blade Pirates also retreated to the distance under the violent impact, including the captain of the Blade Pirates. He was very lucky to have survived Lua Wei's falling sword slash. At the same time, because he was not a capable person, he fell into the sea and climbed onto the coast. It's just that the aftermath of the battle between Lua Wei and Quinn was too shocking and terrifying, making Toby unable to get close at all. He could only watch from a distance the wildly dancing air churning in the center of the battle. It's too strong. North Blue is really just a place for the weak. This is the power I yearn for. Only with such a power that shakes the world can my ambition be realized. Although he couldn't get close to the center of the battle to watch, the vision and huge movement caused by the aftermath were enough to make Toby look fanatical and excited. Some people feel fear in the face of power beyond their own cognition, but some people will have longing and longing. The more ambitious the person, the more the latter, and Toby is obviously the one with ambition. Although Quinn also showed Toby amazing strength when he arrived, smashing a pirate ship under his command with a single punch, but compared with the present, the strength that Quinn showed back then is even 1%. None. It also gave Toby more spiritual impact. Advertisement. Chapter 288. Howling of a Lost Dog. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Zone ability users are generally blood cows, with super physical strength and blood volume. As an ancient Brachiosaurus fruit ability user, and has developed the ability to the level of awakening, Quinn is naturally the best among them. The nearly half an hour of fighting was almost like a warm-up exercise for him, and it didn't cause any exhaustion of physical strength at all. However, this is also relative. For example, high-intensity battles and injuries that exceed one's own limits will cause more physical exertion. After nearly half an hour of fierce fighting with Lua Wei, although Quinn could not be said to be physically exhausted, it was by no means a warm-up exercise. His breathing had already lost its balance and became rapid. All of this was naturally caused by Lua Wei's strength being stronger than him, as well as the many injuries he suffered. Lua Wei's slashing is so 337 dangerous, it basically hurts immediately, and casualties are very easy if you are a little careless. Just like now, even though Quinn has a super self-healing ability, in the fierce battle, extra sword marks were added to his body, and his whole body was soaked in blood. Boom. It was another violent collision, and when there was a huge impact, Quinn's fist that condensed armament hockey cut deep sword marks again. In addition to the original injuries, his fists were already bloody, and the white bones could be seen faintly. Advertisement. Although Lua Way was also thrown back by the opponent's tyrannical force, he quickly stabilized his figure with the eruption of thoughts. The extra injuries have already slowed Quinn's movements, although the range is not large, but for Lua Way, it is already enough to form a fatal flaw. The moment he stabilized his figure, Lua Wei's eyes showed terror, as if the conqueror's haki, which was about to shake the world, erupted from his body in an instant. Boom. The terrifying coercion howls and spreads in a substantive manner, the sky trembles in disorder, flashes of staggered and dense lightning flashes, and the earth is cracked with cracks like spider webs, and even the gravel was all shaken into powder. Quinn was immediately impacted by Lua Wei's conqueror's haki. Even though he was powerful, his mind was temporarily lost under the oppression. Confinement blood mosquito. The flaw was magnified, and Lua Wei broke out with a thunderous blow. The turbulent and huge thought power was like the palm of a demon god firmly grasping Quinn, making him unable to move, while Lua Wei came to the opponent in a flash with a sword light wrapped in shocking light. My mind recovered from the impact of Conqueror's haki, but what I got in return was a sense of horrific crisis. In the danger of death, Quinn's somatosensory time was filled, his pupils contracted into needles, struggling hard, trying to get rid of the confinement of thought power. But it was too late. Before he broke free from the prison of mind power, the approaching sword light had already hit his throat, and subconsciously, he frantically gathered armament haki on his neck. His application of armament haki is also steadily at the advanced level, and although the strength is less than the 9th level, it is already in the middle and late 8th level. Advertisement. Under armament haki's crazy concentration, Lua Wei's blade felt hindered when it was a foot away from the opponent's throat, and its defense power was no less than diamond level. But the sharpness of Lua Wei's sword is also higher than that of diamonds. Combining armament haki and thought power to form the destruction at the atomic level, and the rapid shock to form the ultimate edge, the combination of the two, the lethality produced will move even a world-class powerhouse. Puff Kai. The sword blade condensing the terrifying sharpness broke through the armament haki's defense with such force, and then flew past Quinn's throat like a bloody lightning. In a blink of an eye, Lua Wei already passed by Quinn's side and appeared behind him. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. When it started to run again, Lua Wei turned around suddenly, turned his mind into a real palm, grabbed the top of Quinn's head, and then threw it all out. On the broken neck, the granulation buds swayed and twisted unwillingly, as if they wanted to catch the blown head back and put it back again. If Lua Wei hadn't snatched Quinn's head away with his thoughts, maybe Quinn might really be able to come back to life and reconnect the severed neck. It's just that there is no if in this world. Lua Wei cut off the opponent's last life very decisively after gaining insight into the anomaly in the field of knowledge. Boom. The blown head fell not far away. Under the strong vitality, Quinn didn't die immediately, but stared at Lua Wei angrily like a Shura. Brother Kaido will avenge me, Sin Hunter, I am waiting for you in hell. Spitting out blood, Quinn let out a screaming roar before he died, but Lua Wei ejected a tyrannical force with a blank face, blasting his head into pieces. Advertisement. Howling of a defeated dog, you'd better wait for Kaido to go down with you. Lua Wei spat lightly, and then accepted the sin value and original sin value obtained. The Beast's pirates are similar to the Big Mom pirates, they are typical pirates, and they are known as kings by killing themselves. As the third mission of the Beast's pirates, Quinn naturally committed unimaginable crimes. He even developed the plague bomb, an inhuman biochemical weapon, whose crimes can be imagined. When Quinn's aura completely disappeared from this world, an astonishing amount of gains appeared in Lua Wei's mind. Evil value plus 251,230. Original sin value plus 25. The strength is weaker than Katakuri, but the crime value and original sin value are higher than 5.1 Katakuri. Lua Wei didn't kill the enemy for justice, but he was also satisfied with the high rewards from killing Quinn. Although the mosquitoes are small, they still have some flesh, let's get rid of them together. The field of insightful knowledge and knowledge enveloped the entire island in an instant, and Lua Wei quickly discovered the remaining members of the Blade Pirates, and they disappeared in place in a flash. Toby is dead, and he, like the members of the Blade Pirates, was killed by Lua Wei with overwhelming force. Ambition does not represent strength, so when Quinn died, his ending was already doomed. Naturally, Lua Wei would not have any extra thoughts about a person he killed casually. After cleaning up the mosquitoes, he flew into the sky and disappeared into the distant sky. Advertisement. Chapter 289. Vibration from all sides. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On a deserted island somewhere, a flying boat hanging by a balloon is showing a busy scene. The news has been determined, and the epidemic of Beast's pirates is also dead. It's terrible. Is this going to turn the new world? Kasaguri, who kills the Big Mom pirate group number 2 in the front foot, and immediately kill the number 3 character of Beast's pirates. Kaido and Ant Chase. Quote. Ha ha ha. This time the sales of the newspaper will definitely create a new height. What are you still talking about? This flight ship is the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency. Morgramps, located in the center of the crowd, are excited that the feathers are almost exploded, sometimes laughing, and sometimes urging their men to work. In terms of intelligence, the World Economic Newspaper is definitely a well-deserved first. Even the world government, under the rod of power and wealth, it has to be ranked behind. In less than a day, the eyeliner of the World Economic Newspaper was to learn the news of Luo Wei beheading Katakuri and Quinn, and urgently changed 09 newspapers that were prepared to release the next day. Message. When the World Economic News Agency was busy, Marineford was also holding a high-level meeting, which was about Katakuri killed by Luo Wei. After Luo Wei left, Zephyr and Gion naturally passed the news back to the headquarters for the first time. It was also that Sengoku learned that the personnel above the Vice Admiral level or above were called to convene a meeting. Advertisement. Now Katakuri and Smuji are killed by Sin Hunters, that is to say, in the Big Mom Pirates, the 4 major combat power below the Ant is cut off. This is also a launch for us. Good opportunity for offense. Quote. Dedicated. Although in order to balance the situation in the sea, the world government proposed to form a 7 warlords of the sea, but the ultimate goal is only to suppress the expansion of the pirate. Destroy completely, eliminate these 10 pirates' forces. Quote. I oppose it. I don't deny the death of Katakuri and Smuji to the Big Mom Pirates group, but the reason why 4 emperors is 4 emperors is 4 emperors himself. If we launch an attack on the Big Mom Pirates, there will still be serious casualties. Quote. Surgery is inevitable to deal with pirates, but if a 4 emperors can be lost, the prestige of our marine is huge. It's time to suppress it. Quote. In the meeting room, the fierce debate was underway. In the discourse, the action of the Big Mom Pirates was revealed. Katakuri is the second figure of the Big Mom Pirates. Simuji is also one of the 4 generals. The death of the 2 is undoubtedly a serious loss for the Big Mom Pirates group. Greatly weaken the power of Big Mom Pirates. Although all this is Luo Wei, for Marine, it is also an opportunity, which makes many people think of hitting water dogs in life. If you want to take advantage of this opportunity, we will destroy Big Mom Pirates in one fell swoop. Among them, the Eagle, headed by Sakazuki, is the most active. Even the launch of war will cause serious damage to Marine. As for the opponents, it is naturally a pigeon led by Kuzan. Although they also want to eliminate the biggest tumor of 4 emperors, the biggest tumor, but more of the casualties. Advertisement. As for the middle school headed by Perusalino, mixed days, it is the whole process of soy sauce, neither opposition nor support. In short. In the fierce debate, Lua Way, who should have been the figure in the topic center, has become a hidden existence and has been paid attention to by the generals of the marine. As the first Sengoku, when watching everyone argues, he was also thinking about contemplation. He can be said to be a complex of pigeons and eagles, and there is no too extreme justice. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. At this moment, the rapid knocking of the door was introduced into the conference room, which also made the fierce disputes temporarily slowly. Come in. Sengoku woke up from contemplation, and then frowned to let the knocking soldiers come in. He had previously instructed that during the meeting, it was not allowed to disturb. However, when the soldiers who came in reported, he knew why the guards outside would disturb the meeting regardless of their instructions. Marshal, the latest news from the intelligence department, the crime hunter Luo Wei followed the people such as the Big Mom Pirates group such as Katakuri, and less than 3 hours after a lapse. Huine. Quote. Advertisement. With the loud report of the soldiers, there was a short silence in the meeting room, and Marines generals and shocked expressions, including Sengoku. The World Economic News Daily is very fast. When the early morning of the second day came, countless news birds spread throughout the world with newspapers. The content published on the 107th version of the newspaper is naturally no doubt about the news about Luo Wei beheading Katakuri and Quinn in North Blue. As the Sin Hunter crazy. I killed Simuji, a woman, and now killed Katakuri again. Is he really going to challenge the ant? What a terrible guy. Has the strength of the criminal hunter reached such a level, and even the deputy emperor like Katakuri was defeated under the opponent's hands. New World is afraid of chaos. Not only the Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates, they will chase the crime hunters. New World's eager pirates may not miss this opportunity, especially Big Mom CCCC the Thief Group. The loss of 2 major combat power at once will definitely cause a lot of evil wolves. Quote. Hurry up. Convey the order to everyone below. In the future, once you encounter Sin Hunters, we will be polite to lousy, so we cannot afford such a monster. It seems that a boulder was dropped on the calm lake. As long as the people or forces who are concerned about the news or the uproar and horror after seeing the news published by the World Economic Newspaper. Someone who worried about the situation of New World's situation, and some were deeply afraid of Lua Way. Advertisement. Chapter 290th The Beginning of Turmoil. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In a certain area of the New World, on the Moby Dick, which looks like a huge whale, everyone from the Whitebeard Pirates is also gathering on the deck, discussing things about Lua Way. I really didn't expect this evil hunter to have such strength. If you encounter him in the future, you should be more careful. No, not to mention Quinn and Smoothie. Katakuri is as strong as a monster. In the past, we fought against the Big Mom pirates. Except for Captain Marco and Captain Joe's, but no one can take advantage of this guy. The behavior style of the evil hunter is really crazy enough. It's not enough to provoke the Big Mom pirates, but he even killed Quinn. This offended the two emperors at once. I really don't know where he came from. Such courage. There is no doubt about it. He can defeat Katakuri, which is enough to prove his own strength. Although Big Mom and Kaido are strong, it is not so easy to meet and deal with the evil hunter. In short, let's just watch the fun. Among the people who were discussing, Marco and Joe's looked at each other, seeing the dignity in each other's eyes. It seems that our decision to evacuate from North Blue at the first time is very correct, otherwise, the evil hunters may not even let us go. Marco said with emotion. Joe's nodded calmly, and said, it's very possible. The evil hunter made it clear that he wanted to hunt and kill us pirates. He even went to Katakuri and killed us. If we didn't come back, there are indeed many, it is very likely that they will be targeted by the other party. Gu la 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 la. Marco, Joe's, are you afraid of this evil hunter? Sitting upright in the middle of the deck like a bold and grandiose, it has not yet been reduced to need to hang water all the time, Whitebeard, who is still full of dominance, grabs the flagon and drinks heavily, and laughs at Marco and Joe's who are whispering. Advertisement. Of course not. The Sin Hunter is strong, but it's not enough to scare us. It's just that this guy is troublesome. Marco shook his head. As a strong person, he naturally has strong self-confidence. Even if the enemy is strong, he will never be easily afraid. Chaozi also said, Father, you underestimate us too much, we are your sons, a mere evil hunter, how can we be afraid? Joe's is right, we are the Whitebeard pirates. Not to mention the evil hunters, even Kaido and Big Mom can't scare us. If the evil hunters dare to find us, let him see how good we are. Captain Sachi is still as energetic as ever, but if we can kill the evil hunter, it will definitely increase the prestige of our Whitebeard pirates, and let the outside world know that even if we are 4 emperors, our Whitebeard pirates are the most powerful. Strong. Captain Vista, I heard that the evil hunter is a great swordsman, you should be very interested in fighting him. Among the discussions including Sage, the captain of the 4th division, and others, someone shifted the topic to Vista, the captain of the 5th division. Vistan squeezed his mustache on one side, and said with a hearty smile, if there is a chance, I would naturally want to fight against each other, a duel between swordsmen is a very romantic thing. Seeing that his sons did not feel a sense of fear, Whitebeard was also very relieved. As a pirate, fighting is very common. You can't treat the enemy carelessly, but you can't be timid before fighting. Advertisement. Among the crowd on the deck, there were also people silently watching the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Sin Hunter, his Nianian fruit seems to be very strong. If he can successfully obtain dark fruit, this devil fruit ability may be able to find a way to steal it. Eating Sakura peach pie, Blackbeard hid his ambition deep in his heart, and soon blended into the crowd with a smile. Katakuri, my son, you are my most proud masterpiece, how could you die? Inside the huge cake castle, Charlotte Linlin was crying and eating dessert, crying loudly from time to time. But in turn, her face became ferocious and ferocious again, and she roared. You are a waste, Katakuri, you can't even beat a single enemy, my old lady loves you for nothing, and there are Sins Hunter, I must kill him. In the main hall, the cadres and family elites of the Big Mom pirate group shivered and retreated to the edge, for fear that if they were careless, they would be used as a vent by the angry mother. Among them, the 2 remaining generals, Cracker and Snug, both had uncertain faces. If the death of Smoothie just made everyone in the Big Mom pirates feel angry, then the defeat of Katakuri made them feel frightened and uneasy. Even when they first heard the news, everyone in the Big Mom pirates did not believe that Katakuri would lose to Lua Way, so they specially sent personnel to contact the intelligence organization in the underground world to confirm the news. Advertisement. Mom, change. Suddenly, just as Charlotte Linlin was venting her temper, a pirate ran into the hall. When this person entered the main hall, he said anxiously, Mom, there was an urgent message from the border just now, saying that a large number of pirates were found infesting. The known pirate forces include the explosive pirates and the power pirates. The group, the one-eyed, Zhao Wanghao pirate group. What? The pirates' words immediately moved the cadres and elites in the hall, and they all showed shock. The explosive pirates, the power pirates, and the one-eyed pirates are all big pirate forces in the New World, and now they suddenly appeared on the border of all nations, and their movements are almost self-evident. Damn it, these bastards must have learned that Katakuri-sama was killed, and wanted to take advantage of the fire to rob him. How dare you underestimate us, Mom, let's quickly gather people to kill these guys, just use their blood to revive the majesty of our Big Mom pirates. 11. Yes, these bastards must not be allowed to act recklessly. Everyone in the Big Mom pirates was filled with righteous indignation, for example, Cracker was even more murderous, and his heart was full of rage. Advertisement. Chapter 291, A Strange Realm. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom. In front of the throne, Charlotte Linlin, who had eaten all the desserts, shattered the exquisite table with one punch, and her fat and huge body exuded a terrifying sense of oppression and aura. If you dare to find trouble with my old lady, don't even think about leaving alive, Zeus. Charlotte Linlin was already in a state of anger, but at this time several big pirate forces took advantage of the fire to rob her, so naturally she found an outlet for her to vent. With a roar, Thundercloud Zeus quickly flew to Charlotte Linlin's feet, then inflated and enlarged, carrying Charlotte Linlin and rushed out of the hall, heading straight for the border of all nations. Quickly, gather your troops and prepare for battle. Notify the port to prepare the ship, and we will go to the border immediately. Mom, wait for us. As soon as Charlotte Linlin took action, the cadres and family elites hurriedly followed, either contacting the command with a phone bug, or directly chasing behind. Wano-kuni Ghost Island, home to the headquarters of the Beast's Pirates. Advertisement. Here, the scene similar to that before Cake Island is also happening. Quinn, you bastard, why did you die? We agreed to start a war that would turn the world upside down, bastard. Kaido sat on the ground like a child, drinking heavily and crying. Tears had already formed a small pond beside him. Captain, don't be sad, Master Quinn. A pirate couldn't help but stepped forward to persuade him, but suddenly a terrifying afterimage fell on him. Boom. Before he could even scream, the pirate was smashed into a pulp by the huge and ferocious mace, and the violent airwaves rolled up by the mace shattered the walls and the ground in front of him. Who do you say is sad? Lousy is angry. Quinn is a waste. He died before the super plague bomb he promised me was produced. Lousy can't wait to beat him to death himself. When it comes to moodiness, brutality and ferocity, Big Mom has to be ranked behind Kaido. Kaido crushed the jug, let the wine flow from his hands, and roared with gnashing of teeth. That's right, Quinn is a waste, and he died at the hands of the evil hunters. It's a disgrace to us Beast's Pirates, AJBJ. Jin said in a cold voice, who was also in the field, exuding the aura of, no one should enter. Ahem, Brother Jin, shouldn't we ignore Brother Quinn's death? Jack couldn't sit still, and said hastily. Jin snorted coldly. Although Quinn is useless, he is a member of our pirate group after all. Naturally, it is impossible to let it go like this. The evil hunter must die, otherwise how can we Beast's Pirates hang around in New World? Advertisement. Kaido said impatiently. Why are you two talking such nonsense? The evil hunter killed Quinn, so naturally he must be killed. Lousy is bored, go to North Blue to find him now. Among the four emperors, Kaido is an outlier. Although he has a huge force under his command, he often acts alone. In short, if he is not committing suicide, he is on the way to suicide. Jin and Jack were not at all surprised that he was going to North Blue to personally hunt down Lua Way, and even thought it was a good idea. Captain, we have just confirmed the news that several pirates have sent people to test the Big Mom pirates, and it is very likely that there will be a big battle next. Did this situation really happen? What about the situation at the Beast's Pirates? There is nothing unusual there. The headquarters of the Beast's Pirates is located on Wano-kuni Ghost Island. There is a natural barrier there. It is very difficult to enter in large numbers. It is estimated that the Beast's Pirates will not be found by those evil wolves, at least in the Big Mom Sea. It will be like this before the bandits fall. It hasn't been long before the situation is stable, and the situation has already become turbulent. Shanks, what are you going to do? Let's take a look first. Those big pirates can't do anything to this crazy woman, Big Mom. I'm more worried about Marine's actions. The Big Mom pirates lost two fierce generals, Katakuri and Smoothie. Marine, it is impossible to let go of such a good opportunity. Marine shouldn't make any big moves, right? The world government has specially formed 7 warlords of the sea to balance the sea. If they launch an attack on the Big Mom pirates, will they destroy the balance completely? Don't be silly, the so-called balance is just for the world government to rule better. If it can annihilate an imperial power, the world government will be happier. Moreover, since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, Marine's prestige has been decreasing year by year. They also need a war victory to restore their majesty. This is a conversation that took place on the Dray Foss, and the conversation is naturally led by Shanks and the Red Hair Pirates. Advertisement. Compared with Luo Wei's beheading of Katakuri and Quinn, Shanks is obviously more concerned about the subsequent changes, especially after inquiring about the actions of several big pirate forces against the Big Mom pirates. His face is dignified. Similar to the world government that formed 7 warlords of the sea, Shanks also has the idea of maintaining the balance of the sea, so he is naturally a little uneasy about the current situation. Although the Big Mom pirates are powerful, but if Marine is also involved, then the possibility of falling may not be impossible. The final result of the negotiation was to stop at a standstill, and Shanks was going to wait and see to determine Marine's movement. The dry bones are the earth, and the blood-colored crescent moon hangs in the sky. Whispering whispers echo in the ears, and in the end, it becomes a roar of resentment. I died so badly, pay me back. Sin Hunter, I will drag you to hell with me. Kill, kill, kill. Lua Way stood indifferently on the dry bone land, looking around. There were undead-like villains in all directions, and the 3 leading them were Quinn, Smoothie, and Katakuri. Everyone approached him with hatred and madness, as if they wanted to tear the engulf into pieces. At the same time, scarlet blood seeped out quietly from the dry bones, climbing and winding along Luo Wei's feet also seemed to infect his whole body. Advertisement. Chapter 292. The Power of the Demon Sword. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At the beginning, Lua Wei was naturally stunned, but with his rock-solid will, he calmed down in less than a few breaths, and became the current indifference. Revenge of the Undead. It's so boring, Lua Wei said lightly, and when the blood under his feet was about to stain his waist, his eyes flashed sharply. Boom. The Conqueror's Haki, which shakes the world, was released in a terrifying posture, and the real coercion turned into violent air waves. Wherever it passed, all the approaching undead were turned into dust. At the same time, the dry bone earth was shaking crazily, and the blood entwined on Lua Wei's legs was immediately dispersed. It was as if the world had been hit hard, and a shrill scream suddenly echoed. Click. As if the shock fruit shattered the void, dense cracks appeared in the sky and the earth, and finally exploded like a broken mirror. In the hotel room in the middle of the night, Lua Wei, who was resting on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes, and what greeted his eyes was a mist like scarlet mist. The scarlet mist was constantly infiltrating into his body, but at this moment it swayed and twisted like life, and the source was the sword of the fallen angel leaning against the side of the bed. Boom. The moment Lua Wei opened his eyes, the Conqueror's Haki released in the dream was also projected into reality. It also roared and exploded, cracking the walls of the entire room and knocking out all life in the town where he was located. Advertisement. The sword of the fallen angel leaning against the side of the bed suddenly unsheathed by itself, and the scarlet mist emitted unexpectedly formed a demon-like figure, holding the sword and slashing at Lua Wei. The incomparable thought power burst out instantly, and amidst the roar of the explosion, Lua Wei rolled up the demon figure and directly broke through the wall where the window was. The crazily scrolling thought power was condensed and compressed. Although the scale was small, it was firmly restraining the demon figure. It shot down rapidly, and it didn't take long before it came to the suburbs outside the town. Boom. It crashed obliquely like a forest, and under the violent roar, not only was the ground knocked out of a deep depression, but the strong airflow that was stirred up quickly radiated hundreds of meters away, blowing rows of trees to the ground. Shattered. Cruel. When the air wave dissipated, the demon figure reappeared, screaming like an eagle, and quickly launched a swift and fierce slash towards Lua Wei. Lua Wei looked at the opponent coldly, moved his feet to avoid the slash, and then saw a blood-colored sword chi roaring out, tearing the ground in front of him madly, forming a deep sword mark that spread hundreds of meters long. Boom. Armament Haki condensed his fists, and Lua Wei, who dodged the slash, strode to the side of the demon figure, and hit the opponent's head with a punch. In the violent collision, the scarlet mist exploded, and the head of the monster figure exploded, which also made the body of the monster figure scatter. This is not over yet. After hitting the opponent hard with a punch, Lua Wei's eyes flashed with golden light again, and the figure of the monster squeezed by terrifying thoughts kept shrinking and twisting. Advertisement. With a crackling sound, the monster's figure completely turned into a messy scarlet mist and dissipated. At the same time, it also revealed the trembling sword of the fallen angel, which fell and plunged into the soil on the ground. Lua Wei stepped forward and pulled out the sword of the fallen angel. Seeing that the bloodstains all over the blade were still emitting scarlet mist, his eyes became even colder. It seems that you really don't want to live anymore. Lua Wei snorted coldly, rushing towards the sword of the fallen angel with the incomparable power of thought, holding Conqueror's Haki together. House. There was another scream like an eagle's chant, but this time it revealed the meaning of screaming. The Conqueror's Haki already possesses a spiritual attack, and after reaching the 9th level, it also has the mental impact from the material level to the spiritual level, which is obviously unbearable for the sword of the fallen angel. From the resistance at the beginning, under Lua Wei's merciless destruction, the sword of the fallen angel gradually succumbed, the resistance quickly dissipated, and it returned to its previous state of smoothness. 0. Seeking flowers. Famous knives have spirits, especially demon knives, and their spirituality is even more extraordinary. It's just that the spirituality of the demon knife is often rebellious and full of evil, just like a wild tiger that will bite and devour anyone who wants to use it. Although there was no verbal communication, Lua Wei felt the other party's surrender to him due to the super spirituality possessed by the sword of the fallen angel. Advertisement. At the same time, under the surrender of the sword of the fallen angel, Lua Wei's swordsmanship awareness also had a deeper resonance with it, and obtained all the information about this demon sword. This information was completely conveyed to him by the sword of the fallen angel, and it was also an expression of its submission. Accepting the message from the sword of the fallen angel, Lua Wei's expression softened slightly, and he slowly took back the Conqueror's Haki and neonly. Holding the fallen angel's sword halfway in the air, Lua Wei squinted his eyes for a moment, and suddenly swung the sword towards one side. Boom. A powerful slash that tore through the void appeared, turned into an astonishing sword aura tens of meters high, and shot straight at it. Amidst the violent roar and whistling air waves, the forest where it was located was directly divided into two, showing it to the terrible chasm at the end of the line of sight. This slash Lua Wei did not use his own sword power, it was completely inspired by the sword of the fallen angel itself, just like the sword energy from the demon figure formed by the sword of the fallen angel before. Is this the power of the demon sword? Luo Wei thought about it. Demon swords basically have some strange abilities, such as Gushimai, which contains ghost aura. If it can be tamed, then one's own kendo can use ghost aura to develop swordsmanship. The same is true for the sword of fallen angels, except that the power of its demon sword is more vicious and powerful. Just like the blood-red sword energy aroused now, it is formed by the negative energy of the flow of resentment formed before the death of the person killed by the sword of the fallen angel. The more negative energy absorbed, the greater the power of the blood-red sword energy. Even a child who has no strength to restrain a chicken can display a powerful slasher at the level of a great swordsman. Advertisement. Chapter 293 Ninth Order Armament Haki. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. And this is only one of the three powers of the demon sword controlled by the sword of the fallen angel. The other two powers of the demon sword are the body of the demon spirit and the killing breath. The body of the demon spirit is the figure of the demon formed from the scarlet mist just now, and it is also composed of the blood of the enemy sucked. Like the negative energy sword chi, the more blood it absorbs, the more stable and powerful the demon spirit's body will be. Don't look at Luo Wei's crushing defeat against the demon spirit body just now, but how strong he is now. Even if he is not as powerful as a world-class combat power, he is still firmly at the pinnacle of the overlord level combat power. The breath just emitted by the body of the demon spirit, at least has the level of powerful combat power. Let's talk about the third power of the demon sword. The killing breath was the force that made Luo Wei fall into the illusion of 353 in the first place. Use the contained killing aura to arouse the killing desire in other people's hearts, at least if they have experienced killing, then the person who is invaded by the killing aura will suffer a strong illusion attack. Luo Wei was able to get rid of it quickly, thanks to Conqueror's Haki and Nian Nian Fruit who had been in contact with the spiritual level, otherwise it would never be so easy to fight with will alone, and it is very easy to cause mental damage. Negative energy sword energy, demon spirit body, and killing breath, the three abilities are the power of the three demon swords mastered by the sword of the fallen angel. Advertisement. Compared with those demon knives that Luo Wei knew, even the 7-star sword was far inferior to the sword of the fallen angel, which also proved that the sword of the fallen angel was definitely the strongest demon sword that deserved it. After a small test of the negative energy sword energy, Luo Wei held the fallen angel sword in his hand, and after pondering for a while, consciousness sneaked into his mind. After the backlash from the fallen angel's sword, he no longer felt sleepy, and at the same time he was almost rested, so he simply got down to business. Sneaking into his mind at this time, Luo Wei checked the situation of the crime value and the original sin value. Open black lens bracket evil value, 335,600 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket original sin value, 52 close black lens bracket. Although the members of the Blade Pirates did not bring any original sin value, they also gained a lot of sin value. Including the proceeds from beheading Quinn and the original surplus, Luo Wei's accumulated sin value now exceeds 300,000, and at the same time, he has a full 27 points of original sin value. Let's raise Armament Haki to the 9th rank first. Now all of his powers, even Conqueror's Haki, have already entered the 9th level, and the rest is only Armament Haki, which is still at the 8th level. With sufficient evil points, Luo Wei did not hesitate, and immediately began to upgrade Armament Haki. With the continuous input of sin points, the evil points quickly rushed from 0 experience points to full points, and then successfully broke through to the 9th level with the consumption of 9 points of original sin points. After completing the upgrade, Luo Wei tried to cover Armament Haki on his left arm, only to see that the raised arm seemed to be covered with a layer of black gemstones, and there was a metallic luster in the dark. Advertisement. The 9th level Armament Haki is undoubtedly very powerful. When used with advanced applications, it is enough to produce power beyond imagination, whether it is in attack or defense. After feeling the promotion situation carefully, Luo Wei thought about the use of the remaining evil points. Just in case, you still have to keep a certain amount of evil points. Although he was planning to use the remaining sin points for cultivation, Luo Wei was still very cautious and decided to keep 50,000 sin points for emergencies. The 50,000 crime points are naturally for the purpose of recovering from his injuries. After all, he has not yet reached the point of invincible world, so naturally he has to leave enough cards. With 50,000 evil points reserved, Luo Wei now has only less than 90,000 evil points left. Is there only more than 10,000 sin points left, so let's accumulate it. The project that Luo Wei intends to practice is naturally to completely integrate Armament Haki and Nian Fruit. Under rational use, he is naturally ready to start practicing directly after collecting 100,000 sin points. Consciousness withdrew from his mind, Luo Wei held the sword of the fallen angel and flew into the air, and returned to the town. Although he was not going to rest, the belongings left behind had to be taken away. Of the 4 seas in the southeast, northwest, and south, South Blue is a moderate sea area. It is not as rampant as the underworld forces like West Blue, nor is it as powerful as the pirate forces like North Blue, but it is also not like East Blue, which was cleaned up by the world government because of Roger, and became the weakest sea area. In terms of crime level, South Blue ranks third among the 4 sea areas, and pirates and gangsters are developing in a balanced way in this sea area. After North Blue experienced the First World War on Maple Leaf Island, the most rampant pirate force was defeated by Lua Way just like West Blue's underworld force. Advertisement. Although there are still many remaining forces, continuing to hunt and kill will obviously greatly reduce efficiency. Under such circumstances, Lua Way naturally targeted the South Blue Sea area for the next hunting area. Da da da. Boom boom boom. The gunshots crazily destroyed the eardrums, the ferocious bombardment was even more earth-shattering, and the thick gunpowder smoke was mixed with terrified and miserable screams. Jung. The swift figure shuttled through the crowd like a fleeting shadow, constantly seeing the stumps and broken arms rolled into the air by the sharp blades. The blood flowing on the ground is like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, because a large piece of pirates is harvested by Shinigami's sickle-like sword light 3.8. From the battle to the end, the completely down-to-earth battle ended in less than half an hour. When the last pirate was killed, Lua Wei's figure, which was pulled out of the afterimage, stopped and stood standing in the killing scene like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He was fully developed, and his body was already more than 2 meters tall, which seemed extraordinarily tall. Yamato is full of oppression. The sword of the fallen angel in his hand uttered a groan, and the invisible wave of longing was transmitted to Lua Wei's mind, allowing him to understand what the other party was thinking. Greedy guy, what are you doing in such a hurry? Did I not let you eat? Raising the sword and flicking it on the blade with his fingers, Lua Wei cursed with a smile, and shot the sword of the fallen angel to the ground on one side with a flick of his hand. Advertisement. Chapter 295. The storm is coming. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Thinking of world government, Lua Wei couldn't help but narrowed his eyes slightly. 800 years of hegemonic rule, the power hidden in the dark by the world government is absolutely terrifying. Even if it has been decayed, it still has a foundation that cannot be shaken by other forces. The 4 emperors and even the pirates, in Lua Wei's view, are more like the world government's intentional indulgence of development. The purpose is to stabilize its own hegemony. If there were no ravages of pirates, how could those allied countries honestly hand over the gold every year? This is entirely because countries without the protection of the world government will be invaded by pirates frenziedly and become lawless areas. At the same time, if Marine wanted to attack the 4 emperors, he would definitely need the permission of the world government. If Marine will really attack the Big Mom pirates next, it is enough to show that the world government also intends to suppress the pirate forces. But this is also understandable. After all, the era of great pirates is developing too fast. Even countries that are members of the world government are often attacked by pirates. Advertisement. Even if it is to stabilize the franchise countries, it is impossible for the world government to do nothing at all, and if 4 emperors is defeated, it will definitely be able to control many franchise countries more powerfully. After thinking about the meaning behind Marine's abnormal movements, Lua Wei also thought about his own problem, that is, whether he can make a profit from it. Naturally, he would not reject Marine's attack on the Big Mom pirates. After all, he and the Big Mom pirates are enemies now. However, the Big Mom pirates also represent a large amount of crime and original sin. Not to mention the ant herself, even if it is the cadres and family elites under her command, if Lua Wei can hunt and kill them, he will definitely get a lot of money. Looks like the hunt in South Blue needs to stop. Lua Wei murmured, and then took the sword of the fallen angel that had sucked the blood and negative energy, put it back into its sheath, and then quickly left the small island where it was located and rushed up into the air. G-1 branch. This is Marine's frontier against the New World, and it is also one of the important checkpoints leading to Mariajoy. Such a military fortress naturally has a heavy army, and even has a Marine Admiral on duty to ensure that this place will not be invaded by pirates. Advertisement. Now, the military power within the G1 branch is strong, and it can even be described as luxurious. Even if the original garrison strength is not counted, there are now 50,000 elite soldiers gathered in the G branch, and there are also a large number of lieutenant officers. As for the generals at the top, not to mention Commodore and Rear Admiral, just at the level of Vice Admiral in the headquarters, there are a total of 10 people gathered. In the conference room of the G branch, a high-level meeting is being held in full swing, and the person who presides over this meeting is Marine Chief of Staff Suru. Now the situation has been confirmed. After the Big Mom pirates repelled the pirate alliance headed by the 3 big pirate forces, the explosive pirates, the power pirates, and the one-eyed pirates, the casualties were not small. This is the best time for me to launch an attack. The 4 admiral stars of the Big Mom pirate group, Katakuri and Smoothie, were beheaded by evil hunters, and their overall strength was severely damaged. As long as Big Mom's actions are blocked, with our current assembled strength, we have a very strong great odds. You can't just consider the Big Mom pirates. Although there is a gap between the 4 emperors, if we aggressively attack the Big Mom pirates, the other 3 parties may not be able to intervene. Especially Kaido. This man is a lunatic. The possibility of meddling is extremely high. Didn't the intelligence department find out that Kaido went to North Blue not long ago? It seems to be to hunt down the evil hunter. As long as we defeat the Big Mom pirate group as quickly as possible, it will be too late for the other party to intervene. Humph, what does it look like before a fight, whether Kaido, Whitebeard or Red Hair? If they dare to intervene, then we will annihilate them together. This time, no matter who appears in this war, we must not back down, otherwise how can we defend the prestige of justice? Sakazuki Admiral is right, even the world government has agreed to our attack this time, so let's fight with all hands and feet, and the Big Mom pirates will definitely be defeated in one fell swoop. Advertisement. With our current lineup, we really don't have to be afraid of any characters. During the meeting, Vice Admiral, such as Dao Boyan, Ghost Spider, and Flying Squirrel, spoke one after another, while Sakazuki and Kuzan were at the front of the conference table. To put it bluntly, the high-level personnel assembled in the conference room at this time have already occupied more than half of all the high-level personnel in Marine, and all of them are powerful factions. There is no such kind of personnel who can get the rank of Vice Admiral by virtue of their merits. Crane sitting on the first seat crossed his fingers, leaned his elbows on the conference table, and said calmly, "Everyone, please be quiet first." Hearing this, the voice of discussion quickly subsided. After all, Crane was not only highly qualified, but also the commander-in-chief of this war. When the meeting room returned to calm, Crane said, "This war against the Big Mom pirates is beyond doubt. Doubts, fears, and panics are completely meaningless. What we need to do is to adjust our state and meet this as the field big. Qian Zhaozhan. Since I have taken over the position of Commander-in-Chief, let me first explain the strategy for this time. First of all, Sakazuki Admiral, after the war begins, the enemy you need to face is Charlotte Linlin. You don't seek merit in the battle with her, but you must delay the opponent's actions and buy enough time for other colleagues." Sakazuki nodded and said in a deep voice, "No problem, as long as I don't fall down, then Charlotte Linlin won't be able to do evil on the battlefield." Crane nodded, then looked at Kuzan again, and said, "Kuzan Admiral, your task is to deal with the remaining 4 generals, Cracker and Snug, who are second only to Charlotte Linlin in terms of danger on the battlefield. If you can, beat these 2 as fast as you can, and support Sakazuki Admiral against Charlotte Linlin." Advertisement. Chapter 296 3 Great Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Cracker and Snug, I understand Crane Vice Admiral, I will take care of these 2. Although Kuzan's demeanor was still as lazy as ever, his tone at this time also showed a calm side. Obviously he was also very serious about this war. After arranging the 2 strongest forces, Crane then deployed 10 vice admirals including Guillaume. In the Big Mom pirates, besides Big Mom and 4 generals, there are also many powerful combat forces, such as Perospero, Daifuku, Owen and others. Even though the strength of these people is behind the 4 generals, they are not ordinary people, and their combat power is not inferior to Vice Admiral, the powerful faction of naval headquarters. And these tyrannical combat power, it is difficult to win by relying on the number of people, which requires the same level of combat power to fight against, and it is also the opponent that Vice Admiral is going to face. For example, Guillaume, she was arranged by the Crane to fight against Perospero. It can be said that the strength of this person does not belong to the weakest of the 4 generals, Snag, but because he is usually in charge of the internal affairs of Cake Island, so he is not listed into the star category. Among the 10 vice admirals, Guillaume's qualifications are young, but with penultimate's talent, his strength does rank first. Advertisement. So even if he has a close relationship with the 270 sisters with Crane, he still needs to fight against Perospero, a powerful opponent. Under Crane's perfect deployment, everyone present was quickly assigned the most suitable opponent and position, which also made Marine's lineup strategy gradually clear for this battle against the Big Mom pirates. If you have different opinions on the arrangement, you can raise it. Crane looked around at the crowd after the arrangement. The result is that no one has any objections. After all, the authority of the Crane is not mentioned, even if the strategy is perfect. Okay, since everyone has no objections, then let's talk about the support troops. Before the meeting, I have been notified by Marshal Sengoku that Vice Admiral Garp has gone here, and he will be the person in charge of the support troops. Do a good job of intercepting emergencies for our next war. A smile appeared on his face. Vice Admiral Garp. This is really great. With Vice Admiral Garp in charge, we can fight against the Big Mom pirates with confidence. Mr. Garp is also going to join the battle, now we have a better chance of winning. With Vice Admiral Garp in charge, even if Kaido or the other 2 intervene, they will definitely be blocked. Crane's words immediately cheered up the spirits of the Vice Admirals, and their solemn and serious faces eased up one after another. It can be seen that the arrival of Garp gave them more confidence. It can also be seen from this how high Garp's prestige in Marine is, and his usual unreliability will not affect the morale help he brings to Marine. Even Mr. Garp is here, it seems that the world government is really determined to eradicate the Big Mom pirates. Kuzan thought thoughtfully. Advertisement. Feng Er can detect Marine's movements, and other forces can naturally do so. From the time when Marine assembled the G1 branch, the news that Marine was about to launch an attack on the Big Mom pirates quickly spread throughout the New World, and it is still spreading to the entire world at a rapid speed. One side is the Emperor who dominates the New World, and the other side is the official power that defends the Order of the Sea. Once Marine really launches a war against the Big Mom pirates, the turmoil caused will naturally be very huge. But all the forces who heard the news were full of shock, and at the same time gave birth to strong uneasiness. In the eyes of many people, if this war is really loud, the balance of the sea will inevitably be broken, and it will also trigger a huge turmoil that will sweep the world. Aja. New World, a small island named Chase. The castle-like building is located in the center of the island, surrounded by scattered trees, and at the same time, a large number of pirates can be seen patrolling and guarding. There is a round conference table in the lobby of the building, and 3 figures are sitting together in silence. At the same time, it can be seen that the bodies of these 3 figures are more or less injured. The most serious one even lost his entire right arm, and there are faint bloodstains oozing from the gauze wrapped around him. If outsiders are here at this time, they will immediately recognize the identities of these 3 people, because they are the captains of the explosive pirates, the power pirates, and the one-eyed pirates who attacked the Big Mom pirates not long ago. Tell me, what should I do next? Advertisement. The one who spoke was the figure with the missing right arm, Greg, the captain of the exploding pirates. Greg Mo is about 40 years old, tall and strong, with a rough face, and his green hair is tied into a dreadlock, giving people a wild feeling. What else is there to say? A defeat is a defeat, and the next step is naturally to recover from injuries and develop power again. With a snort, GN, the captain of the one-eyed pirates, spoke with a gloomy expression. There is no shortage of female pirates among the pirates. The most typical example is Big Mom. GN is also a female big pirate, and she is also a beautiful woman. She not only has a delicate face, but also has a hot figure. Although her skin is not fair, she has a bronze color full of wild sexiness, just like a fierce horse. The only defect is probably the blind right eye, on which there is a slanting hideous scar, and because of this scar, her appearance has declined. Similarly, GN also suffered serious injuries in the battle with the Big Mom pirates. There was a thick gauze wrapped around his abdomen, and there was a deep sword mark that was almost cut open. Deforny, the last person and the captain of the power pirates, was very upset about Jinen's words. Should we just forget about it? This time we lost so many people, at least we have to snatch a few pieces of land from the BIGMOM pirates. Daifengni said violently. Compared with Greg and Jean, Deforny is completely worthy of the name of the power pirates. It has the shape of a small giant like Whitebeard, and is dressed in a gladiator, with large muscles full of strength. Advertisement. Chapter 297 Suddenly Falling. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Greg said impatiently. If it's so easy to snatch the territory from the Big Mom pirates, then we won't fail this time. GN took a deep breath, and then said with a sigh, we underestimated the strength of the Big Mom pirates. Even without the 2 combat powers of Katakuri and Smoothie, the Big Mom pirates would not be able to survive. The regiment is still not something we can deal with, and we are lucky to be able to escape alive this time. Damn it, Big Mom, that monster. Deforny looked unwilling, and angrily slammed down the table. Even if he kept his strength, the powerful force still made the round table groan heavily. Both Greg and Jean were silent. Even if they were big pirates from New World, none of them offered a reward of less than 500 million berry, but compared to Big Mom, even if they teamed up to fight against the enemy, they were easily defeated. Even thinking back on it now, Greg and Jean still shudder when they think of Big Mom's terrifying power and homies who manipulates the lightning and flames. It's like Deforny, who is the strongest among the 3. In the confrontation of strength, he is always suppressed and beaten by the ant. Comparing the strength of the 2, it is basically like a child competing with a Tyrannosaurus Rex. And so is Greg. He is capable of exploding fruit, and has even developed this devil fruit to the level of awakening, and the explosive power produced can be called earth-shattering. But in the end, his explosion couldn't even hurt the ant, but his right arm instead. Advertisement. As for GN, she is a great swordsman, but it is still useless. In addition to being able to fight Prometheus and Zeus at the beginning, he was also severely injured by the ant's sword and was almost cut in half. In an almost overwhelming defeat, just as GN said just now, the 3 of them were very lucky to survive from the hands of the ant in this battle, because the strength gap between the 2 sides was too great. Breaking away from the nightmare-like echo, Greg opened his mouth to discuss the next action, but before he finished speaking, 10 invisible pressures suddenly fell from the sky like a torrential rain. Bang bang bang. In the hall, both the floor and the surrounding walls were cracked as if they had been subjected to a terrible impact, and the decorations such as porcelain were blown to pieces one after another. Conqueror's hockey. Damn it, did Big Mom find this place? Not good, go out and have a look. Damn it, how could there be such a terrifying thunderous look? The astonishing coercion that suddenly descended made Greg, Jean, and Deforny all change their faces drastically. They immediately stood up and activated observation hockey to sense the surroundings. Without concealment and restraint, an astonishing aura appeared in the observation hockey perception of the three of them. Defoni was frightened and angry. His body that looked like a little giant burst out with a tyrannical force, like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, directly smashed through the wall on one side and rushed outside. Advertisement. Greg and Jean also reacted quickly, and immediately followed behind Defoni. The three of them, one in front and one behind, soon appeared in the garden outside the building. Looking around, I saw that almost all the members of the three big pirate groups guarding outside fainted on the ground, obviously unable to withstand the amazing intensity of the Conqueror's hockey and lost consciousness. At the same time, the three of Greg also quickly looked at the astonishing aura perceived by observation hockey, and then saw a figure slowly descending in the air not far away. Not Ant, who is this person? Hey, this person seems to be that evil hunter. Sin Hunter. How did he come here and possess such a powerful Conqueror's hockey? When they saw the appearance of the falling figure, the three of GN showed astonishment on their faces. First, Defoni breathed a sigh of relief, and then GN recognized Lua Way and expressed surprise. Body. Greg was also very surprised when he heard GN's words, and then watched Lua Way vigilantly as he landed and finally landed on the ground not far away. 0. Flow of thoughts universal pull. With both feet on the ground, Lua Way glanced flatly at Greg and the three in front of the building, and then suddenly a terrifying suction burst out from his body. Exclamation mark. Advertisement. The earth vibrated violently as if being shaken, followed by Lua Way as if transformed into a black hole. The terrifying suction radiated a radius of thousands of meters, causing everyone within this range to be strongly pulled. Those pirates who were stunned by Conqueror's hockey left the ground without any resistance, and flew towards Lua Way as quickly as cannonballs, and after approaching the range of 10 meters, they turned into blood mist explosions as if they had been horribly strangled. Open. 0. Bang bang bang. Amidst the endless explosions, the members of Greg's three pirates were killed by Lua Way's mind power in a frenzied manner, which made the ground and void around Lua Way filled with thick blood. The three of Greg were also sucked by the universal pull, but because of Lua Way's dispersion of the suction, the three of them stabilized quickly after being pulled for more than 10 meters by surprise. However, when they saw their subordinates being frantically killed by Lua Way, the three of Greg were all very frightened and angry. For example, GN and Greg were still thinking about the purpose of Lua Way's arrival at first, and wanted to communicate, but now, with Lua Way's killing behavior, the two immediately saw that Lua Way's arrival was not good. Stop it. GN was the first to react, and amidst an angry screech, he drew out the double knives at his waist, and after slashing repeatedly, he burst out an X-shaped blazing sword energy, and rushed straight to Lua Way's place. Jung. Seeing GN slash, Lua Way's eyes flashed, and he came first, and in an instant he also pulled out the sword of the fallen angel, stabbing straight out, shooting out the thick sword pillar. When pulling out the sword, Lua Way didn't stop releasing the universal pull, and continued to kill the pirates who were sucking in. This action also proved how powerful he is in the development of the Nianian fruit. Advertisement. Chapter 298. The Power of the Unicorn. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom. Amidst the violent roar, the sword pillar stabbed by Lua Way precisely hit the center of the X-shaped sword energy that GN slashed out. The collision between the two immediately caused a huge impact radiation, shattering the surrounding soil and trees, leaving behind down a huge deep pit. Like tearing apart a piece of cloth, GN's sword energy was crushed by Lua Way's sword pillar, and the undiminished sword pillar took advantage of the trend and moved towards the violent impact where the three of GN were located with a ferocious posture. Swish swish swish. Amid the sound of breaking through the air, the three of Greg, including GN, quickly dodged into the distance, and almost as they were leaving, the sword pillar tore apart a wide and deep ditch where the three of them were. At the same time, it also slammed into the building further ahead. Boom. With a deafening roar, the castle-like building of 073 was directly pierced and fell by the building, leaving a hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters, and the turbulent air flow swept around like a gust of wind. Hateful. GN, who was so easily defeated by Lua Way for his slash, and found that Lua Way was still killing his subordinates while intercepting his attack, was surprised and angry when he glanced at Lua Way again not far away. At the same time, Defoni, who was rushing away from the other side, also looked at Lua Way furiously. Boom. The ground under his feet cracked intensively, and Defoni's body changed drastically under the rage, turning into a huge humanoid unicorn in just an instant. Advertisement. Zone Kong Chong Fruit Unicorn Fairy Form. Defoni, like Greed, has demon fruit power, and is also a very rare insect. Don't think that insects are weak. On the contrary, many insects have talents beyond imagination. In the natural world, the unicorn possesses a terrifying power over ants, capable of moving objects more than 800 times its own weight. Of course, this strength talent does not depend on its own body weight, but comes from its unique body structure, which makes the unicorn fairy possess unimaginable strength. Defuni was originally a little giant, so his power was no small matter. Now with the blessing of the unicorn immortal's power talent, his power undoubtedly reached a terrifying level. Boom. Both legs were bent and straightened, and in an instant, a terrifying force burst out from Deforny's legs, directly smashing the ground into a deep pit nearly 20 meters wide. Died a lousy. The terrifying power turned into an astonishing impetus, and Deforny appeared in front of Lua Way as if teleporting, and also made a strong breakthrough in Lua Way's thought power strangling field that filled the 10-meter range. Amidst the roar, Deforny punched Lua Way's head with an astonishing speed. The unimaginable force directly squeezed the air and solidified it, and just the fist pressure caused a large area of the ground behind Lua Way to crack. Advertisement. In terms of power, even Lua Way felt heavy pressure from Deforny's burst of power at this time, but no matter how powerful the attack was, it had to be hit. With the super insight in the field of knowledge, Deforny's attack was completely within Lua Way's prediction range. At the critical moment, Lua Way missed the opponent by taking a step. Boom. Earth-shattering roars and rolling impacts burst out from behind Lua Way. It was Deforny who was avoided by Lua Way, and with inertia, his fist bombarded the ground behind Lua Way. Terrifying power was released like a tsunami, and when the soaring dust and air waves rolled up dissipated, it was as if a super-large deep pit caused by the falling of a meteorite appeared on the ground. Lua Way's place is also within the scope of the deep pit, but just as he resisted the shock wave from the radiation with his mind power, he did not fall into the deep pit, but was suspended in midair with his mind power. However, Deforny's tyrannical power also made Lua Way stop the release of universal pull, put his mind power back into his body, and prepare for the battle. But even so, after Lua Way's crazy strangulation just now, more than half of the members of the 3 big pirate groups have died, which brought Lua Way a lot of sin value harvest, and even the appearance of original sin value. Just like the Big Mom pirates, to become a big pirate, in addition to having strong combat power, the subordinates also need to have powerful subordinates. In the pirate group under the 3 of Greg, there are also elites with good combat power. These people can become so far. Naturally they have experienced countless killings, and the crimes they committed are naturally extremely deep. Breath cannon. Deforny's attack was just the prelude to the battle, and when the ground shook because of Deforny's terrifying power, 10 air bullets the size of a skull shot at Lua Way quickly. Advertisement. The person who made the attack was Greg, and the gas bomb he shot was exactly his breath, and it was also the ability to condense the explosive fruit. Paper arts hyphenation point snake shake. Lua Way once again showed his super perception ability, and while twisting and swaying, he avoided the air bullets that were fired. Boom boom boom. The air bomb quickly hit the ground and rocks in the distance, followed by a violent explosion. Amidst the deafening roar and blasting air waves, the terrible explosion easily blasted the rocks into powder, and also left deep depressions on the ground, all of which reached 20 or 30 meters in diameter. This kind of explosive power is hard to match even real artillery shells, one is enough to blow up smaller ships. Compared with the future Mr. 5, Greg is the one who showed the real power of the explosive fruit 2.6. The former is a complete waste of a devil fruit with amazing potential. Before Lua Way arrived, he had already known the general strength and ability of Greg's 3 people through Feng Er's intelligence ability, so he was not surprised by Greg's ability to explode fruit. The figure came at an astonishing speed of forming an afterimage. Following Deforny and Greg, Naren also quickly launched an attack on Lua Way. The 3 of them teamed up to fight Big Mom not long ago, and they obviously cultivated a good understanding, and they attacked Lua Way repeatedly with an offensive without gaps. The 2 knives drew out a sharp light, and GN suddenly showed a stunning fast slashing flow after rushing close to Lua Way. The light of the knives flickered wildly, forming a terrifying net of knives that enveloped Lua Way. Advertisement. Chapter 299. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ding ding ding. Lua Way responded quickly came out of the sword, resisted the opponent's fast cut, and the endless collision between the blade and the blade caused the sparks. In terms of cutting speed, GN is better than Lua Way, but with the assistance of the field of hearing, Lua Way can understand the opponent's cuts accurately in advance. In just 1 or 2 breathing, the 2 had hundreds of times of chopping each other. Lua Way also completely blocked GN's attack. Aha! The huge and embarrassing body rushed from the back, but it was the Emperor Fortune rushed out of the deep pit, and once again picked up the back of Lua Way. The flow of thoughts Shenluo Tianzheng. Lua Way keen insights behind him, and his look remained unchanged. In an instant, a majestic shock wave broke out. Boom. The ground moved the mountain, and the horrible rushing 09 to form a hemispherical energy field. Under the sharp expansion, not only did the opposite GN fly out, it also blocked the action of Emperor French behind him. The fist containing the power of terror and the substantial shock wave occurred, and the air stirred out. The speed of fist moved forward significantly, slowed down significantly. At the same time, under the pressure of the Emperor French, the whole body muscles were distorted. Boom. In the end, before the director's fist came into contact with Lua Way, he was flying out by a horrible impact. The whole person blinked hundreds of meters away like an artillery shell, smashing the soil in the distance. Advertisement. Shave. The huge air waves are still crazy, but Lua Way has disappeared in place at a speed beyond the naked eye. As flickering, Lua Way came to Greg, who was also shocked by the impact wave to the distance in an instant. At the same time, the sharp sword light plundered to the opponent's throat like lightning. What? Greg's pupils contracted into needle-shaped, and the threat of the death in the bottom of his heart fried, and his heart was horrified. But the speed of Lua Way was too fast. Hurry up and let him have no time to dodge at all. At the moment, he grabbed the sword light that was swept by his only left hand. Boom. Greg's grip not only covers armament hockey on the palm of his hand, but also the power of condensing the explosive fruit. When his palm was in contact with the sword of the falling angel, the amazing Big Bang was bursting out, causing a large area of the ground, and the radiation air waves were directly outside the kilometer. The castle building not far away collapsed directly into the ruins under the radiation of impact air waves. Numerous stones were rolled into the sky, and then fell into the distance. GN, who was bombarded by Shen Luo Tianzhong, retreated more than 100 meters away, then stabilized, and then hurriedly looked at the amazing explosion. The smoke and chaotic air waves are dissipated, and the huge deep pit in the deep depression, and the Lua Way suspended above the deep pit. It covered a layer of black crystal-like substances on his body, giving people the feeling that it seemed to get diamond fruits, making the body diamond-proof. Similarly, under the defense of this black crystal-like substance, in addition to the damage of the clothes, Lua Way can't see any scars on the body, as if the amazing explosion just now is like a breeze. Advertisement. Nian Liu armed. This is the name of the black crystal material covered on the Lua Way body. Before entering New World, he had successfully completed the fusion of armament hockey and cold fruits under the middle practice that was opened again. Compared with the individual armament hockey or Nianpi, the combination of the two thought stream armed forces have a greater increase in the offense and defense power. Even if it is decentralized, the defense force generates is beyond imagination. It is the best proof to be able to defend the amazing explosion just now. In the deep pit that Jian's sight could not be seen, there was also a figure that was lying down, and his throat had a penetrating injury, and his body had no vitality at all. This figure is Greg. Even under the threat of death, the extreme force broke out. Not only was half of the palm cut off, the throat was also condensed by the fell angel sword that was also armed for armed forces to penetrate the throat with a sword hole, and was taken away on the spot. How could Greg's breath disappear? Although I can't see the situation in the deep pit, under the perception of observation hockey, GN still has a big face, because she can't feel the atmosphere of Greg's life. Genshin does not think that Greg's observation hockey repair can block his perception, so this situation is enough to prove everything. Exclamation mark. Just when GN was shocked because of Greg's death, Lua Wei, who was in her sight, lost her figure as disappearing. Advertisement. Not good. Suddenly the scene immediately woke GN, and then quickly hurriedly urged the observation hockey to the surroundings. Almost for a moment, GN's expression changed, and hurriedly raised the knife to block the side of his body. It seemed to be synchronized. The 717 figure of Lua Wei also appeared in front of him, and a sword crossed GN and Gmer's blade collision. Ding! Jin Ji's attack, sparkling, and a strong collision immediately caused a turbulent impact spread, rolling the surrounding dirt high, forming a rolling dust like sand city. Although GN's reaction speed is better than Greg, at the gap between power, she still cannot fight the slash of Lua Wei. Under the armed forces, Lua Wei's chopping power has also been further enhanced. In the collision between the blade and the blade, GN's blade was directly impacted on the rib by being pressed by the power. With the sound of bone fracture, GN also snorted, and the whole person was cut out by Lua Wei, flying horizontally to the distance. However, GN is not a general generation. Although he suffered a bad injury, he still showed the fierce pirates. While flying, she struggled to control her figure, but she did not pursue Lua Wei, and waved a knife towards Lua Wei, burst into a flourishing huge sword gas. Tempest kick dragon tail. Lua Wei did not hesitate to sweep out a fierce chopping wave, colliding with the sword chi that swept, and the deafening groaning, both turned into chaotic air flow. Advertisement. Chapter 300 Prestige Form. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although GN's interception didn't have much effect, it also bought her time. Deforny, who was also blasted by Shenluo Tianzhong, would not be dealt with so easily. When Lua Wei and GN fought, he came running from a distance. And when Lua Wei blocked GN's counterattack with Tempest Kick, Deforny also came not far from Lua Wei like a berserk beast. Both legs exploded with strength, and Deforny leapt into the air under inertia, then condescendingly, and at the same time as he fell, he roared and punched Lua Wei. The perception in the field of knowledge allowed Lua Wei to instantly perceive Deforny's attack. This time, he did not dodge, but turned around directly and clenched his fist with his left hand head-on, hitting the opponent's fist together. Boom. There was an ear-shattering sound of collision, and the center of the collision of the two fists was immediately the ripples visible to the naked eye, which radiated hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Wherever the ripples passed, whether it was the ground or the void, they all appeared smashed and twisted, and then, like a bursting balloon, they turned into violent shock waves and swept away in all directions. The most straightforward collision of forces caused the aftermath to reach thousands of meters away. The ground was sunken first, and then it was torn apart into countless cracks. Similarly, when the land collapsed, Lua Way also fell into a deep pit, and smashed out of the sky like a meteor. As for Defuni, he was also thrown tens of meters away under the violent shock of his body, and also landed in the deep pit. Advertisement. When the diffuse dust dissipated, a cave with no end in sight appeared at the place where Lua Way hit, but in just a second, a figure like a frightened lightning flashed out, and landed on Defuni's body not far from the opposite side. Breathing a little short, but not out of order, Lua Way swung his slightly sore left hand, while his eyes fell on Defuni who was opposite him. How is this possible? He actually blocked my strength. After seeing Lua Wei's appearance, Defuni was shocked and angry, especially when he found out that the left hand that Lua Wei had punched with him just now had no real injuries. His heart was full of disbelief. His most powerful means is his own strength, and it is also based on this that he has the courage to challenge the BIGMOM pirates and Zonglot Linlin. If it is acceptable for him to lose to Charlotte Linlin in terms of strength, then it is somewhat unacceptable for him to be resisted by Lua Wei in the collision of strength. Even though Lua Wei has the record of killing Katakuri and Smoothie, neither of them is a strong man of strength. Defuni is confident that in the confrontation of strength, he can firmly suppress the two of them. In Defuni's understanding of Lua Wei should be a great swordsman, even if it is demon fruit power, it is mainly based on swordsmanship. Now that he has shown strength not inferior to his own, he will naturally feel unbelievable. The strength of the Unicorn Immortal is really extraordinary, but the increase in the attack power of the Mind Flow armament has not disappointed me. Although my physical strength is much behind the opponent, but under the increase of the Mind Flow armament, the explosive power has been completely no loss to the opponent. When looking at Defuni, Lua Wei was also very satisfied with the result of the collision just now. The explosion just now tested the defense of the Psychic Flow armed forces, and now it tests the attack power. Advertisement. Although the purpose of combining armament hockey and Nyen fruit was to improve his own offensive and defensive capabilities, the results of the test still surprised him, and the power of Nyen Lu armed forces was even better than he expected. Then let's see how powerful the maximum limit is. His eyes flickered slightly, and invisible fluctuations emanated from Lua Wei's body. Wherever he passed, the surrounding soil turned into golden crystallization of thought power, and then quickly gathered on his body. Dragon Armor Prestige. Although the shape has not changed, it is still a dragon-shaped armor, but with the perfect fusion of armament hockey and Nyen fruit, the dragon armor has evolved into a more restrained and stable dark gold armor. It's not just the colors that change nature. The original dragon armor is only composed of pure mind power, even if it is covered with armament hockey on the surface, it is only the overlapping use of the two powers. But now, the dragon armor in the form of mighty outfit has been armed with a more powerful flow of thoughts, whether it is the increase of offensive and defensive power or the blessing of physique, it has produced a positive evolutionary design. What kind of move is this? Defuni was attracted by the dragon armor that appeared on Lua Wei's body, and he was even more vigilant when he was surprised. Jung. At this moment, blazing sword energy suddenly appeared from behind Lua Wei, and it was surprising that Jian, who had been chopped off by him before, swept over again. Advertisement. The blazing sword energy tore through the ground with a terrifying power that shot tens of meters into the sky, and it came to Lua Wei's back in an instant. Lua Wei didn't seem to notice it, and there was no sign of dodging, and the sword energy from Jian's slash hit his back. Boom. The violent impact surged out, not only plowing the surrounding ground fiercely, but also the aftermath quickly spread out of the huge deep pit, sweeping and spreading towards the distance. But the sword energy stopped abruptly after hitting Lua Wei's back, just like a mayfly shaking a tree. It exploded by Denuo, on the spot and dispersed into a messy airflow. At the same time, when the turbulent air waves and the rolled-up dust dissipated, it was also possible to see that the dragon war that covered Lua Wei's body was not damaged at all. The sword energy of the great swordsman level was perfectly resisted by the defense of the dragon armor. Even if it was a shock, it could not penetrate Lua Wei inside. How can this be? Jian, who quickly swept to the edge of the pit with the sword energy, was full of shock and horror when he saw the unharmed Lua Wei. Drink. The attack was not over yet. Just as Jian sent out the sword energy, Defuni, who was opposite Lua Wei, also broke out a violent offensive again. Amidst the roar, Defuni strode forward like a wild beast, sweeping the rage, rushed in front of Lua Wei, and then punched Lua Wei's face. Advertisement. Chapter 301. Overwhelmingly powerful. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Same as the slashing attack against Jian, Lua Wei still didn't dodge, allowing the opponent's fist, which was bigger than an ordinary person's head, to land on his face. Boom. Terrifying strange power erupted instantly, and the air was transformed into violent shock waves under the crazily squeezed, even causing the huge deep pit where it was located to collapse and shatter. This time Lua Wei moved, and his whole body was thrown back by the terrifying force of Defuni, and he stepped back more than 10 steps, stepping out deep footprints one after another. But that's all. Although Lua Wei retreated, the dragon scale mask covering the face that was hit hard did not show any substantial damage, and Lua Wei also did not utter a cry of pain. It was as if Defuni's punch just hit him in the face like cotton strands. Is this the defense of the dragon armor in the form of a majestic outfit? Even this level of attack can be perfectly resisted. It seems that I still underestimated the power of the Nianliu armor. Pulling back his upper body, his body stood up straight like a spear, Luo Wei murmured in his heart, and at the same time, a faint smile appeared on his face under the dragon scale mask. 757's eyes, which were as plain as water, soon fell on the opposite Deforni. Luo Wei exerted force with his feet, and suddenly burst out with a shocking speed, and swept in front of the opponent in an instant. Without using too many skills, Luo Wei held the knife in his right hand, and the speed of sprinting was that he leapt up, clenched his fist with his left hand, and punched the opponent's chest directly. Not good. Advertisement. Daifengni's expression changed drastically, and he didn't know whether it was because his attack did not cause any damage to Luo Wei or because Luo Wei's eruption speed was too astonishing. Facing Luo Wei's ferocious punches without fancy, Deforni hastily crossed his arms in front of him. Boom. Luo Wei's fist ruthlessly landed on Deforni's crossed arms, and then burst out a terrifying punch. The surrounding void trembled suddenly, followed by a gust of wind like shock wave easily cracking the deep pit into countless cracks amidst the dull and roaring noise. The moment he withstood Luo Wei's fist, Deforni's expression changed even more. AJCF, horror appeared on his face, and he flew backwards uncontrollably. Shua. Flying behind like a cannonball, Deforni was thrown out by Luo Wei's punch, and quickly hit the cliff formed by the deep pit opposite. Bang. With a deafening bang, the cliff was not only blasted into countless stones, but also split into cracks. Deforni continued to deepen, and the cracks also spread all the way to the distance, extending to a distance of hundreds of meters. When the cracks spread wildly, the rocks or tree debris that passed by also fell into it, and the scene presented could be called the end of the world. At the end of the crack, Deforni's whole body was embedded in the soil. Not only did his arms show obvious bruises, but he also coughed up blood with a painful expression, obviously injured by Luo Wei's punch. One punch punched Deforni into the interlayer of the earth, and the moment Luo Wei landed, he suddenly turned and locked onto GN, who was on the edge of the deep pit on the other side. Advertisement. Boom. Terrifying power erupted from both feet, directly blasting the ground into a crater more than 10 meters wide, and Luo Wei swept towards the opponent like lightning in an instant. Double blades hyphenation point cracking slash. GN's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly swung his two sabers to slash, releasing two intertwined sword oars like laser beams, which shot towards Luo Wei, who was rushing like thunder. Even when moving at super high speed, Luo Wei is still flexible. At the same time, under the perception of the field of knowledge, GN's attack can't escape his insight at all, and he avoids the sword energy vigorously during the turning of his body. Kai. In the deep pit, GN's sword chi blasted down to the ground, leaving a deep pit with no bottom visible. It's just that no matter how fierce GN's slash was, it was hard to cover up that her interception failed. In an instant, Luo Wei jumped over the cliff of the deep pit and rushed in front of her. Mind flow slash blood mosquito. The dark gold's thought flow arm was attached to the sword of the fallen angel in an instant, causing it to vibrate astonishingly, producing an incomparably terrifying edge. With a slash of the sword light caught GN's eyes like a frightened bird, and it also made her feel chills in her heart, and felt the unprecedented threat of ultimate. While blocking the double swords covered with armament hockey in front of his body, while struggling to retreat towards the back, GN desperately wanted to block Luo Wei's slash. Ding. Advertisement. Pooh. The frightening sword light hit the double knives in GN's hands, both of which were good and fast knives. The terrifying edge sparked bright sparks on the two knives, and at the same time swung them aside. Although GN tried her best to retreat quickly, she was not as fast as Luo Wei's sword, and the tip of the sword hit her throat like lightning. Although GN made a new response in an instant, covering armament hockey on his throat, he was no match for the sharpness of the blood mosquito. The fallen angel's sword easily tore through the defense of the opponent's armament hockey, and then penetrated. GN's body froze, all movement stopped abruptly, and the brilliance in his eyes quickly dimmed. The sound of sucking permission came from the blade, which was obviously the negative energy produced by the sword of the fallen angel after frantically sucking Jin's blood and death. Pulling out his sword and bringing out a handful of blood, Luo Wei turned and stared at the last Deforni left. Boom. Almost at the same time as Luo Wei looked at it, at the end of the crack that opened in the distance, the ground shook violently, followed by dense cracks like spider webs, and a figure the size of 10 ministers emerged, rolling up dust and jumping from the crack come out. Escape. This huge figure was undoubtedly Deforni, and after jumping out of the crack, he only paused for a moment before rushing towards the distance. Even though he didn't see the scene where Luo Wei killed GN, under the perception of observation hockey, Deforni was able to know the situation from the disappearance of GN's breath of life. Greg and Jean were killed by Luo Wei one after another. Deforni was obviously intimidated, and he didn't have the courage to fight Luo Wei, so he chose to escape. Advertisement. Chapter 302. War triggered. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Exploding across the ground, Luo Wei naturally would not tolerate his prey escaping, and in an instant, he caught up with him at an astonishing speed. Hateful. Deforni's unicorn fruit ability can not only bring about a sudden increase in strength, but also has the ability to fly. When observation Haki sensed the pursuit behind him and found that the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, Defoni hurriedly opened the second pair of wings used for flight in fright, and his huge body immediately slanted towards the sky. It's just that Lua Wei's Nianian fruit also has the ability to fly. When Defoni tried to escape from the air, Lua Wei immediately activated his Nianian power and flew into the air at a faster speed. Not only that, Lua Wei swung his sword and slashed at each other after the two sides got closer to a certain distance, bursting out with a sword light across his wrist. Mind flow / hyphenation point condor. The sword light is like a falcon in flight, not only extremely fast, but also has an extremely long range of slashing. Even if Defuni flew desperately, he was quickly overtaken by the eagle's sword light, and the sharp edge immediately made him dodge in a hurry. Under the dodge, Defoni's speed suddenly slowed down. Even if he avoided the eagle's sword light's slash, it still gave Lua Wei a chance to catch up. Thinking flow / evil dragon. The figure pierced through the air quickly. Lua Wei appeared behind Defoni. The blade slashed fiercely again, slashing towards the opponent like a dragon's teeth biting. A strong sense of crisis instantly swept through his whole body. Defoni was horrified. He stopped flying quickly, turned around and punched the dragon with terrifying tearing power. Boom. Advertisement. The astonishing collision caused a huge impact, causing the void within 100 meters to be filled with chaotic airflow. Although Defoni's strength is astonishing, the defense of the armed sex room is not enough to withstand the tearing of the dragon's slash. As the flesh and blood flew, Defoni's fist was slashed by the dragon, tearing bloody scars, even revealing the white bones. As for the impact of power, with the blessing of the mighty dragon armor, Lua Wei is already superior, completely blocking the power of Defoni's coercion. The fist was injured, and Defuni became crazy after suffering the pain. He already saw that Lua Wei had no possibility of letting him go, and wanted to fight Lua Wei desperately. Regardless of his injuries, Defoni slammed both fists together, and quickly punched Lua Wei hundreds of times, forming chaos and turmoil in the void stirred by the terrifying power of fist shadows all over the sky. Mind flow / blood mosquito. Lua Wei snorted coldly, and without backing down, he slashed at the same speed, and the sharpness of the slash was even raised to ultimate. Boom boom boom. The crazy collision reverberated in the sky, and the violent impact continued to spread, and even radiated to the ground below and the surrounding sea, causing the ground to shake and crack and the waves to churn violently. In terms of sharpness, the blood mosquito slash is still higher than the dragon slash. Even if it is not as destructive as the dragon slash, the cuts caused by the uninterrupted collisions are extremely terrifying. During the burst of impact, the armament Haki condensed on Defoni's fists couldn't stop the blood mosquito's cutting edge at all. When the round of fighting was over, Defoni couldn't bear to back away, and at the same time his hands could be seen trembling. Advertisement. The intense pain made Daifungi howl, and it can be seen that his fists have lost a piece of flesh and blood, only the white hand bones are left. In the collision just now, Lua Wei's slash cut off all the flesh and blood on both fists. Defoni had to stop the fight because his hands were crippled, but Lua Wei obviously didn't intend to end the fight at this point. Tempest kick dragon tail. When Wang Fang was wailing, Lua Wei swept his legs and kicked out a fiery chopping wave. Naturally, the power of his current physical skills has also been greatly enhanced by the increase of the mighty dragon armor. The kicked dragon tail slashing wave struck Defoni's abdomen like a huge blade. Even though Defoni covered armament Haki all over his body, the dragon tail slashing wave tore it apart forcefully, and then crazily tore Defoni's abdomen, splashing out a large amount of blood and minced flesh. During the violent impact, Defoni also had a face full of pain. Following the impact of the dragon's tail swinging chopping wave, he flew backwards quickly, and then fell towards the sea below. 0. Seeking flowers. The battle between the two moved unconsciously from the center of the island to the coast on one side. Quote exclamation mark quote. Horrific attacks came one after another. Before Defoni fell into the sea, Lua Wei burst out with an astonishing murderous aura, swiftly passing by, and appeared at Defoni's place. Advertisement. Thinking flow / violent ape. The berserk sword force made behind Lua Wei a terrifying demonic ape that seemed real and illusory. While beating his chest and roaring, he clasped his hands and ruthlessly smashed on the top of Defoni's head. In the real world, the double fists of the demon ape are the swords of the fallen angels in Lua Wei's hands. He held the sword with both hands, and he slashed on the top of Defoni's head with the force of Mount Tai. Boom. Under the terrifying slash full of power, Defoni's whole body was crushed into pieces from the head, and scattered to the surroundings. At the same time, although the power of the violent monkey slash was completely concentrated on the blade, the pressure generated by the sword still collapsed into a 100-meter-long depression after impacting the sea below, and then turned into a crazily rolling Uzumaki on the sea. After beheading the last Defoni, Lua Wei stopped his figure and just stepped in midair above the sea. The terrifying aura emanating from his body was also slowly absorbed into his body. When the information obtained from the crime value and the original sin value appeared in his mind, he turned around and swept back to the island, starting the final cleanup. Captain, the news has been confirmed. The Marine force gathered in the G1 branch has been dispatched. They are now heading towards the seas of all nations of the Big Mom pirate group. The war is likely to break out soon. Okay, I see, you can withdraw your manpower, so as not to cause unnecessary damage after the outbreak of this war. Understood. Let me ask you one more question, is the regiment leader going to participate in this war? Well, wouldn't it be a waste if I didn't take part in such a wonderful battle? Well, then I wish the head of the group all the best and come back safely. Hanging up the phone bug, located in the Fenger headquarters of East Blue, Hunter was overwhelmed by the ferocity of his head. Advertisement. Chapter 303. Strength and Weakness. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It is estimated that only a strong man like the leader dares to participate in this war. The war between the pirate emperor and marine is a real meat grinder. Hunter couldn't help but sighed. On the other side, Lua Way, who also ended the call, put the phone bug in his pocket with a calm face, and then stood up from the corpse that was used as a stool. After finishing the final cleaning, the members of the Explosion Pirates, Power Pirates, and One-Eyed Pirates on the island have all been wiped out. Marine doesn't seem to intend to give the Big Mom Pirates a chance to breathe, but it's also beneficial to me. Lua Wei murmured. He is going to participate in the war between Marine and Big Mom Pirates. The purpose is naturally to obtain crime points and original sin points. The target of 840, hunting at the same time is undoubtedly the Big Mom Pirate group. Although his participation will also attract Marine's attention, compared with the Big Mom Pirates, Luo Wei believes that Marine's top management must be able to distinguish priorities. Of course, this premise is that he will not do anything to Marine during the war, otherwise it is not necessarily so. Thinking of the Big Mom Pirates hunting down the target, Luo Wei became thoughtful. With his current strength, it can be said that he has touched the ceiling of this world. Even with a world-class combat power like Marine Admiral or 4 Emperors, he at least has the ability to fight a battle. But it was just a battle. Compared with those world-class combat powers, he still lags behind a lot in terms of background. It's like physical fitness and the strength of various strengths. Advertisement. Even if he obtained a geometric enhancement through the fusion of power, it is only comparable to the power of a conventional attack of world-class combat power. This is not Luo Wei's random assessment, but the intelligence analysis he obtained through the fight with Kuzan. As far as Kuzan is concerned, the opponent's strongest strength, also known as frozen fruit, has definitely reached the 10th level of strength. As for other powers like hockey, even if they are not as good, they are at least above the 8th level of strength, and they are not yet at the elementary stage. In short, if each level of strength is divided into strong and weak, then the arrangement is elementary, medium, high, and peak. For example, Lua Wei is currently at the 9th level, 0,590,490ths, in various strengths, which belongs to the 9th level elementary level, and the weakest level among the elementary levels. As for Kuzan, even if it is the weakest strength, it is at least the upper middle level of the 8th level. As for physical fitness, which is the foundation of all strength, Kuzan's record of fighting Sakazuki for 10 days and 10 nights in the future is enough to show that the opponent's physical fitness is definitely not weak, and it can even be said to be extremely strong. Don't look at Lua Wei, who has developed powerful abilities such as Mind Flow Slash, Knowledge Field, and Mind Flow Arming through the fusion of power, but these powerful abilities all have a common defect, or deficiency, that is, they need to consume more physical strength. The problem of physical fitness is already a common problem for Lua Wei. Although the golden template allowed him to grow all his strengths at an unimaginable speed, it also caused his physical fitness to always lag behind. Advertisement. If it wasn't for cultivation after the golden template was upgraded, he would definitely have a greater burden on his physical fitness now. The biggest problem facing me now is physical fitness. Lua Wei's eyes flickered, and he quickly sneaked into his mind. His consciousness directly fell on the golden template's crime value and original sin value. Open black lens bracket evil value. 403,202 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket original sin value. 70 close black lens bracket. Greg, Jean, and Deforny are all typical pirates. Naturally, they have committed many crimes. It can be said that their powerful strength came out of countless bones. At the same time, there is also the pirate group under the 3 of them. Although they suffered tragic casualties in the battle with the Big Mom pirate group, almost all the elite were wiped out, but the remaining remnants are also full of sins. In this battle, no matter the value of crime or the value of original sin, Lua Wei has gained a lot, which also proves that after he entered the new world, he came to hunt and kill Greg at the first time, and they are very LED. According to previous upgrades, if you want to upgrade from the 9th level to the 10th level, the consumption of original sin points should be 27 points. Although there is still less than 200,000 evil points to be able to raise a power to the 10th level, but that will inevitably increase the burden on physical strength, so it is better to improve physical strength first. The strength of the 10th level is certainly very tempting, but Lua Wei will not get lost in the strength, but will carry out the most perfect improvement according to the actual situation. Advertisement. Without much hesitation, Lua Wei quickly concentrated his consciousness on practice and then directly started the medium practice. The figure disappeared in place like a flicker, and in an instant, Lua Wei appeared in the wonderful practice space. Time is precious, he didn't let go of every minute, and immediately sat cross-legged and started the practice of vibrating body tempering technique. In the 24 hours of practice space, only 1 second has passed in the outside world. When Lua Way reappeared in the outside world, he had already completed no less than a year of hard work on his physical fitness. After clenching his fists, Lua Wei's face did not show the joy of his improved physical fitness, but instead he frowned. Although the effect of medium practice is amazing, the 4.4 level of difficulty becomes more and more difficult as the physical quality becomes stronger and stronger. Lua Wei sighed secretly in his heart. His previous physical quality was already close to 10,000 points of strength. Under this practice, although he successfully broke through the 10,000 level, in fact, the improvement rate was not even 1,000 points of strength, only a few hundred. It's just worth the power. It's like the improvement of various strengths in the golden template. The higher the level, the more experience points are required, and the same is true for physical fitness. Although with his current physical fitness, an increase of several hundred points of strength is already very good, but compared to the previous increase, Lua Wei feels the pressure. There are too many monsters in this world. In terms of pure physical fitness, let alone compare with Big Mom or Kaido, Lua Wei can't even rank in the top 1000. Advertisement. Chapter 304. Curtain. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although physical fitness is only a part of strength, it is also the foundation of strength. If there is no super physical strength, even if all the strength is raised to the 10th level, Lua Wei will not be able to exert his full power, or he can only become a 3-second man. The most important thing for a man is endurance. Lua Wei is naturally not satisfied with his current physical fitness. In the final analysis, the vibration tempering technique is just a high-efficiency body training technique. In other words, if a person with a stronger physique can also practice the vibration tempering technique, he will be able to obtain greater enhancement. The physical problem is still limited. My potential for physical growth. Lua Wei took a deep breath, suppressed the heavy heart, and continued to practice. Physique is innate, and it is not easy to change it. Now is not the time to think about it. With the battle between Marine and Big Mom pirates about to start, the most important thing for him is to increase his strength, and then learn from it. Get the most out of it. Next, Lua Wei opened 2 more medium-level cultivations in a row, although the sin value dropped sharply to a little over 100,000, but it also increased his physical strength by more than 1,000. After completing the strengthening of physical fitness, Lua Wei immediately left the island where O9 was, and headed towards the Sea of 10,000 Nations. Wangguo, also known as Todo Land, is an archipelago sea area composed of 34 islands dotted around with Cake Island as the main body. Advertisement. The climate in New World is unpredictable. On this day, thick dark clouds gathered in the sky over the Sea of Nations, forming a depressing cloudy climate. On the vast sea, fortified warships braved the wind and waves in formations and sailed to the vicinity of the Sea of all Nations. It's finally here, we will surely win this war. A group of evil people even called themselves emperors. This time, let you feel the power of justice. 4 emperors Big Mom pirates, your end has come. With 10 large warships as the core, surrounded by more than 30 medium-sized warships, it was the Marines' crusade army that appeared near the Sea of Nations. At the same time, besides the Marine, there are also quite a few ships gathered near the Sea of Nations. The large Marine troops were dispatched to the 10,000 Nations Sea, which naturally could not be concealed from the information of all parties, and regarding this war, all parties were naturally extremely cautious and dispatched special personnel to investigate. These ships that set up video phone bugs include not only newspapers like the World Economic News Service, but also big pirates, mafia organizations, and national forces. Come on, Marine has really come to the Sea of 10,000 Nations. Is the next big war going to break out? Hiss, it's really about to start a war. No matter who the final winner of this war is, the sea in the future will definitely cause great turmoil. Advertisement. Oh ha ha ha. Let's get started. Marine has to work hard. When the Big Mom pirates are destroyed, Lousy can take advantage of this to expand his power. 10 moves to become the new 4 emperors. Hey, the appearance of these people, my god, the world government has issued a compulsory summoning order. Is this to join forces with the 7 warlords of the sea to take down the Big Mom pirate group? The appearance of the Marine fleet immediately aroused the shock of all parties concerned about this war. Some were nervous, some were excited and looking forward to it, and some even planned to make profits after the war. On the 10 large warships as the core, there is a naval headquarters vice admiral standing at the bow of the ship, and at the same time, on the large warships at the forefront, there are 7 tyrannical figures standing in a row. Dracula Mahawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, Crocodile, Jinbei, Tina. These 7 figures are exactly the 7 warlords of the sea who balance the situation in the sea with Marine and the 4 emperors on the bright side. Shi. What an exciting scene. After this war, the future of New World is really more and more exciting. As usual, Doflamingo's mouth is full of evil arcs, which seems to be a low smile, but in fact, he shows his ambition without any concealment. For him who wants to climb to the top to overthrow the order, only chaos is the most desired scene. After the formation of the four emperors, New World tends to be stable. Only by breaking the original order can he continue to move forward. The eagle-eyed Mohawk and the tyrant bear on the side all looked calm, as if they hadn't heard Doflamingo's words, and they were always gazing at the waters of Fangguo they were heading for calmly. Are you excited? Fighting the four emperors is really exciting, but more importantly, many people in the Big Mom pirate group have been offered a high bounty, and the opportunity to make money is always exciting. Pleasure. Advertisement. With a big silver gun on her shoulder, Tina, who replaced Gecko Moria as the new Shichibukai, raised her heroic yet delicate face intoxicatedly. Although there are traces of Fur Clan tigers on the body, it is different. Apart from animal eyes and tiger claws, Tina's body is more human-like. Her wild and vigorous body is not inferior to Hancock, who has the most beautiful woman in the world beside her. With such a physical condition, it seems that she is not a pure fur tribe, but a hybrid of human and fur tribe. 420 Tina, a pirate hunter who has the name of Tiger Hunter. Although this woman joined the ranks of Shichibukai later, she is also the same. An extremely dangerous and powerful figure. Jinbei looked past Hancock, and glanced at Tina, who was immersed in inexplicable intoxication, secretly vigilant in his heart. 7 warlords of the sea is not a united hindrance, it is just a name for 7 strong men gathered together, and naturally they cannot talk about friendship and mutual assistance. Not only treating Tina, Jinbei secretly observed each Shichibukai, discerning the state between the two parties. Mohawk, for example, can be said to be the leader of Shichibukai. His strength is recognized as the strongest, but he is the least threatening to Jinbei, because he is not a swordsman, and the opponent will not be interested in him at all. As for Doflamingo and Crocodile, these are dangerous people who need to be on guard all the time, and they are also the two that Jinbei does not want to be in contact with. Finally, there are Hancock, Tina, and Tyrant Bear. Although Jinbei maintains a certain degree of vigilance, these 3 people are lower than Doflamingo, and they belong to the basic defense between the strong. It is not a group at all. Naturally, there is not much communication between the Shichibukai, and as for the Marine who is on the same warship, they will not have any contact with the Shichibukai. Advertisement. Chapter 305. War. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marine came in a big way, and the Big Mom pirates naturally couldn't have noticed. As Marine's fleet approached the kingdom's waters, black dots quickly gathered to form a torrent that spanned several nautical miles. Flags are flying on the top of the mast. In addition to the pattern of the Big Mom pirate group, there are dozens of other pirate group marks. The countless black spots converging into torrents are exactly the huge pirate fleet headed by the Big Mom pirates. After learning the direction of Marine's invasion, the Big Mom pirates apparently assembled their forces and formed a strong line of defense at the border of the kingdom's sea area. Marine really doesn't want to live anymore. She actually dared to trouble us. Everyone obeys the order and will beat Lousy severely. All Marines who commit crimes in the future will be fired. Ready for artillery fire, waiting for orders. Stay alert, let's defeat Marine together. Mom, it's time to start, let Marine experience the power of despair. The power of the Big Mom pirates is not much worse than that of the Whitebeard pirates, especially in New World as the home field. The number of pirates gathered is even greater than that of the Whitebeard pirates in the future Summit War. Even if the pirate power of the Big Mom pirate group itself is not counted, the number of pirate ships gathered at the borders of the seas of all nations at this time has exceeded 100, and the number of pirates on them is as high as 50,000. These are not pirates from Four Seas or Paradise, but elites who have been fought in New World. It can be said that any one pirate, placed in Four Seas, is enough to rival 10 or so ordinary pirates. With the pirate power assembled by the Big Mom pirate group, it is no problem even if they are going to attack those powerful countries. Advertisement. As the Marine fleet approached, many pirates headed by the Big Mom pirate group also shouted and shouted, as if they had entered a state of combat readiness. At the same time, on the Queen Mother singing in the center of the pirate fleet, the cadres and family elites of the Big Mom pirate group also gathered on the deck, surrounded by the huge Charlotte Linlin. Damn Marine, give my mother all the seabed. Reminded by Perospero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Linlin, who was already on the verge of moving, immediately yelled viciously, raising her fat hands falsely. Boom. The sound of huge waves suddenly sounded, and the power of the stalwart burst out invisible. The calm sea surface seemed to be attacked by monsters, and the layers continued to climb, quickly forming a giant tsunami extending to the end of the line of sight on both sides. Mom, watch me destroy these Marines. A huge human-like face appeared on the front of the giant tsunami, and amidst the loud shouts, it immediately carried majestic power and swept towards the Marine fleet that was coming from a distance. This giant tsunami is the homies created by Charlotte Linlin with the soul fruit. What is this? How could there be a tsunami suddenly? Is this the power of the 4 emperors? They can manipulate the sea. Is Big Mom really human? Not good. Quickly adjust the muzzle and prepare to fire shells to blow up the tsunami. Seeing the huge tsunami that swept across, the Marines on the warship were all shocked. Some of the weaker psychological quality even fell to the deck with their legs limp. Advertisement. Ah la la la. So vicious from the beginning, is it worthy of being called the 4 emperors? Standing on the deck of one of the 10 large warships, the lazy Kuzan opened his eyes slightly, scratched his head, and suddenly disappeared in place in a whirlwind of cold air. Sakazuki, who was originally standing side by side with Kuzan, narrowed his eyes slightly, and faintly scorching heat waves and thick smoke radiated from his right fist hanging by his side. Whoosh. Naturally, Kuzan didn't really disappear, but jumped out of the warship in an instant with a powerful explosive force, and then quickly swept to the front of the giant tsunami that swept over. Compared with the tens of meters high tsunami, Kuzan's figure is extremely weak, but the power contained in the two is exactly the opposite. Ice Age. Stretching out his right hand, Kuzan's eyes flashed, and a beam-like column of cold air shot out from the palm of his hand, directly hitting the huge tsunami opposite him. Crunch. The freezing sound reverberated, and terrifying cold air erupted from the column of cold air in an instant, and the entire tsunami turned into a spine-like iceberg in less than a second. It was Kuzan Admiral who froze the tsunami. Saved. Kuzan Admiral is really strong, even such a terrifying tsunami can be frozen. Long live Kuzan Admiral. Advertisement. The scene where Kuzan freezes the giant tsunami is undoubtedly full of visual impact, and it also brought great encouragement to the Marines, which dispelled the panic that had just arisen and revived them again. What an idiot. Blocking the enemy's attack is good, but it also blocks our progress. Sakazuki spat out with sharp eyes, striding towards the front of the bow, his right fist exuding heat waves and thick smoke completely formed dark red magma. Kindness. The frozen tsunami, Kuzan, who was falling towards the sea below, moved slightly, but observation Haki sensed the abnormality behind him, and quickly used moonwalk, lifted off and swept to one side. Great eruption. The terrifying magma expanded rapidly to simulate the mighty force of a volcanic eruption, and Sakazuki punched the frozen tsunami while Kuzan was leaving. Boom. Immeasurable power erupted in an instant, and the giant magma fist bombarded the frozen tsunami violently, causing a billowing heat wave and deafening roars. The power of lava fruit, the temperature of the magma is still second, and the real strongest is the terrifying impact formed during the simulated volcanic eruption. The frozen tsunami attacked by the Sakazuki Great Eruption was shattered by the terrifying impact before it was melted, directly blasting a gap hundreds of meters wide, causing the surrounding seawater to churn wildly. Concentrate firepower and fire, cooperate with Sakazuki Admiral's attack, and blast the tsunami into a passable channel. The commander-in-chief Crane who was in charge of this operation also gave orders decisively after seeing Kuzan and Sakazuki making moves one after another. Chapter 306. Frozen. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom boom boom. After the order was conveyed quickly, the Marine fleet immediately started to operate, and all the heavy artillery fired shells at the tsunami, causing violent explosions to bloom wildly. The chaotic air waves roiled, thick gunpowder smoke billowed away, and the tsunami that had been breached by Sakazuki was soon blown out a huge gap enough for the Marine fleet to pass through. Kuzan also returned to the warship as moonwalk during the bombing. Glancing at Sakazuki, who had just stood there calmly after hitting Great Eruption, Kuzan stepped to the other side to recharge his batteries. Sakazuki's shot just now was actually not in Marine's plan. After all, his task is to fight against the ant and he needs to reserve plenty of physical strength before facing the ant. Moreover, Kuzan's frozen tsunami seemed to have blocked Marine's progress just now, but in fact it was just that he hadn't made the second move yet. Although the ice will float on the water, but with his development of frozen fruit, it is not a problem at all to sink the frozen tsunami to the bottom of the sea. In other words, Sakazuki's shot just now was completely unnecessary, and even because of his shot, Kuzan's subsequent handling methods were also hindered. However, Kuzan is also aware of the reason why Sakazuki will make a 657 shot. Although Sengoku has not yet retired, the competition for the next marshal has already begun. Pelusolino is a salty fish and can be completely ignored, so the only candidates for the next marshal are Kuzan and Sakazuki. Advertisement. This battle with the Big Mom pirates can be said to be a good opportunity to gain prestige. The better the performance, the more support it will naturally win. Under the powerful firepower of the Marine, the frozen tsunami was quickly blown out of a huge gap enough to pass through. Advance at full speed, shorten the distance between the two sides, and once within range, immediately carry out indiscriminate bombing. After ordering the fleet to keep up and quickly pass through the gap, the Crane conveyed the order again. The day doesn't seem to be chosen well, the weather is a bit unfavorable. When the orders were issued, he raised her head and glanced at the gloomy sky. Seeing the thick and oppressive clouds, she frowned slightly, and there was faint worry in her eyes. On the other hand, the Big Mom pirates and other pirates were furious as the Marine exploded the tsunami. Cut. Sure enough, it's not that easy to deal with, get ready to fight. Everyone listens to the order, advances at full speed, aims the muzzle at the Marine, and is ready to fire at any time. According to the received information, the two Marine admirals, Aokiji and Akainu, have shown up. I hope Mom can withstand the attack of these two people. Although Perospero is not among the four generals, he has a very high prestige in the Big Mom pirates. Especially after Katakuri's death, he became the commander of the Big Mom pirates. The order was also issued quickly, and the pirate ship headed by the Big Mom pirate group greeted the approaching marine fleet. Advertisement. The Big Mom pirates are not marine, even if they are one of the emperors of the pirates, they are not as deep as marine, which is backed by the world government. In the war with Marine, the Big Mom pirates did not dare to put the war in the Sea of 10 Nations, because in this case, it may lead to the destruction of the Sea of all nations in the war. Similarly, if it is not the home game, Marine will not be able to set up a strict deployment like the future Summit War, and can only launch a conventional war mode. In One Piece world, the power of individuals is infinitely magnified, and ordinary tactics have no effect at all. The confrontation in war ultimately depends on who has the stronger power. The two sides continued to move towards each other, and soon they narrowed to a dangerous distance. Almost at the same time, ferocious cannonballs erupted from warships and pirate ships one after another. AJBC. Boom boom boom. Both of them entered the shelling range, and the curtain of the war was drawn at once, and the most straightforward and brutal firebombing was launched. In the sky above the sea, the densely packed shells either collided and detonated, or staggered and shot towards their respective shooting targets, triggering a terrifying artillery sweep. At this moment, no matter whether it is the Marine or the pirates, they are all showing their special abilities, trying their best to intercept the opponent's shells and reduce casualties. But even so, the ships on both sides are still new and can be seen being bombed by shells, causing the Marine and pirates above to scream and fall into the sea, and then be blown to pieces by more shells falling into the sea. Kuzan Admiral, Crane Vice Admiral has sent an order to inform you that you can start to act. A Marine colonel hurriedly ran behind Kuzan to pass the message. Okay, then I'll start. Advertisement. Perhaps it was the pressure brought by Sakazuki's competition, and Kuzan's original looseness was swept away, replaced by calm and decisive. After a simple response, he jumped up into the sky immediately, staring at the pirate fleet not far away, and then condensed the ultimate chill in his hands. Ice Age. Compared with the previous time of the frozen tsunami, the cold air that Kuzan erupted at this time was more intense and powerful. With his hands together, the cold air condensed into an ice ball like a cannonball, and then shot out like a meteor, directly over the cannonball. The confrontation area fell on the sea ahead of the pirate fleet. Crunch. The ice ball that condensed the astonishingly cold air exploded when it touched the sea surface, and the terrifying cold air swept towards the pirate fleet in a fan shape. Within 1 or 2 breaths, the pirate fleet came to an abrupt stop. The sea area where the pirates, led by the Big Mom pirate group, was frozen by Kuzan's frozen fruit ability, formed a solid thick ice layer, making it impossible for the pirates' ships to move. With the loss of maneuverability, the pirates' ships naturally became the targets of the Marines, and the shells that burst out quickly landed on each of the pirate ships, causing violent explosions and tragic casualties. Ah, damn it, the sea is frozen on our side, it must be that bastard Aokiji. Hurry up and find a way to break the ice cubes, or we will really become living targets. No, these ice cubes are too hard, and it will take a long time to destroy them. Kuzan freezes the sea where the Big Mom pirates are located, which limits the pirates' actions very well, making it impossible for the pirate ships to dodge the shells fired by the Marine. Chapter 307 Bombardment and Advance. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In just a short period of time, the casualties of the pirates increased rapidly, and the violent shells continued to hit, blowing up one pirate ship after another, and engulfing the pirates above in the flames and impact. Exclamations and screams resounded above the ice layer, and the rest of the pirates were terrified and furious. While trying to break the surrounding ice, they also hurriedly intercepted the Marines' bombardment. Don't panic. Although our ship is frozen, it is also convenient for us to shoot. Adjust the muzzle and launch a bombardment at Marines' fleet with all your strength. Don't think that you can hit us like this, we are affiliated forces of the 4 emperors, little ones, give me a hard fight back, let Marine take a good look at the power of the sea, thieves. Hurry up, everyone spread out, don't give Marine a chance to focus fire. The sea surface is frozen, which limits the dodge of the pirate ship, but also makes the artillery on the pirate ship a fixed turret, which can display more accurate shooting. Although there was panic at the beginning, the pirates who could appear here were all elites, and soon adjusted their state and launched a more ferocious counterattack. The artillery shells were fired in groups, forming a rain of bullets like giant wings, quickly across the ice and the sea surface near the Marine fleet, and then fell and bombed towards the Marine warships. Boom boom boom. In the deafening explosion, Marine's warship also suffered greater damage, and the casualties were also increasing. Mom, let Prometheus melt the frozen sea. Perospero frowned at the frozen sea, and immediately asked Charlotte Linlin's wife for help. Prometheus. Charlotte Linlin yelled, and Prometheus, which was suspended aside like a small fireball, immediately expanded and turned into a small sun. Advertisement. Boom. The scorching flames rushed out of the Queen Mother anthem in a sea of flames, and swept towards the ice below, causing the cold current that had just risen to be dispelled by the high temperature of the scorching sun. Ice and fire fight each other, but it also depends on who is stronger. Although the flame power of Prometheus is comparable to Mara Mara fruit, it is obviously much worse than Kuzan's development of frozen fruit. Even if the ice layer has no follow-up support, under the burning of Prometheus, the melting speed of the ice layer is still very slow. No, it's too slow. At this speed, before Prometheus melts all the ice, we will suffer heavy casualties from Marines bombing. Damn, Marine is really too despicable to use such a despicable method. Why don't we start a melee combat? Many of us know how to moonwalk, so we can attack directly and destroy Marines' warships so that they can't continue to bombard them. The cadres and elites of the Big Mom pirates gave advice one by one, and Perospero also showed fierceness on his face. Cracker, Snug, you led people who can fly or moonwalk to destroy Marines' warships and weaken their firepower. Mom, that bastard Aokiji is getting rid of you, better teach those damn Marines a lesson with Conqueror's Haki. The rest will leave some to guard the ship, and the rest will follow me to destroy the ice and try to open up a passage. Advertisement. Immediately, all the members of the Big Mom pirates were in operation. Some cooperated with Prometheus to destroy the ice, and some disembarked with Cracker and Snag, and rushed on the ice to where the Marine was. Among them, Charlotte Linlin, who was the fastest and also the most critical, directly jumped onto Thundercloud Zeus, rolled up a howling air wave, and swept straight towards the Marine fleet. Boom. When it swept close to the Marine fleet, the terrifying Conqueror's Haki erupted from Charlotte Linlin's body. The physical coercion that stirred up the void swept towards the Marines on each warship like a gust of wind, and its physical power was no less than that of a shock wave. Plop plop. Even though the Marines who went out this time were all selected elites, there were still many who could not withstand the impact of Charlotte Linlin's Conqueror's Haki, and one after another fainted and fell to the ground, and some were even directly bombarded like Haichin. 0. Seeking flowers. A mere villain dares to act fiercely. A shout sounded from the deck of a warship, which was the large warship carrying Kuzan and Sakazuki. It was not Kuzan who was active just now, but Sakazuki, the main player against Charlotte Linlin in Marine's plan. The boiling magma swelled and exploded, and Sakazuki stretched his arms like drawing a bow and shooting an arrow, standing on the bow of the ship and blasting the great eruption towards Charlotte Linlin. Advertisement. The huge magma fist leapt across the sea with the terrifying power of burning the air, and descended on Charlotte Linlin, as if trying to engulf her and melt her. 0.00. Go away. Horror appeared in Charlotte Linlin's eyes, and the armament Haki with astonishing strength covered his right arm, and he punched the giant magma fist with a fist wrapped in strange power. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. A ferocious impact appeared, and the giant magma fist was terribly squeezed, and it immediately exploded like a cannonball. The messy magma scattered on the sea surface below, causing the sea water to boil and a thick fog-like fog to rise. With an incomparable monster body and a powerful armament Haki, Charlotte Linlin's hammered magma giant fist has no scars on its fist, showing an invincible posture. However, Sakazuki's offensive obviously wouldn't end there, but quickly and continuously blasted out huge magma fists one after another, continuing to attack Charlotte Linlin with the trend of bombing. Faced with such a destructive attack, Charlotte Linlin snorted coldly, and also punched fiercely with both fists, blasting the approaching magma fists continuously. While Sakazuki and Charlotte Linlin clashed, other parts of the battlefield were also engaged in fierce fighting. Kuzan left his warship when Sakazuki shot, because the target he was in charge of also appeared. When the following Cracker and others crossed the ice, and then either flew with their abilities, or rushed towards the Marine fleet with moonwalk, the dense ice spears precisely locked on the two leaders, Cracker and Snug So. Advertisement. Chapter 308 Interception. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Not good. Kuzan's two thorny spears were extremely strong, and their rate of fire was extremely fast. When Cracker and Snug noticed it, they had no time to dodge, and rushed to block with their swords in fright. Bang bang bang. The sword blade collided violently with the ice spear, and Cracker and Snug were both driven back by the strong impact of the ice spear and separated from the main force. Damn it, it's Aokiji. After fending off the attack dangerously, Cracker and Snug also saw the attacker, and when they saw Kuzan coming from not far away, their faces sank. Cracker, who was stronger, was the first to counterattack. With the big sword in his hand, he slashed at Kuzan with a blazing sword energy. The strong slash easily rolled up air waves visible to the naked eye. Storm Pheasant's Mouth. 4:30. Bitter cold air converged on the right arm. Kuzan saw the sword air coming from the slash, his eyes flashed, and a huge ice bird burst out with a swing of his arm. Cracker's sword energy hit the huge ice bird, leaving only a sword mark before it was knocked apart. Then, the power of the big ice bird of Zongdian swept across Cracker and Snug before the remaining prestige. Let me. With a loud roar, Snug used his moonwalk force to charge out, holding a big knife in both hands, and slashed at the huge ice bird with a ferocious momentum. Advertisement. Although in the future of the original trajectory, Snug was eliminated from the ranks of generals because of his loss to Rouge, but his strength will definitely not be weak, otherwise he would not be able to become a general in the brutally competitive Charlotte family. Although Snug's kendo does not require Cracker and Smoothie, his physical strength is very strong, and the burst of slashing is naturally powerful, intending to chop the huge ice bird. It's just that although his idea was good, he seriously underestimated the strength gap between himself and Junzen. As one of Kuzan's great moves, the violent pheasant's mouth is naturally unquestionable in its power. When Snag's big knife slashed at the huge ice bird, it only caused a little crack, and then his face changed drastically, and he was knocked back by the huge force of the huge ice bird. Roll pretzel. The swirling sword energy quickly impacted on the huge ice bird as if borrowing force, followed by Cracker, who followed Snug and also rushed forward, stabbing with his sword. Click. Boom. After 3 violent attacks in a row, the giant ice bird was finally dispelled, and was crushed by Cracker's all-out stabbing, and then the cracks continued to spread, turning into huge pieces of ice and falling on the sea surface. At this moment, the Snug who was knocked into the air also dangerously stopped with moonwalk just before falling into the sea, and then hurriedly stepped into the air and jumped up to distance himself from the sea surface. As a capable person, once it falls into the sea, it is definitely very dangerous, especially on the battlefield. Is it blocked? It seems that it will take some effort to get rid of these 2 people. Advertisement. Kuzan, who cast moonwalk, quickly glanced at the 2 of them, and then waved his arms together, condensing ice spears by his side, and shot towards the 2 of them quickly. Although the power of the 2 thorny spears is not as powerful as that of the violent pheasant's mouth, it is not an attack that Cracker and Snug can ignore. Under dodging and blocking with sharp swords, the actions of the 2 were also delayed by Kuzan. Boom boom boom. Amidst the violent roar, it was not only caused by artillery bombardment, but also caused by fierce battles that broke out on warships. Although Cracker and Snug were blocked by Kuzan, the rest of the pirates who came with them rushed into the warning area of the marine fleet, and many of them boarded the deck with their strong strength. The fierce blade collided with the burning sword, not only accompanied by sparks, but also a violent impact, causing dense cracks on the surrounding decks. The 2 parties at war were the naval headquarters Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel and Owen, the 4th son of the Charlotte family. Flying Squirrel is the powerful faction of Vice Admiral, although its strength is not as good as Guion, but it is also the best in Vice Admiral, and it is also a top swordsman. As for Owen, although he is not a general star, his strength is also outstanding among the Big Mom pirates. With the help of Paramecia and the hot fruit, the power of slashing does not belong to Flying Squirrels at all. After Owen chose the warship where the Flying Squirrel was stationed as the breakthrough point, the 2 had a fierce confrontation on the deck. Drink. Without redundant communication, the battle between the Flying Squirrel and Owen is the purest killing. Advertisement. If Owen wants to destroy the warship and destroy the Marines' firepower bombing, he must break through the defense of the Flying Squirrel. In turn, the Flying Squirrel also wants to destroy Owen, the elite of the Big Mom pirate group. Battles like the Flying Squirrel and Owen are also happening on other warships. When it comes to firepower, it is natural that the large warships that Vice Admirals sit on are powerful, and they are also the targets that the Big Mom pirates most want to destroy. However, in the absence of the 2 important forces of Cracker and Snug, it is undoubtedly very difficult to make a breakthrough on Marines' home court with just relying on Owen and Daifuku. In the fierce fighting, although some Marines were killed by the pirates who boarded the warships, most of the pirates were wiped out by the Marines with superior numbers. At the same time, the Flying Squirrel and other Vice Admirals are well-deserved elites among the Vice Admirals. Facing such powerful opponents as Owen and Daifuku, they are no less inferior, firmly holding on to the warship. Damn it, Mom and Cracker adults are being delayed by Marine, it's too difficult to break through Marine's defense with our strength. Continue to attack, our purpose is to destroy the Marine's firepower, some of them will delay the Marine on board, and the rest will try their best to destroy those artillery. Hold on, Brother Perospero will come to support soon, we must contain Marine's firepower in 3.1. The pirates roared and shouted, constantly resisting the Marine offensive on the warship they were on, but even so, more and more people fell down. Crane Vice Admiral, the pirates who invaded the warship have been suppressed, and both Sakazuki and Kuzan Admiral have successfully intercepted Big Mom and the 2 generals. Very good, continue to launch the maximum firepower to carry out indiscriminate bombing on the side of the Big Mom pirates. Before the real confrontation, the enemy's strength must be severely reduced. In the adjutant's report on the battle situation, Crane also conveyed the instructions seriously, and at the same time stared at the Big Mom pirate group and other pirates who were opening a road from the ice in the distance. Advertisement. Chapter 309. Shichibukai dispatched. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Cooperating with the flame power of Homie's Prometheus, Perospero has destroyed most of the ice where the pirate ships are located in a short period of time, and is opening a channel towards the Marine fleet. Send an order to Guion Vice Admiral, let her dispatch those Shichibukai according to the plan. After staring for a while, Crane decisively ordered again to the adjutant. The assembly of the 7 warlords of the sea with a compulsory summoning order is naturally not for ostentation, but for the surprise soldiers prepared by Marine to fight against the Big Mom pirates. Although this strange army is unstable, it can affect the Big Mom pirates more or less, and Suru will naturally not forget these people. Jinpyra slashed horizontally, bursting out blazing sword energy to kill all the pirates rushing over. Guion showed a beautiful and powerful demeanor like a goddess of war. Guion Vice Admiral, Suru Vice Admiral has sent an instruction to dispatch the Shichibukai. A female soldier hurriedly came to Guion and reported the information loudly. Kindness. Gion nodded, and then looked at the Mihawk 7 at the bow. Oh 9. Although the pirates want to destroy the warship, they also know how to measure it. For example, in the treatment of 7 warlords of the sea, the pirates who boarded the warship in Gion avoided Mihawk and the others, and only attacked Marine. Striding forward, Gion looked at Mihawk and the others and said in a deep voice, "It's time for you to play. Your mission is to board the frozen sea of Kuzan Admiral and directly attack the BIGMOM pirates." You're welcome. It's difficult for us to directly confront the large army of the Big Mom pirates. Advertisement. Doflamingo, who was watching the fight around with great interest, set his sights on Gion, with an evil smile on his face. "Marine, don't think that we have to obey your orders just because we are here," Crocodile said in a cold voice with a dangerous gaze. Gion said lightly, "You can refuse, but the price is that you will be removed from Shichibukai. This order comes from Mariajoy. You should think about it carefully. Stop talking useless nonsense. As long as you Marines don't withhold the bounty, I don't mind beating anyone." It was Tina who spoke. She leaned on the silver gun on the deck, glanced at Gion, and said carelessly. Hawkeye, Hancock, Jinbei, and Tyrant Bear didn't respond, but this attitude was enough to express their thoughts, and they obviously didn't reject Marine's arrangement. After Gion glanced at Tina and the others, he was also very decisive, and directly ordered a medium-sized warship to approach casually. Hawkeye and the others boarded the medium-sized warship neatly, while Doflamingo and Crocodile looked a little gloomy. But in the end, the two also boarded the warship, because they both needed the title of 7 warlords of the sea. Set off. The rear admiral, who was in charge of the medium-sized warship, saw the 7 warlords of the sea boarding and gave orders loudly, and the warship quickly headed towards the ice not far away. When they reached the edge, 7 warlords of the sea landed on the ice and strode towards the Big Mom pirate group in the distance. It's 7 warlords of the sea. Are they finally going to make a move? Is this going to directly confront the large army of the Big Mom pirates? Isn't this too arrogant? Could it be that Marine is planning to use the 7 warlords of the sea to consume the power of the Big Mom pirates? Advertisement. Hey, legal plunder is not so easy to get. I don't know how many Shichibukai teams will be left in this war. The various forces who followed the dynamics of the war with video phone bugs, after seeing the 7 warlords of the sea landing on the ice and heading towards the Big Mom pirates, suddenly had various ideas. Some were shocked, but more were ridiculed. There are not a few people who can't get used to the faction of 7 warlords of the sea. Attention, someone is approaching us. Wait, this is the 7 warlords of the sea. Damn it, get ready to fight. The enemy is the 7 warlords of the sea. Fire. 7 warlords of the sea must be the people sent by Marine to deal with us. Blow them all to death. Everyone in the Big Mom pirate group also quickly discovered Hawkeye and the others, followed by shock and killing intent, and some pirate ships even launched shelling directly. Boom boom boom. Cannonballs were shot out in bursts of fire, and then quickly flew over the ice layer and fell towards the place where Hawkeye and the others were. Jung. The huge black knife cut across the void, emitting emerald green blazing sword energy, not only cutting the falling shells in half, but also rushing straight ahead like a sword peak. Boom boom boom. The terrifying slash with terrifying power tore the ice layer into long cracks, and finally slashed into the fleet of the Big Mom pirate group, splitting several pirate ships into 2 parts. The pirates riding on it were either directly killed by the sword energy, or fell screaming when the pirate ship split, or smashed into the excavated C-370 water, or fell on the ice. Advertisement. Pressure cannon. Single quote. 5 color strings. Tangsao Wajang fist. Sha Lan. Electric gun. Not only was Hawkeye making the shot, but the other 6 Shichibukai also decisively intercepted the shells that were hitting them with various attacks. For a moment, bear-shaped shock waves, pink arrows, finely traced silk threads, spreading shock waves, sandstorms, and lightning-wreathed gun shadows created a gorgeous scene on the ice. The violent bombardment attacks were completely unable to bring damage to the 7 warlords of the sea, and all of them were blown up in midair by the tyrannical attacks. And this is just the beginning. Even if they are almost forced to take action, passively accepting it is obviously not something that unruly people like 7 warlords of the sea can accept. Shua. The tyrant bear was the fastest, and the power of the meatball fruit bounced off his body, and his figure disappeared in place, then appeared in the sky above the distant pirate fleet in 10 minutes. Boom. With a wave of the palm, bear paw-shaped shock waves fell on the ship of a pirate group under the command of the Big Mom pirate group below. Chapter 310. Another battle. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Before the pirates above could react, the ferocious bear paw shock wave had already erupted with astonishing power, directly smashing the pirate ship into pieces and turning it into countless wreckage. Naturally, the pirates on the ship also suffered heavy casualties. Only a small number of people survived, but most of them were severely injured by the bear's paw shock wave. Let me see what you spell to be as famous as that old guy. Obviously, he was very upset at the beginning, but after the actual shot, Crocodile was very positive. After the tyrant bear broke into the camp of the Big Mom pirates, he also turned into a sandstorm and swept away. At the same time, When he approached, huge sand blades were quickly cut out of the sandstorm, killing several pirate ships. Broken split. Asshole, give it to Lousy, kill these Shichibukai. We can't let them continue to destroy, stop them. Kill, clean up these marine lackeys. Naturally, the Big Mom pirates and the pirates under their command would not allow Shichibukai to act recklessly, and quickly launched a counterattack. Advertisement. The four emperors never lacked masters, so even though Cracker and Snug took away some masters, there were still many masters guarding the main force. Not to mention the many pirate groups under the Big Mom pirate group. These pirate groups can be recruited by the Big Mom pirate group, and their own strength is naturally beyond doubt. Each of its captains has a bounty of at least 200 to 300 million, and the cadres in each pirate group have no less than 10 million bounties. Shouting angrily, several pirate captains with a bounty of more than 300 million rushed towards Tyrant Bear and Crocodile. Hawkeye burst out with his abilities and immediately blocked the attack of the two. As for Hawkeye, Hancock and others, when they were approaching the battlefield, they also encountered mid to high level fighters and powerful pirate captains from the Big Mom pirate group. The scuffle was on the verge of breaking out, and fierce fighting erupted immediately above the ice layer. At the same time, Sparrow is also non-stop commanding the large troops to open the way, constantly approaching the Marine fleet. When the Big Mom pirates fought against Marine, there was also a fierce fight going on under the clouds hundreds of nautical miles away. The sharp sword light flew across the sky, and in an instant the sword light, as huge as a crescent moon, tore and flew out, slashing at the thick dragon's body with violent power. QG. %. Sparks splashed everywhere, and the huge impact air wave rolled and spread, and the clouds above the picture were all shaken away by force. Advertisement. However, the thick dragon body showed an unparalleled solid defense, and the sword light slashed on it just to bend its impact, and then it was scattered by the terrifying strange force that broke out as the dragon body twisted and circled. When the sword glow dissipated, you could see no damage on the dragon's body, and even the dragon's scales were glowing like metal, giving people a sense of unshakable and invincible defense. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the sky, and the huge and sharp dragon claws were grabbed out of the air, and there was a tall and straight figure within the enveloping range. Facing the tearing of the dragon claw, this figure also showed lightning fast speed and reaction, and his figure flew into the air like lightning, avoiding the dragon claw's attack by the slightest margin. Boom. The dragon claws that fell into the sky drew back violently, and a majestic force burst out, directly scratching and exploding the air inside the claws, and even the squeezed air formed a beam-like shock wave, which spread loudly. Sin Hunter, watch Lousy eat you. Kaido, who turned into a dragon with a body length of hundreds of meters, let out an angry roar, and with a long dragon mouth, he directly bit at Luo Wei, who was avoiding the dragon's claws. The flow of thoughts Shenluo Tianzhong. A strong sense of crisis penetrated to the bottom of his heart. Luo Wei quickly stabilized his figure, pushed his thoughts to the limit, and blasted a violent shock wave towards Kaido, who was biting him. Boom. Advertisement. Kaido's head immediately collided with the shock wave, just like sparks hitting the earth, causing an amazing airflow to crazily spread and agitate, and also broke through the clouds above to form an upside-down funnel hundreds of meters long, Uzumaki. Compared with Kaido's terrifying strange power, Shenluo Tianzhong's shock wave is a lot worse after all. It was knocked off by Kaido's head, and there were layers of shock waves visible to the naked eye. However, Luo Wei's response also played a slowing effect, which made Kaido's offensive stop and gave him enough time to fly to the distance. As a result, Kaido's bite was avoided by Luo Wei, and the terrible bite just blasted the air, causing violent roars and air waves to disperse. Thinking flow/evil dragon. Luo Wei didn't dodge blindly, but shot decisively when he found the right time. After avoiding Kaido's bite, his figure quickly turned back, and he slashed fiercely at Kaido's with a ferocious slash like sharp teeth. On the dragon body. The ferocious slash easily caused a huge roar, and at the same time cut Kaido down several meters, and the long dragon body formed a concave shape. But just like the previous sword slash, Kaido's dragon body is too strong. Even if it is a dragon slash, Luo Wei feels a strong obstacle, Nuo Wang is good under the opponent's body, and even passed it on. The coming shock force made his hands numb for a while. His heart sank. Luo Wei didn't stop for a moment, and decisively retreated. Sure enough, the moment he retreated, a thick shadow quickly drew over, which was Kaido's dragon tail. The dragon's tail passed in front of Luo Wei. Although he was not drawn because he avoided it in time, the astonishing air waves rolled up by the dragon's tail also formed a terrible wind pressure, which made Luo Wei feel as if he was hit by a mountain peak. People fly backwards at a faster speed. No wonder being captured by Marines so many times, he still can't die. This monster's body is too strong, isn't it? The terrible wind pressure was relieved by the thought power flowing outside the body. Although Luo Wei flew upside down and stopped after hundreds of meters, he did not suffer any substantial damage. Advertisement. Chapter 311. A Fateful Encounter. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's just that several consecutive attacks failed to achieve any effect. Luo Wei still couldn't help complaining in his heart, and when he looked at Kaido, his eyes were full of solemnity. Speaking of which, he was just unlucky to have a fight with Kaido. Originally, after completing his practice, he headed directly towards the Sea of 10,000 Nations. According to the plan, he can arrive in advance before the war between the two sides starts, and then take advantage of the outbreak of the war to hunt and kill the members of the Big Mom Pirates. It's just that after all the calculations, there was an accident after all. Who thought he would meet Kaido on the way? If it weren't for Lua Wei's confidence in his secret whereabouts, he would even suspect that the other party was deliberately ambush him. In fact, it was really a coincidence that Lua Wei and Kaido met. Kaido originally went to North Blue because of Quinn's death, and wanted to hunt down Lua Wei. But because he couldn't find Lua Wei, and after learning about the battle between Marine and Big Mom Pirates, he was full of militancy and naturally he would not miss it. The result is that, like the current development 340, they all rushed to the Kingdom of the Sea, and Lua Wei and Kaido just happened to meet on the way just like the arrangement of fate. Kaido chased and killed Lua Wei because he knew Lua Wei's appearance. Although he returned to New World to participate in the war, after finding Lua Wei, he certainly didn't mind killing Lua Wei together. The same is true for Lua Wei. Advertisement. Although the battle with Kaido seems to be very uncomfortable, but in fact he also enjoys it. Although the crime value and the original sin value are important, the tempering of the battle is also an effective way to enhance the strength. This is also the reason why Lua Wei did not choose to evacuate immediately after meeting Kaido, but instead fought with him here. The fight with Kuzan was Lua Wei's first encounter with a world-class force. It's just that his strength at that time was far from what it is now, so under the battle, he was completely suppressed by Kuzan. Now even though Kaido is even more powerful, he is no longer comparable to what he used to be. Naturally, he doesn't mind using Kaido to sharpen himself, and by the way, he is also able to further determine himself and the world-class combat power gap. Regardless of whether it is an ancient species or a phantom beast, zone ability users, the strongest state is definitely the human beast state. Of course, the animal form is not weak, it's just that the human and animal forms are more suitable for fighting, and the beast form will be subject to some restrictions due to the shape. However, the animal form also has advantages, that is, it can fully display the power of the animal it belongs to, so in the animal form, the destructive power of the capable person is the greatest. This is the case of Kaido who turned into a dragon at this time. The thick and long dragon body twisted and twisted, but it contained amazing destructive power. If it was between mountains and rivers, it might have caused countless mountain peaks to collapse. Lua Wei and Kaido were also extremely cautious during the battle, constantly dodging attacks with the high mobility brought by the field of knowledge and Nyen Nyen fruit, and minimized contact with the opponent. It's just that Kaido is a world-class force after all, and he is still one of the best. The dragon form not only endowed him with super strength, but also made him amazing in speed. When Lua Wei stopped his figure, Kaido twisted his long and thick dragon body and rushed over quickly, and came close almost instantly. Advertisement. Danger. Lua Wei's complexion changed, and he mobilized his thoughts very quickly, and rushed straight into the sky, but Kaido also raised his head suddenly, and opened his mouth to spit out terrifying heat like a beam of light. Boom. The heat that was easy enough to destroy a city completely locked Lua Wei's movement, even with the keen insight in the field of knowledge, Lua Wei was too late to dodge again. Mind flow / heavenly snake. At the critical moment, Lua Wei resolutely resisted head-on, and the sword of the fallen angel stabbed out, directly shooting out the same thick and python-like sword light. Boom. Like a nuclear bomb blasting, the earth-shattering rumble erupts in the sky. The sound waves and shock waves are mixed together to form a spherical energy field that expands wildly, and ripples appear in the turbulent void with a radius of 1 kilometer. Under the expansion of the spherical energy field, it also quickly swallowed the closer Lua Wei into it. In an instant, great terror shrouded Lua Wei's heart. Mind flow armed. Shenluo Tianzheng. Obsidian-like luster covered the whole body, and at the same time, the huge impact formed a defensive shield. When the terrifying energy swept down, the defensive cover formed by Shenluo Tianzheng immediately collapsed, and at the same time Lua Wei was also hit hard, and his whole body flew upside down like a meteor. When the spherical energy field swelled to a size of 100 meters, the engulfed Lua Wei also flew out, flying upside down for thousands of meters before slowing down. Advertisement. The defensive cover dissipated like broken glass, Lua Wei's body exuded high temperature after intense friction, and the clothes on his body were all carbonized. A stream of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and Lua Wei breathed heavily as he stared at the energy field that shrank and dissipated after expanding ultimate, and finally Kaido appeared in his sight. Under the collision of Sky Snake Slash and the opponent's heat, Lua Wei was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Even though he reacted extremely quickly to defend, he still suffered heavy injuries unavoidably, and his whole body felt intense pain. Kill. With a deafening roar, Kaido's thick and long dragon body circled and charged again, opening its ferocious mouth to bite Lua Wei. The appearance of the injury didn't make Lua Wei feel afraid, but instead showed a sharper look in his eyes. There was a sonic boom under his feet, and with the help of the reaction force brought by Moonwalk, Lua Wei pushed Nianli Yukong to a faster speed, and rose to avoid Kaido's bite. Thinking flow / violent ape. The rising figure stopped suddenly, followed by Luo Wei's body exuded a violent sword force, the shadow of the demon ape appeared from behind, and the powerful slashing wolf landed on Kaido's head. Although he is much weaker than the opponent in terms of strength, Luo Wei still has advantages in terms of speed and flexibility. Boom! In the roar of the explosion, the huge impact air wave instantly formed a ring-shaped spread, sweeping the radiation range beyond a kilometer, and at the same time, the fierce and unparalleled slashing force also caused Kaido's head to sink suddenly, causing the dragon's body to bend downward over 30 degrees. Advertisement. Chapter 312. 10 minutes. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Gotcha. The dragon's scales shattered, strands of blood splashed out, Kaido's head not only collapsed obviously, but also suffered substantial damage. This time, for the slashing attack, Lua Wei impressively concentrated the Nianliu armor on the sword of the fallen angel, which greatly enhanced the power of the slashing attack. Before armament haki and Nian Nian fruit were fully fused, the combination of the two forces touched the destruction of the atomic level. But now, the mind flow arm formed by fusion has truly entered the atomic level of destruction. Even Kaido's physical defense is amazing, but under the double attack of mind flow armed forces and violent ape slash, he still can't completely resist it. Asshole, watch Lousy hit you to death. The injury on the top of the head made Kaido suffer for a while, and at the same time, he was furious. In the roar of anger, he swung the tyrannical dragon body violently, but following the trend of the head sinking, the dragon body hit Luo Wei like a stick. Paper Arts Katakana middle dot snake shake. The keen field of knowledge immediately understood the opponent's movements. When Luo Wei found that the thick dragon's body was hitting him, he decisively took advantage of the airflow that swept first, and dodged to one side. No, I can't escape. Kaido's power is extremely ferocious, and at the same time, he is huge, even if he shakes it with a snake, it is difficult to avoid it completely. Before he escapes the range of the dragon body, the thick dragon body is already approaching in front of Luo Wei, which makes him feel awe-inspiring. Advertisement. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Wei immediately activated his mind flow arm to cover his whole body again, released the hilt of his sword with his right hand, and blocked in front of him. Bang! The thick dragon's body slammed into Luo Wei's right arm with violent power, and in an instant, the majestic force was released, shaking Luo Wei's body violently, and his whole body was blown away like a cannonball. Whoosh! The speed of the body flying upside down was as fast as a meteor, flying hundreds of meters away in an instant, and Kaido still did not end the attack after the impact, but opened his mouth and spit out terrifying heat towards Luo Wei. The heat, like a beam of light across the sky, not only rolled up a huge circle of air waves visible to the naked eye, but also distorted the void. The terrible impact made Luo Wei feel sore all over his body as if his bones were falling apart, and the right arm that collided with Kaido's dragon body head-on was in severe pain. However, Luo Wei's consciousness is always extremely calm, and he responds quickly during the rapid backward flight, constantly bursting out thoughts, slowing down the speed of the backward flight. At the same time, the field of knowledge and knowledge also understood Kaido's thermal attack in an instant. He tried his best to control his figure, swung the knife with his left hand, and continued to draw a series of blazing sword lights towards the bursting heat. Boom boom boom. The hundreds of meters long sword light is like a meat grinder crazily impacting on the front of the heat. The violent collision and blast resounded through the sky, and huge impact waves spread thousands of meters away at all times. Although heat breath is unparalleled, under the continuous sword light slashing, both speed and power have been significantly reduced, which also gave Luo Wei enough buffer time. Advertisement. With the burst of thought power, Luo Wei flew upside down and stopped within 500 meters. At the same time, he rushed straight into the sky without stopping, narrowly staggering with the sharply reduced power of Rexy, avoiding this dangerous attack. Mind flow / condor. Straight into the sky about 100 meters, Luo Wei ignored the pain in his body and right arm, his eyes locked on Kaido sharply, and then he held the sword in both hands, and with one sword, a huge sword light like a goshawk spreading its wings flew out across the sky. Not only the range of this sword light is extraordinary, but also the speed is as fast as lightning. It flew to where Kaido was in the blink of an eye, and then slashed fiercely on the thick dragon body. Boom. The impacting air wave and the roaring sound erupted at the same time, causing hundreds of meters of void to be filled with turbulent and violent airflow, which also bent Kaido's dragon body. Armament haki can be released after reaching advanced applications, it can also be integrated into capable attacks. Just like the violent ape slash just now, Luo Wei's condor slash also incorporates the mind flow weapon. Even though it was not as powerful as the violent ape slash, it had firmly withstood the condor slash, and the part Kaido was slashed by the sword light also cracked a lot of dragon scales. 0. Ask for flowers. It's not enough. Although the mind flow weapon can hurt the opponent, it's not powerful enough to cause fatal damage, and the opponent's self-healing ability is also very ordinary. Although the two consecutive attacks have caused substantial damage to Kaido, Luo Wei's heart is not happy, but full of heaviness and vigilance. Advertisement. In the perception of the field of knowledge, Luo Wei can clearly find that in just 1 or 2 breaths, the collapsed and ruptured wound on the top of Kaido's head that was blasted by the violent ape has almost healed. What this represents is naturally self-evident. Just like Quinn, who was once beheaded by him, Zone's physical strength will be exaggerated after awakening, and his self-healing ability will also be amazingly enhanced. And Kaido's self-healing ability is even far superior to that of Quinn, which also shows that unless he can cause fatal damage to the opponent with one blow, the opponent can recover from ordinary damage in a short time. However, Lua Way didn't rush to fear because of this, because the battle with Kaido was for him to hone himself, and at the same time to determine the gap between himself and the world-class combat power. Even Lua Way silently counted the time in his mind. According to the latest news provided by Hunter, Marines should have faced off with the Big Mom pirates by now. With the strong lineups of both sides, the war is naturally impossible to end in a short time. But at the same time, if he wants to get the most out of it, he must arrive at the battlefield before the BIGMOM pirates suffer heavy casualties. Otherwise, unless he can kill Big Mom, even if he goes to the battlefield, I'm afraid he won't gain much, because the pirates are almost dead. 10 minutes. Let's take 10 minutes as the time for this battle. Let me see how far I can fight with the opponent under the burst of all my strength. After narrowing his eyes slightly, he opened them wide again suddenly, a stern look flashed across his eyes, and invisible fluctuations quickly emanated from Luo Wei's body. Advertisement. 313th chapter. Full firepower. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The surrounding void stirred and rippled, and immediately formed countless golden mind power crystals. This is exactly the effect of the awakening power of the Nyen Nyen fruit on external substances. The awakened power of devil fruit is not constant. To be precise, the awakened power is just an ability extended from devil fruit. As the development intensity of devil fruit continues to increase, the power of awakening also increases accordingly. With the development intensity of Luo Wei's current level 9, Nyen Nyen fruit can affect even the air under the awakening power, turning it into a crystallization of mental power. Prestige shock state. The moment the gorgeous golden thought power crystallized and formed, it immediately gathered on Lua Way like 1,000 streams returning to the sea, forming a mighty and restrained dark golden dragon armor. 970. Not only directly activated the dragon armor in the form of majestic costumes, but also carried out meticulous operations to add shocking power. Just like the decision Lua Way just made, he will explode with all his strength in the next 10 minutes and fight Kaido in the strongest state. From Lua Wei's discovery of Kaido's super self-healing ability to the burst of full strength, it was actually just a short moment. In the distance, Kaido, who was injured again by the eagle's slash, quickly exploded with majestic force under the bending of the dragon's body, and the sword light was blasted away as the dragon's body swung. Advertisement. Sin Hunter. Kaido raised his majestic dragon head, bloodshot eyes could be seen in the dragon eyes, and he looked at Lua Wei fiercely and bloodthirstily. With a roar, he swayed the dragon body and rushed out ferociously. With the perfect combination of speed and strength, the layers of air wave circles were easily rolled up. In 1/100th of a breath, Kaido came to the opposite side of Lua Wei with a ferocious posture, and at the same time raised a dragon claw, fiercely catch Lua Wei. Mind flow / evil dragon. With dragon against dragon, Lua Wei didn't dodge like before, but charged forward forcefully, swinging the sword of the fallen angel and slashed ferociously like dragon teeth. Boom. The blazing slash full of tearing power collided with the sharp dragon claw in an instant, and amidst the astonishing roar, sharp slashes that seemed to be flying slashes scattered in all directions, cutting the surrounding air into chaos. Compared with the dragon's body, the dragon's claws are obviously stronger, but at the same time, under the mighty dragon's armor, Lua Wei's strength in all aspects has been enhanced by leaps and bounds, as well as the power of slashing. In the terrible collision with the aftermath enough to shatter the mountains, the sword of the fallen angel drew bloody sword marks on the sharp dragon claws, and Lua Wei was also blown backwards by Kaido's majestic force. In the shock beyond the naked eye, the dragon armor mitigated the damage to the greatest extent. Although it still made Lua Wei's blood boil, after retreating hundreds of meters, he quickly stabilized his figure. Moonwalk. Stepping into the air, a layer of air waves swayed, and Lua Wei, who had just stopped, disappeared in an instant, and then appeared directly in front of Kaido, who was hundreds of meters away. Mind flow / blood mosquito. Advertisement. The sword of the fallen angel, which also oscillated, was pierced by Lua Wei's sword with an amazing edge, reaching Kaido's right eye. Even if it is a monster, there are still vulnerable parts. Compared with the dragon body and sharp claws, the defense of the eyes is undoubtedly much smaller. Lua Wei naturally placed the breakthrough in the weakest position of the opponent. However, Kaido is obviously not easy to deal with. When the sword of the fallen angel approached, a layer of eyelid quickly covered the right eye, and at the same time, the rich armament haki also condensed on it instantly. Ding! Hoo! While sparks were flying, the sword of the fallen angel pierced his eyelid, and the speed of his advance dropped sharply. In the end, he got stuck after only piercing less than a third of the way. With Kaido's current size, it is not certain whether the sword of the fallen angel pierced the eyelid. Ah! A roar that seemed to be angry and painful immediately erupted from Kaido's mouth, and the sound wave was born like a shock wave, radiating several kilometers away. At the same time, while roaring, Kaido was also shaking his head crazily, making Luo Wei feel like he was on a roller coaster, being tossed back and forth quickly under terrible inertia. Although the dragon armor resisted the impact of the sound waves, the force of the swing was unbearable for Luo Wei, so he had to follow the opponent's swing and forcefully pull out the sword of the fallen angel, and quickly flew to a distance of 0. Exclamation mark. Just when Luo Wei was thrown into the air, Kaido's counterattack also appeared, and the terrifying heat rushed out immediately, bombarding Luo Wei with a tyrannical and horrified posture. Advertisement. Before he could dodge in time, Luo Wei was immediately hit by a beam of heat, and then an earth-shattering explosion appeared in the sky. Boom. The terrifying explosion radiated hundreds of meters in radius, and the aftermath even reached 10 kilometers away. The clouds in the sky above were all shaken away, allowing the sunlight to shine down wantonly without hindrance. Terrifying energy dissipated, the void twisted and trembled, and before the explosion dissipated, a dark golden meteor shot out quickly. This dark golden meteor is exactly Luo Wei. He was hit by the heat explosion, and the dragon armor covering his body was obviously cracked and crumbled. Although the damage is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, it cannot cover up the damage Luo Wei suffered in this attack. Heat breath attack is Kaido's powerful killer move, even with the defense of the mighty dragon armor and the buffer of shock force, Luo Wei suffered serious injuries. Not only were the muscles torn, cracks appeared in the bones, even the internal organs were shaken by the terrifying explosion shock 1.4, resulting in varying degrees of damage. But, even so, Luo Wei didn't let himself stop. Instead, after rushing out of the range of the explosion, he directly flew towards Kaido. The dragon's body was hovering, although it kept its right eye closed, and there was blood flowing from the sword hole, but Kaido reacted quickly when Luo Wei came over. The dragon's claws are ferocious. Kaido's observation haki has an accurate insight into Luo Wei's attack, and the probing claws are swift and violent. Paper Arts Katakana middle dot snake shake. Seeing that he was about to meet the sharp dragon claw, Luo Wei suddenly writhed like a spirit snake, staggered away from the dragon claw dangerously, and then slashed at the claw with the sword of the fallen angel that maintained the blood mosquito above the arm. Advertisement. Chapter 314 Fierce Battle. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chi 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 chi. There was a sound of tearing flesh and blood, and the dragon scale was cut open under the terrifying sharp edge, and deep and long bloodstains quickly appeared on the claw arm, splashing hot blood, making Kaido's remaining left eye red all of a sudden. Asshole. Amidst the roar, Kaido's dragon body swam, and the dragon's head quickly circled to the abdomen. When he saw Luo Wei, who intended to continue to slash towards the abdomen after slashing his own claw arm, he immediately swallowed it. Iron body hyphenation point ape hammer. With keen insight in the field of knowledge, Luo Wei's left arm swelled in an instant before he could turn around and slash, and when his body sank, the 10 blows of the whip punch were violently hammered on Kaido's chin. Boom. The fierce and unparalleled power burst out violently, armed with the flow of thoughts that went straight to the atomic level. The dragon scale on Kaido's chin immediately shattered, which also caused blood to rush out. But Luo Wei is also not feeling well. Although he hammered Kaido's head to a halt with one punch, the force of the opponent also hit his left arm with a bone-cracking sound, and his whole body was also slammed into the air. But even so, when Luo Wei flew over the dragon's tail, he controlled his figure and swung his sword towards the dragon's tail, bursting out a dazzling sword glow. Boom. Advertisement. The sword glow armed with the flowing thoughts tore apart the dragon's scales at the dragon's tail, splashing blood, leaving ferocious sword marks. He was able to hurt me several times. No wonder Quinn was killed by this kid. This battle is really getting more and more interesting. Injured again. Besides feeling angry, Kaido was also uncontrollably excited. People who can seek suicide to sharpen their bodies are certainly not normal people. Although Kaido can't wait to tear Luo Wei apart, but for Luo Wei's ability to hurt himself, he also has a sense of joy like seeing an interesting prey. The huge dragon body rushed out in a swift circle. Kaido didn't care about the injury at all, and immediately chased after Luo Wei, who was thrown backwards into the distance. The injuries on his body are all self-healing at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye, and even the injuries he suffered at the beginning have completely recovered. Known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, not only because of Kaido's tyrannical combat power, but also because he has a nearly immortal body and physical strength that cannot see the bottom line. Even Whitebeard can only suppress Kaido, but cannot kill the opponent. Kaido swept out, and the terrifying force immediately squeezed the air to form layers of air waves, and the whistling sound could be clearly heard even several kilometers away. At the same time, his flying speed was extremely fast, almost catching up with Luo Wei, who was flying far away in the blink of an eye. However, Luo Wei's field of knowledge clearly understood Kaido's movements for the first time, and the substantive thoughts erupted and rotated, immediately dispelling the impact on his body like a hurricane. Thinking flow / violent ape. Advertisement. The strong force of thought flow is highly condensed on the blade. When Kaido swept up and stretched out his sharp dragon claws to tear apart, Luo Wei also turned around and violently slashed into an amazing collision with the captured dragon claws. Chi chi chi. The sharp dragon claws rubbed against the sharp blade violently, not only bursting out a nearly slashing air wave circle, splitting the void with a radius of hundreds of meters into two halves, but also sending out a violent roar. Lua Wei's body shook, and after the fallen angel's sword cut a half-meter-long gap in the dragon's claw, he flew backwards into the distance again. Although the destructive power of the slashes launched by the Mind Flow armament is astonishing, Lua Wei is still far behind Kaido in pure strength confrontation. Especially Kaido is now in the beast form. In this state the power of the zone ability user is the most powerful. The figure pierced through the air like a cannonball, forming an air column and flying upside down. The armor covering Lua Wei's arms also showed obvious distortion and collapse. This situation is due to the pressure from Kaido's dragon claws when they collided just now. After being cushioned and defended by the dragon armor, some of the power was still transmitted to Lua Wei's arms, causing the muscles and flesh of the two arms to be damaged again. Life returned. In the rapid backward flight, Lua Wei launched the return of life to restrain the expansion of the injury, and also burst out a violent mental impact like a jet plane from behind, so as to stop the backward flight. Come again. Although the injuries on his body were getting worse, Lua Wei's fighting spirit was becoming more and more fierce. He stomped on his feet, and after borrowing the strength from Moonwalk, his body rushed back at a faster speed. Advertisement. Shooting to the vicinity like lightning, Lua Wei slashed out a sword beam hundreds of meters long with one sword, and slammed on Kaido's body, causing many dragon scales to shatter. Kaido was furious, and immediately tore it with the dragon claws. The sharp claws and terrifying power easily tore the air into pieces, and Lua Wei swung his sword to block it and sent a claw flying hundreds of meters away. It's just that both sides didn't end because of this, but rushed towards each other quickly and continued to fight fiercely. Boom boom boom. Fiery sword lights and tyrannical dragon claws continued to attack, and every collision between the two in the fierce battle would cause huge roars and billowing air waves in the sky. This battle is like in myths and legends. The brave man fights the evil dragon, and each shows his determination to kill the other in each other's arms. The battlefield is not limited to one place, but is moving rapidly in the frantic fighting, and even descends from the sky to the sea from time to time, stirring up the sea and rolling up huge waves. In just 10 minutes, Lua Wei and Kaido fought for hundreds of kilometers, and at the same time they came under the clouds in the sky again. With full firepower for 10 minutes and fighting desperately, although Lua Wei caused more injuries to Kaido, his own injuries were even more severe. Although the dragon armor will recover quickly after each damage, but Lua Wei inside is already at the point of exhaustion. In addition to the large area of muscle tears and cracks in his bones, his internal organs were also severely ruptured, which even affected his breathing. For Lua Wei at this time, breathing is very hard work, because every breath will move the damaged internal organs and cause severe pain. If you take off the dragon scale mask, you will immediately find that Lua Wei's 7 orifices are bleeding, and his injuries have reached a life-threatening level. Advertisement. Chapter 315. Psychic Clone. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Have you reached the limit? Resisting the pain from all over his body, Lua Wei swung his sword and cut out a huge sword glow, so as to block the dragon claws grabbed by the opponent, and then immediately urged his mind to retreat towards the rear. Looking at Kaido who was pulling away through the mask, Lua Wei felt heavy in his heart. Compared with his current situation, the injuries he caused to the opponent are really not worth mentioning. Even though every attack he implements will leave substantial scars on the opponent's body, it is still far from a fatal injury. Moreover, the remaining injuries will be quickly recovered under the opponent's super self-healing ability, so that the injuries that Kaido can still see on his body now add up to 10 places. Lua Wei has no doubt that if the battle is over now, Kaido may recover from all his injuries in a short time. As for physical strength, from the beginning to the end, he didn't notice that the other party's breathing was disordered, which further proved how abundant the other party's physical strength was. With my current strength, even if I have enough crime points to use the practice space to recover, it will be difficult to kill the opponent. Lua Wei calmly discerned the gap between the two sides in an instant. Advertisement. Obviously, even if his current strength has reached the 9th level, compared with Kaido's world-class combat power, there is still a huge gap. Of course, compared to his previous battle with Kuzan, the current situation is undoubtedly much different. At least he still has the ability to fight Kaido, not completely crushing. After identifying the gap between the two sides and reaching the limit, Lua Wei is naturally ready to end the battle. Boy, where do you want to go? Keep fighting lousy. Vision Lua Wei retreated quickly, and did not attack as quickly as before. Kaido roared unhappily, rolled up the huge dragon body, and rushed forward ferociously. Swish swish swish. Lua Wei looked at the other party coldly, his figure didn't seem to stop at all, and at the same time, with the burst of thought power, figures jumped out of him, heading in all directions. Flow of thought avatar. The figures that sprang out from him were all bodies built with thought power, not only indistinguishable from Lua Wei's appearance, but even exuding the same aura. Even observation hockey's perception could not tell the authenticity. In just 1 or 2 breaths, there were hundreds of clones flying to the distance rapidly, which also made the sweeping Kaido stop in shock. Bastard! Don't try to run away. After reacting, Kaido was frightened and furious, and rushed towards Lua Way, who had scattered his clone, attacking with dragon claws. Boom. Advertisement. Lua Way couldn't react in time, and was immediately hit by the dragon's claws. His body was directly torn and crushed, and then turned into scattered mind power crystals and dissipated. Lua Wei quietly replaced the body with a clone, and even left a lot of mental power to continue creating the clone, confusing Kaido's judgment. Seeing Lua Wei, who was killed by him, dissipate, Kaido immediately understood that he had been cheated, and the one who was killed was not Lua Wei himself at all. Death to lousy. Kaido was furious, condensed energy in his mouth, and then spewed out a beam of heat, sweeping and slashing like a giant sword, engulfing and killing the Lua Wei, who fled from the distance. It's just that these killed Lua Wei are all clones. Damn bastard, our battle is not over yet, don't even think about running away. The terrifying roar resounded through the sky, and the sound wave formed a shock wave to burst the void. Kaido swayed the dragon body, angrily swept towards the Lua Wei on the 10 sides of the escape city and chased after them. The escape directions of the clones are very scattered, some go to the surroundings, and some shoot towards higher altitudes and below. Among the dozens of Lua Weis rushing downwards, one of the figures rushed straight to the surface of the sea, and then thick ice suddenly condensed around it, forming a 10-meter diameter ice ball. The huge ice ball slammed into the sea without a pause, setting off huge waves, and at the same time, the speed did not decrease, and it continued to sink rapidly towards the bottom of the sea. The condensed ice ball sank to the bottom of the sea as naturally Lua Wei's body. Although there is a double confusion, but in order to ensure nothing goes wrong, Lua Wei is still fully prepared, and entered the sea of dead corners of the capable person's thinking. Advertisement. The seabed is a life-threatening place for ability users, but it is also the best hiding place. With the cold ice isolating the seawater, Lua Wei will not be affected by the seawater at all, and the use of abilities will not be hindered. Constantly propelled by the force of thought, the ice ball sank hundreds of meters soon, and inside the hollow ice ball, Lua Wei also immediately manipulated the golden template, consuming 10,000 evil points to enter the practice space. The terribly injured body and the huge consumption of physical strength are quickly recovered under the strange power of the practice space. Kaido will appear on the way to the seas of 10,000 kingdoms, and the purpose is probably to prepare to intervene in the war between Marine and Big Mom pirates. When he arrives at the battlefield, if the other party really appears, he must take precautions. Quote. Feeling the recovery of his body, Lua Wei heaved a sigh of relief, and at the same time frowned and meditated. The battle with Kaido is just a test for him. He is happy to win, but he will not be disappointed if he loses. After all, there is a huge gap in strength between the two sides. What really worries him now is the hunt for the big good Mom pirates. Although if Kaido appears, the Marine side will definitely intercept it, but what should be guarded against is still to be on guard. Who knows whether Kaido will stare at him. It has to be said that the recovery ability of the practice space is also very amazing. Lua Wei just thought about it for a while, no matter whether it was injury or physical strength, he recovered completely. Even Kaido's self-healing ability is incomparable to the recovery effect. After moving his hands and feet casually and confirming the condition of his body, Lua Wei stopped thinking, seized the remaining time, and practiced the vibration tempering body technique. No matter what happens on the battlefield, strength will always come first. Although the purpose of entering the practice space this time is to recover from injuries, it is a strength claw to be able to increase 1 point of strength. Advertisement. Chapter 316 Intense War. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Near the 10,000 Nations Sea region, the bitter cold permeates the air, making this area seem to be gathering in the cold winter. The sea was already covered by a thick layer of ice, with a radiation range of more than 10 kilometers, as if it looked like an Iceland. The development of the war is very rapid, but also unpredictable. During the fierce battle between Lua Wei and Kaido, the war between Marine and the Big Mom pirates gradually entered a fierce stage. The ice covering the sea at this time is already from Kuzan's second release. After the bombing and the breakout confrontation, the Marine and the Big Mom pirates have started the most direct fight. The two sides landed on the ice and collided like two torrents. Marine and pirates can be seen everywhere fighting. Ding ding ding. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. The sound of swords and swords colliding, the sound of gunfire from pulling the trigger, and the roar of guns from portable artillery, the battlefield above the ice layer constantly echoed the sound of various attacks. Kill. A pirate from the B650IG Mom pirate group roared, brandishing a big knife and slashing at a Marine on the opposite side. But before he slashed down, a stray bullet shot from the side, just hit the pirate's temple, leaving a bloody hole. Advertisement. The pirate's eyes widened, and he immediately fell to the ground in despair. However, Marine on the opposite side was not relieved either, because several pirates suddenly sprang out from behind him, one wielding an iron chain wrapped around the opponent's body, and the others were slashing swords, cutting Marine directly to the ground. On the ground. Amidst the screams, the Marine was chopped into several pieces by several Haihei on the spot. Scenes like this are happening all the time on this battlefield. Pirates or Marines are constantly being killed by the opponent's personnel, and the casualties can be said to be increasing all the time. Marine, let you taste my strength. There are several areas in the battlefield that are particularly eye-catching. The reason is that no one else dares to approach easily, and some even have a battle range of hundreds of meters. Among them, the most dramatic battle movement is the confrontation between Sakazuki and Charlotte Linlin. Thundercloud Zeus, which swelled to a size of 100 meters, clamored and shot out dense thunder, and swept back and forth towards Sakazuki on the opposite side frantically. Amidst the sound of lightning, thunder, and violent roars, the solid and thick layer of ice couldn't bear such damage, and it was constantly blasted by the terrible thunder, creating pits and spider web-like cracks. At the same time, Sakazuki, who was most concentrated swept by the thunder, could naturally see the hot magma being swept up by the thunder. Without armament hockey, Leian Zeus's attack naturally couldn't cause damage to Sakazuki, but Charlotte Linlin on the opposite side had a better chance to play. Boom. The ice layer collapsed and broke into a large sunken pit, and the fat and huge Charlotte Linlin burst out with terrifying power. After leaping high, she condensed an amazing armament hockey on her fist, and punched Sakazuki. Advertisement. The terrifying power just squeezed the air to form a majestic fist pressure, crushing the ice layer with a radius of 100 meters in the area. Great eruption. Sakazuki ignored the thunderbolt swept by Thundercloud Zeus, and in the roar, he hit a huge magma fist, which collided with Charlotte Linlin's fist. Bang. Amidst the deafening roar, the terrifying circle of air waves erupted ferociously, like a halo, and swept nearly 1,000 meters away in an instant, causing a large area of Binkang to rupture. The void crazily stirred, eject ripples, as if they would be shattered at any time. After the terrifying collision and stalemate for a while, the giant magma fist exploded and exploded. Groups of large and small magma sprinkled around, easily melting the surrounding ice to create pits, and also filled the air with fog. The explosion of the great eruption clearly showed that Charlotte Linlin had the upper hand in the face-to-face confrontation. Although most of the strength of the fist was weakened, it still continued to smash towards Sakazuki extremely fiercely. Faced with this, Sakazuki's face was gloomy, and 2 streams of magma erupted from his legs immediately like a volcano, but he pushed his speed to the limit with the help of the eruption force of the magma, and retreated quickly, avoiding Charlotte Linlin's fist. Boom. Kacha. When Charlotte Linlin's fist hit the ice layer, there was a dull bang like a bell, and then the ice layer under the fist shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Advertisement. A huge soaring water column suddenly rushed hundreds of meters into the sky, making it seem like a torrential rain fell within a few hundred meters. Even though most of its power was weakened by Sakazuki's great eruption, Charlotte Linlin's fist still showed terrifying destructive power. It pierced the ice layer in front of her with one punch, forming a large hole of about 50 meters. The jet of soaring water came from the seawater under the ice layer, and it took more than a dozen breaths before it gradually fell back. Damn monster. Sakazuki, who avoided the attack in time, cursed in surprise and anger when he saw the huge hole blasted out by Charlotte Linlin's punch. Marine Admiral is indeed the highest combat power of Marine, and generally belongs to the same world-class combat power as 4 Emperors. However, compared to the long-term wandering and battling pirates, Marine's environment is undoubtedly much gentler, which also makes Marine Admiral slightly inferior to 4 Emperors. Not only the situation presented by the frontal collision just now, but compared with the initial battle, Sakazuki at this time can only be described as a mess. Not only was the cloak of justice missing, but the suit on his body was in tatters, and there were even bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. It can be seen that in the previous fight, Sakazuki suffered a lot of damage. On the other hand, Charlotte Linlin on the other side, although her clothes also had traces of being burned by magma, but there was no substantial injury on her body. With the terrifying power to single-handedly destroy a giant village at the age of 5, Charlotte Linlin is an undisputed monster. Not only that, she is known as a steel balloon, and her body's toughness is even higher than that of Kaido, the strongest creature. Countless battles have never left the slightest scar on her body. Advertisement. Chapter 317. The Power of the Emperor. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although the destructive power of lava fruit is one of the best in Logia, it is clear that Sakazuki has not developed it to the extent that it can severely damage Charlotte Linlin. In particular, Charlotte Linlin's armament hockey is no less impressive, giving it an invincible super defense. Akainu boy, don't you want to fight to the death with my old lady? What's going on hiding now? After blasting the ice out of the hole, Charlotte Linlin still didn't stop her attack. She yelled at Sakazuki like a shrew, and rushed away madly. A pirate is a pirate. Fighting is not about punching and kicking. Sakazuki snorted coldly, and also greeted the opponent without showing any weakness, and even shot first. Yin bite. Red Lotus. Sakazuki didn't dare to let the opponent get too close, and after a little closer, he swung his arm decisively and shot out the terrible magma in the shape of a dog's head, rushing out like a real vicious dog, biting Charlotte Linlin's head. Thunderbolt. The bursting thunder suddenly appeared and slashed fiercely on the magma dog. Although it could not be completely blown away, the power of the thunder also caused the magma to splatter in all directions. Spear of Elbaf Weo. Advertisement. As if there was no limit to the power gathered in the arm, and then transmitted to the bicorn sword in the palm, Charlotte Linlin ran wildly and at the same time, blatantly sent out a terrifying slash. Boom. The magma dog, which was already disturbed by the thunder, was engulfed and torn apart by the giant sword energy in an instant, and at the same time, the face of Sakazuki behind him changed greatly. Boom boom boom. The boiling magma erupted in an instant, and Sakazuki seemed to have turned into a human-shaped volcano, releasing tumbling magma crazily, building a huge wall of magma in front of him. The oncoming giant sword energy immediately met the wall of magma, and the collision with each other was like the confrontation between the strongest spear and the strongest shield. The earth-shattering roar spread across the entire battlefield almost instantly, prompting countless people to stare in amazement. The shock wave visible to the naked eye also radiated a kilometer away in the blink of an eye, and even affected the battles of other people in the distance, causing many pirates and marines to be thrown into the sky amidst exclamations. Sakazuki's reaction was not unpleasant, and the moment he sensed the danger, he broke out the strongest defense. However, Charlotte Linlin imitated the giant's swordsmanship and developed the mighty slash, which is obviously even better. During the astonishing collision, the huge magma wall didn't last long before being pierced by the giant sword energy, leaving a large circular hole. At the same time, the giant sword energy remained undiminished, and continued to charge forward, flying thousands of meters away before stopping, almost traversing half of the battlefield. It's terrible. Is this the power of the Four Emperors? Advertisement. What level of slashing is this? It can reach such a long range. This is too exaggerated. Four emperors are four emperors after all, even though Marine Admiral is the top combat power of Marine, but compared with four emperors, it is still a bit worse after all. Whether it is the people on the battlefield or the leaders of the various forces watching through the video phone bug, they are all intimidated by the threat attack issued by Junlot Linlin. In the past, many people only knew that the four emperors were very strong, but few people knew how strong they were, because most of the people who had seen them became bones under the feet of the four emperors. This is why, no matter how powerful the four emperors are in New World, there are always people to challenge them. It can be said that among these people, except for a small number of people who really have the qualifications to challenge, most of the rest of them are just not afraid of those who don't know. Now Charlotte Linlin's Weo strike is a good display of the invincible power of the four emperors, and it also calmed down many arrogant people at once. Back in the fight, although Charlotte Linlin's prestige is terrifying and amazing, the magma wall laid by Sakazuki has successfully played a slowing effect. Before the giant sword energy pierced through, Sakazuki had already escaped from the range of the sword energy, and even counterattacked when the magma wall was flowing and falling. 0. Seeking flowers. Dark Hound. Sakazuki's left arm turned into a rapidly extending magma-like arm, striking Charlotte Linlin's face like sharp claws. Advertisement. This move not only has the high temperature of magma, but also has the super fast speed of a volcanic eruption. Even if it is a world-class combat force, if it is a little careless, it will not be able to dodge. It's just that Sakazuki is still several years away from the background of the future Summit War. At the same time, he is not facing the old and scarred Whitebeard, but the Charlotte Linlin who is in his prime. Sensed by observation hockey of the same high level, Charlotte Linlin immediately turned her head to avoid Sakazuki's sharp blow, and then cut off the magma arm that continued to extend with a sword. Boom. The broken magma arm in the front section fell directly on the ice like a waterfall, forming irregular pits, while the magma arm in the second half retracted rapidly. Although Charlotte Linlin's slash condensed the powerful armament hockey, Sakazuki obviously also split the active elementalization at the moment of being slashed. After the magma retracted, Sakazuki's arm appeared on his shoulder intact. It can be seen that the slash just now did not cause any real damage to him. However, his attack was easily dodged by the opponent, which obviously made Sakazuki extremely unhappy. Boiling magma crazily sprang up above his fists. Sakazuki let out a low growl, and launched a more violent attack on Junlot Linlin without pausing. The magma turned into fist prints, like a violent meteor shower, and the scorching high temperature radiated hundreds of meters away, causing the air temperature to rise in a straight line. Akainu boy, your magma is not enough for my mother to take a bath. In Hockey's voice, Charlotte Linlin swung the sword of the cocked hat and slashed out a series of majestic sword aura, tearing up the incoming magma fist marks like a god and demon. Almost irresistible, Charlotte Linlin rushed close to Sakazuki, raised her left hand to make a false grab, and Leian Zeus quickly fell into her hand. Advertisement. Chapter 318. Frozen. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom. Thunderbolt. The fist that braved the bright thunder smashed down ferociously, and in the violent impact, the thick thunder light immediately shot straight into the sky more than 100 meters high. Below, Sakazuki resisted with crossed arms that covered armament hockey, but it was still difficult to resist Charlotte Linlin's terrifying and strange power that contained the power of thunder. Both arms slammed into the chest, and with the faint sound of bone cracking, blood spurted out of Sakazuki's mouth, and he flew backwards under the impact of the thunder and the explosion. Armed Dark Hound. However, Sakazuki is also worthy of the Marine Admiral, and at the moment of being blown away, he still found the right time to launch a rapid counterattack. The terrible impact of the swift and fierce magma claws hit Charlotte Linlin's abdomen in an instant, which also made Charlotte, 983, Special Linlin's face change, and he was forced to retreat a few steps. As he continued to fly backwards, Sakazuki quickly elementalized, like a cloud of magma falling on the ice hundreds of meters away, and immediately transformed back into a human form after melting the pit. Ahem. Although the secondary injury was avoided, Charlotte Linlin's thunderous punch also caused a lot of injuries to Sakazuki, causing him to cough up several mouthfuls of blood when he walked out of the pit. But Sakazuki completely ignored his injury, but looked closely at Charlotte Linlin in the distance. Advertisement. Even if she is extremely talented and possesses an unparalleled powerful body, Charlotte Linlin can't be safe and sound in the face of an extremely powerful ultimate move of the same level of combat power. It can be seen that Charlotte Linlin was not only repulsed by Sakazuki's armament Haki's Dark Hound, but also left a dent with burn marks on her abdomen. Even though the dent didn't penetrate Charlotte Linlin's stomach, it proved that her super defense was broken. How is it possible that Mom was injured? Marine Admiral is indeed some monsters, and this is the first time I have seen someone leave scars on my mother's body. See, even the 4 emperors are only human beings, they will also be injured and die. Let us follow in the footsteps of Sakazuki Admiral and destroy these pirates together. Magma, this is indeed a superpower, it seems that I have to be more serious. The battle between Sakazuki and Charlotte Linlin is undoubtedly the place that attracted the most attention on the battlefield. Therefore, when Charlotte Linlin was injured, it immediately shocked countless pirates and even marine. Among them, Kuzan, who was confronting Cracker and Snug in an area that also belonged to high-level battles, also became more serious after glancing at where Sakazuki was. Comparing the battle between Sakazuki and Charlotte Linlin, Kuzan, Cracker and Snug's occupation, there is no doubt that Kuzan has gained the absolute upper hand. Frozen biscuit soldiers can be seen everywhere within hundreds of meters of the area where the 3 fought. At the same time, both Cracker and Snug were also covered with scarves. Cracker's abdomen has a bloody hole left by an ice spear, and Snug's left hand and left foot are covered with ice. Panting breaths came from the mouths of the two. At the same time, Cracker and Snug were also attracted by the injury of their mother, and they all showed shock and anger. I said, aren't you two a bit too courageous, and you dare to distract your attention at this time? Advertisement. Suddenly, icy cold came from behind. When Cracker and Snug woke up, they immediately found that Kuzan, who was on the opposite side, had disappeared. No, Snag, get out of the way. The situation perceived by observation Haki made Cracker's face change drastically. He hurriedly turned around and shouted, and at the same time stabbed straight out with a sword. Wave hyphenation point pretzels, Shuang novel, just go to Philo novel website. The undulating sharp sword energy rushed out, but it was still a step too late, and the palm exuding cold air was already attached to the back of Snug, who had no time to react. Crunch. In just an instant, endless cold air burst out, instantly turning Snag into a huge ice cube. Whoosh. The fluctuating sword energy hit Kuzan, who appeared behind Snag fiercely, smashing him into ice cubes all over the sky, but the scattered ice cubes immediately recondensed. 0. Seeing that Snag was frozen, Cracker's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Originally, he and Snug could barely fight against each other, but now he is the only one left, and the situation of the battle will undoubtedly become even worse. As for breaking the ice and rescuing Snug, that's not something that can be done casually. Kuzan's freeze puts a person in an extremely vulnerable state. Advertisement. In the original book, even Joe's, who has a diamond body, was frozen under the ice, and one arm turned into ice chips and shattered because of hitting the ground. Frozen time capsule. The moment his body was condensed again, Kuzan waved his hand towards Cracker without any hesitation and released a shock of extremely cold air. Shave. Like Katakuri, Cracker also mastered the shaving of the 6 moves. Facing Kuzan's attack, he immediately ignored the fact that Snug was frozen, and hurriedly avoided it to one side. The impact of the cold air in a straight line quickly shot into the distance, and the cold air was so bitter that wherever it passed, a wide ice road undulating from the ice was frozen on the ice. Swish. Seeing that his attack was dodged, Kuzan's eyes flashed, and 5.9 immediately condensed a sharp skate in his hand, and then turned into a phantom, rushing towards Cracker extremely quickly. Hateful. Cracker's observation Haki had a keen insight into Kuzan's attack, and he was frightened and furious. He quickly stopped his figure and swung his sword to meet the ice blade. Ding. Boom. Both the long sword and the ice blade are covered with strong armament Haki. When they collide with each other, they not only make the sound like a clash of swords and swords, but also create a violent air wave, which radiates hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye, causing the surrounding ice to explode. A large area of the layer is cracked. Although Kuzan is far behind the development of frozen fruit in Kendo, he still has the level of a top swordsman, and armament Haki is not inferior. Advertisement. Chapter 319 10,000 Swords. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the slashing confrontation, Kuzan did not lose to Cracker. Even a burst of cold air burst from the ice blade, quickly spread to Cracker's long sword, and then approached his hands, trying to freeze them like Snug live. However, Cracker was also aware of this situation for the first time. Although he was angry in his heart, he was very decisive and withdrew his sword to fight back, avoiding the danger of being frozen by the cold air. Two Thorns Spear. Kuzan also reacted extremely fast. With the activation of frozen fruit, sharp ice spears condensed out of his body, and quickly shot towards the retreating Cracker. Cracker tried his best to resist and dodge, but was beaten back by Kuzan's swift and fierce offensive, and he was in a panic. Without the assistance of Snug, it is obviously very difficult for Cracker alone to compete against Kuzan. Although Cracker is still struggling to persist, the battle situation has completely turned to Kuzan. It can be said that it is only a matter of time before Kuzan wins the battle here. Return to the battlefield where Sakazuki and Charlotte Linlin were. 09 had a pit on her stomach, and Charlotte Linlin naturally couldn't be unresponsive. You dare to hurt my precious belly, I will kill you. The stomach injury made Charlotte Linlin not angry, but almost fell into a state of madness-like cravings. For a woman who insisted on creating a 4 Emperor's power by giving birth, the pregnant belly is an absolute taboo that cannot be violated. The horrible sound mixed with Conqueror's haki exploded crazily, not only continuously shattering the surrounding ice, but also dealt a considerable blow to Sakazuki. Advertisement. Not only did he have to withstand the sound waves that shattered his eardrums, but he also had to resist the Conqueror's oppression that went straight to his heart. Sakazuki felt the heavy pressure all at once. At the same time as the strange sound and Conqueror's haki erupted, Thundercloud Zeus also rushed into the sword of the bicorn, causing the giant sword to burst into a terrifying and eye-catching thunder. Stepping forward with both legs, Charlotte Linlin rushed in front of Sakazuki with madness and fury, and a sword slashed out an amazing thunder sword energy. Dangerous and dangerous, Sakazuki evaded in time with his superb observation haki, and where he was originally was easily torn by the thunder sword energy, creating a nearly 5-meter wide crack that extended to the end of the line of sight. This monster can actually become stronger. Seeing the power of Thunder Sword Chi, even with Sakazuki's iron-blooded heart, he felt horrified. One sword after another, facing Charlotte Linlin's thunderous sword aura that swept across without a single pause, Sakazuki felt deeply jealous. Boom! Lava erupted from both legs, and Sakazuki rushed straight up, flew high into the sky, and then punched Charlotte Linlin hard on the ice below. Great eruption. With the momentum of the fall, the huge magma fist with a diameter of 100 meters descended on Charlotte Linlin's head like a meteorite. Jung. Slashing upwards with her sword, Charlotte Linlin was like a small stone flying towards her, directly cutting the magma chamber that fell above her head in half. Advertisement. Boom. The giant fist of magma that turned into 2 halves fell on the ice on both sides, quickly melting 2 huge pits, and even the seawater at the bottom broke through the weak point, and a large amount of seawater poured down, forming 2 small lakes. Sakazuki didn't panic because his great eruption attack was cut off, but quickly fell not far away, and then launched a counterattack towards Charlotte Linlin with a cold face. Boom boom boom. The magma surged wildly, and the explosion impact spread layer by layer. The two seemed to have returned to the previous battle, attacking each other frantically. Kill these Marines. Marine, this is New World. It's our pirate territory. It's impossible for you to win. Arrogance, you pirates have done a lot of evil, today is the day to clean up you villains. On the fighting battlefields that can be seen everywhere, the fierce battles are becoming more and more fierce. Pirates and Marines can be seen roaring and screaming, launching fierce attacks on each other. And in the state of fierce fighting, where the center of the battlefield is, the thick layer of ice suddenly released countless golden spots of light. If you look closely at these golden light spots, you will find that they are crystals like dust. The ice layer within a radius of 1 kilometer is full of golden crystals. This strange scene also surprised the Marines and pirates in this area. What is this? Why is the ice suddenly glowing with gold? Advertisement. Rewind. This might be the enemy's ability, pay attention to vigilance. Damn, what the hell is this, who is making the choice? After all, both sides are elites, and they were very vigilant after discovering the abnormality. The pirates and Marines hurriedly stopped fighting, or evacuated the area, or looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, the golden crystals that flowed from the ice layer changed, and they condensed together one after another, forming thousands of golden sharp blades in the blink of an eye. Awakening unlimited sword system. The inexplicable fluctuations quickly surged in all directions, and the countless sword blades burst out with amazing speed and sharpness as if they were being manipulated, like 1,000 arrows, crazily cutting towards the surroundings. Puff puff puff. The sound of tearing flesh and blood quickly spread on the battlefield, and the golden blade turned into a streamer, constantly beheading and killing the members of the Big Mom pirates within the range, causing an astonishing killing. Asshole, who attacked Lousy? What kind of ability is this? Get Lousy out. Damn, this is the influence of Paramecia's awakening on things other than herself. Whoever has the ability, stand up for Lousy. Blood sprayed wildly, except for a few powerful pirates who avoided or resisted the attack of the golden blade, most of the pirates were killed instantly. In just a split second, nearly 1,000 members of the Big Mom pirates fell to the ground, and those who survived were terrified, roaring and screaming. Advertisement. Chapter 320. Beheading and participating in the war. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the other side, Marine, who was not attacked by the golden blade, looked stunned. Although thousands of golden lightsabers are as fast as a streamer, causing bloody killings, they are all very precise in avoiding Marines, and they are completely killing pirates. What's going on? All the dead are pirates. Is there someone supporting us? Such ability. Could it be possible that Pelusolino Admiral also came to the battlefield? No, Pelusolino Admiral is guarding the headquarters. Could it be that some Vice Admiral has acquired some kind of powerful devil fruit ability? For the killing in front of him, Marine was both puzzled and pleasantly surprised. The swiftly killing golden blades never stopped, but began to spread around after harvesting the pirates in the area. Even if the pirates gathered on the battlefield are elites who have experienced many battles, the killing caused by the golden blade is still expanding in an astonishing trend. A powerful pirate swung his fist to attack the golden blade that shot towards him, but he only knocked the golden blade into the air, but could not destroy it. These golden blades are not inferior to steel in the slightest in strength, and driven at an extremely fast speed, they are even strong enough to pierce the steel plate. Advertisement. Except for those pirates who offered a reward of over 100 million, even those with outstanding strength who could withstand the attack of the golden blade were still in a state of embarrassment. Like cutting wheat, countless golden sharp blades are like a meat grinder, beheading pieces of pirates, and the bloody killing even changes the situation on the battlefield. Originally, Marine and pirates were almost evenly matched, but after the appearance of the golden blade, a large number of pirates were killed, and the Big Mom pirate group was gradually suppressed in the chaos by Marine, who reacted and launched a fierce attack. Look, the situation of the battle has changed. It seems that an unknown strongman has participated in the battle and is still helping Marine to kill the pirates. This kind of ability seems to be the awakened power of Paramecia. Could it be that Marine is hiding a dark hand? The Big Mom pirates are suppressed, so Marine will be the winner of this war. On the outskirts of the battlefield, many forces watching the battle with video phone bugs were also attracted by the sudden changes, and they were all amazed. At the place where Kuzan and Cracker fought fiercely, the two experienced a collision of swords, and then retreated together, opening a distance. The dazzling golden light is very conspicuous, even though there is not a short distance between them, but when Cracker was gasping for breath, he noticed something abnormal out of the corner of his eye. What? When guarding against Kuzan while looking at the anomaly, Cracker's expression suddenly changed when he saw the scene where his own personnel were being killed by countless golden blades. This is one. Kuzan also looked sideways at the distant battlefield, with surprise on his face. Advertisement. But at this moment, he suddenly sensed something, and suddenly turned his head to look at the place where Snug was frozen by himself not far away. Jung. In the violent turbulence of the air, a bright and huge light blade suddenly shot up from where Snug was, not only cutting the frozen Snug in half, but also shooting straight into the sky for hundreds of meters. Circled ocean marks. Snag. The sudden turn of events diverted Cracker's attention, and when he saw the scene where Snug was cut in half, he immediately roared with eyes wide open. The ice layer tens of meters thick was cut with a crack hundreds of meters long by the bright light blade, and at the same time as the light blade dissipated, a figure slowly rose up from under the crack. Lua Way. Kuzan was startled for a moment, and then showed surprise. After rising above the ice layer, Lua Way stepped into the void, his eyes swept past Cracker and then fell to Kuzan. Long time no see Kuzan, if you don't mind, how about leaving Cracker to me to deal with? Seeing Kuzan who was looking at him in surprise, Lua Way slightly raised the corner of his mouth and gave him a small smile. Kuzan reacted from the surprise, and thoughts quickly flashed in his mind, especially when he thought of the countless golden blades of the killer Big Mom pirates in the distance, he felt a slight twitch in his heart. I didn't expect you to appear here. You were so courageous that you even dared to provoke the Big Mom pirates. Kuzan watched Lua Way closely. Lua Way smiled faintly, and was about to say something, but suddenly he turned around, and the sword of the fallen angel in his right hand quickly blocked in front of him. Advertisement. Boom. Sparks splashed everywhere, and the strong impact immediately spread towards the surroundings in a sweeping trend, causing large-scale cracks in the surrounding ice layer. It was Cracker's slash that collided with the fallen angel's sword. When Lua Way was talking to Kuzan, the other party rushed towards him in anger. Even if Lua Way hadn't reacted in time, he would have been brutally beheaded by the other party. The same as the fierce confrontation of the double swords attached to armament hockey, and the messy sparks splashed are like lightning interlacing, muscle. Just the shocking air waves burst out, and the turbulent void of tens of meters around was in chaos. Wang Zhaozhao, however, Cracker's ferocious slash was firmly blocked by Lua Way. After a brief stalemate, the bodies of both sides shook together, and quickly fell behind, and then slashed in front of Lua Way. The huge crack left by killing Snag is the dividing line, which separates and confronts each other. Kill. As soon as he landed, a terrifying murderous aura erupted from Cracker. Whether it was the death of Katakuri and Smoothie in the past, or the death of Snug now, Cracker is full of murderous intent towards Lua Way. His eyes were bloodshot red, he gnashed his teeth like a devil and let out a roar, and without a pause, he rushed to the front again violently. Waves! Point pretzels. Following the movement of the sword, he stabbed straight, and the sharp long sword condensed a fluctuating sword energy, piercing through the air in an instant, and approaching Lua Wei's head. Advertisement. Chapter 321 Lua weaves cracker. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Lua Wei, who originally wanted to communicate with Kuzan, also temporarily put down the idea of talking to Kuzan in the face of Cracker's rapid offensive. His eyes are slightly fixed, and the field of knowledge is activated instantly, and he has a keen insight into all the movements of the other party. Paper Art's snake shake. Twirling like a spirit snake, Lua Wei showed superb skills, staggering the point of the stabbing sword like a dancing blade. Whoosh. Scoff. Undulating sword energy shot out from the long sword, leaving long cracks on the solid ice layer just to stay there easily. The moment he avoided the attack, Lua Wei's counterattack also burst out quickly, and he swung his sword with sharp eyes, slashing straight for the opponent's throat. Although Cracker was extremely angry, he did not lose his mind. Facing Lua Wei's swift counterattack, he hurriedly stopped his figure and blocked the stabbing long sword towards Lua Wei's slash. With a bang, the two swords collided again, and at the same time, Lua Wei's fierce slash also triggered a violent impact burst, radiating far away, and the power of the aftermath was no less than that of a gust of wind. Advertisement. Cracker immediately felt the oppression of the majestic force from the long sword, the arm holding the sword 120 degrees was bent sharply, and his body was also uncontrollably slashed and walked sideways. Hateful. Feeling the ferocity of Lua Wei's slash, Cracker clenched his teeth, startled and angry in his heart, he quickly stabilized his figure, and then quickly stabbed at Lua Wei. With superb swordsmanship and strong physique, in an instant, Lua Wei was greeted by dense sword shadows, completely blocking the void in front of him. Ding ding ding. Lua Wei didn't see the slightest panic, and also burst out with super fast sword speed. The sword of the fallen angel formed a phantom, quickly slashed at the cutting point, and blocked the dense sword shadows that were stabbing. Fighting fast, there was a crazy collision in front of Lua Wei and Cracker, and the swords in their hands pulled out afterimages, making people completely unable to see the specific shape. At the same time, during the collision, the lightning-like sparks are constantly jumping and flashing, giving people a thrilling thrill. Kuzan on the side didn't participate in the battle. Instead, after seeing Lua Wei and Cracker fighting, his eyes flashed slightly, and he turned around and left quickly. AJCH. Although Lua Wei's arrival surprised him, but from Lua Wei's words just now, as well as the countless golden knives that shuttled and killed the members of the Big Mom pirates on the battlefield, he also guessed Lua Wei's intention. He fights Cracker and Snug, on the one hand, to eliminate them, and on the other hand, to reduce the pressure of fighting the pirates. Although Cracker has not been beheaded yet, but with Lua Wei fighting with him, his mission has been completed quite ahead of time. Compared with staying and participating in the battle between Lua Wei and Cracker, Kuzan, who has a big picture, obviously made a more correct choice. Advertisement. Although Sakazuki fought well with Charlotte Linlin, he was at a disadvantage after all, and the key to the victory or defeat of this war lay with Charlotte Linlin. It can be said that as long as Charlotte Linlin is not defeated, then this war cannot end. The direction Kuzan turned and left was none other than where Sakazuki and Charlotte Linlin were fighting fiercely. The purpose was undoubtedly to support Sakazuki and defeat Charlotte Linlin first. Kindness. Just when Kuzan left, he, who was in charge of the Marines' rear on the battlefield, was keenly aware of Lua Wei's arrival. As early as when Lua Wei used the awakening power of the Fruit of Mind power to launch the infinite sword system to kill the members of the Big Mom pirates, Crane watched vigilantly around the battlefield, trying to determine who was assisting them. Kuzan, as the main combat force in this war, naturally attracted the attention of Crane, and therefore, Lua Wei's appearance was also discovered by him at the first time. This kid actually appeared here. Could it be that the golden blades that attacked the members of the Big Mom pirates were made by the other party? Crane stared closely at the place where Lua Wei and Cracker were fighting, frowning tightly, and did not let down his vigilance because of Lua Wei's attack on the Big Mom pirates. But in the same way, she did not give an order for people to deal with Lua Wei. After all, although Lua Wei is also a repeat offender with a high reward, the move against the Big Mom pirates now also relieves a lot of pressure on Marine. Especially after seeing Lua Wei fighting Cracker and Kuzan heading towards where Sakazuki was, Crane felt a little relieved. After all, Sakazuki alone against Charlotte Linlin is still a little bit reluctant, but if Kuzan can support Sakazuki, the situation will definitely improve. Advertisement. Crane, who also has an overall view, can't pay too much attention to it now, so he can only maintain a certain degree of vigilance against Lua Wei, and then defaults to Lua Wei as his ally for the time being. Back in the fight, Kuzan's departure was naturally discovered by Lua Wei's field of knowledge for the first time. But he was also happy about it. The purpose of his participation in this war is to obtain enough crime value and original sin value. Although he killed many members of the Big Mom pirates with the infinite sword system, he didn't want to miss a character like Cracker who was likely to have a lot of crime and original sin values. Kuzan's departure can be said to allow Lua Wei to hunt and kill Cracker more freely. As the blades collided continuously, layers of air waves continued to spread, stirring up violent ripples in the void of hundreds of meters around, which looked like a huge storm from a distance. Mind flow / blood mosquito. After Kuzan left, Lua Wei's attack immediately became more ferocious, and the blade was infused with unparalleled thought power, making the sword of the fallen unused form a more terrifying edge in the desolation. With a swift slash of the sword, under the terrifying edge, the sword of the fallen angel drew an astonishing sword light that tore through the void, and when it collided with Cracker's long sword, it directly cut a deep gap. Cracker's face changed. Obviously he did not expect this scene. After all, he had already launched armament hockey with all his strength, covering the blade. It can only be said that the sharpness of Lua Wei's blood mosquito / far surpasses that of Cracker's armament hockey. Advertisement. 322nd chapter Strong Beheading. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Finding that his sword could not withstand the opponent's slash, Cracker hurriedly changed his attack, quickly withdrew his sword and backed away, and after a certain distance, Cracker slashed at Lua Wei with a fiery sword aura. Jung. Scoff. An astonishingly sharp sword slashed out, and the torn fiery sword energy was cut open by Lua Wei's powerful sword. At the same time, his feet burst out, and he jumped, appearing in the sky above Cracker. The sword of the fallen angel produced an afterimage under the rapid slash, and at the same time left a long-lasting white mark in the void, as if cutting the space with such sharpness. Immediately, Cracker's pupils contracted into needles in a strong sense of danger. Although he wanted to avoid it, he was locked firmly in the field of Lua Wei's knowledge and could only block it with his sword. Click. Puff Kai. The fallen angel's sword slashed at Cracker's horizontal long sword like lightning, only paused for a moment, and then cut the long sword into two halves with a terrifying edge. The undiminished sword blade fell quickly, slashing on Cracker's shoulder fiercely, and then tore the armament hockey covering it, cutting off the opponent's entire arm. Ah! Advertisement. Cracker screamed, blood sprayed from the broken shoulder, and the whole body staggered and retreated rapidly, pulling a distance of tens of meters away from Lua Wei who had landed. Lua Wei cut off Cracker's arm with a sword. It can be said that it was not only because his own strength was superior to the opponent's, but also because the opponent's previous battle was exhausted. In the battle with Kuzan, even with the help of Snug, Cracker suffered serious injuries, and the physical burden was also enormous. When fighting against Lua Wei, Cracker's strength remained at most 67. Facing Lua Wei's fierce offensive, he would naturally be defeated. After retreating tens of meters, Cracker's face was pale due to the massive loss of blood, but he endured the severe pain of his broken arm, let go of the broken sword, and continued to make false shots with one hand, desperately creating tall lines. Figure. These tall figures are the cookie soldiers from the Cracker Devil Fruit ability. In just one or two breaths, Cracker created more than a dozen biscuit soldiers, and then saw these biscuit soldiers rushed towards Lua Wei like fearless fighters. Among the four generals, Cracker's strength can be said to be second only to Katakuri, and the ability of the biscuit fruit makes him have the ability to form an army by himself. Although the biscuit soldiers he created were not as powerful without his control, they were still extremely powerful, and their bodies alone were comparable to steel. With the joint efforts of more than a dozen biscuit soldiers, even if the pirates who offered a reward of 300 to 400 million yuan want to solve it, it will take a lot of effort. However, the mere biscuit soldiers obviously have no effect on Lua Wei. When he saw the biscuit soldiers rushing violently, Lua Wei swept out with a sword, bursting out a huge sword glow. Boom! The strong slashing caused howling air waves, and the bright and huge sword light cut across all the biscuit soldiers in an instant, and the steel body could hardly resist the sharpness, and it was cut off at the sound. All of them were cut off at the waist. Advertisement. The body was broken, and the biscuit soldiers fell to the ground. Lua Wei also took advantage of this opportunity to cast a razor, and in a blink of an eye, he flew in front of Cracker. Psychic confinement and blood mosquito slash erupted at the same time, and the golden combo once again demonstrated its terrifying power. Cracker's body froze under the oppression of unparalleled thought power at first, and then before he could break free, the terrifying sword light had already scratched his neck. Even with armament hockey as defense, under the astonishing sharpness of the blood mosquito, a crack still appeared on Cracker's neck and rapidly enlarged. Lua Wei flashed past Cracker like lightning, appearing more than 10 meters away, and when he turned around to look, he immediately saw the scene of Cracker's head slipping off his neck. Evil value plus 162,420. Original sin value plus 16 feet. As Cracker's headless body crashed to the ground, Lua Wei also received relevant information in his mind. How is it possible? How could Master Cracker lose? It's the evil hunter. The evil hunter killed Brother Cracker. Asshole. Let's all kill the evil hunter and avenge Master Cracker. 0. Where Lua Wei is located, although no one dared to approach it because of the fierce battle between Kuzan and Cracker, there are still many members of the Big Mom pirates paying attention to it. Advertisement. When Cracker was headed down by Lua Wei with a sword, the expressions of the members of the Big Mom pirates suddenly changed when they saw this scene. They were either shocked or yelled angrily. Although Lua Wei's mighty power has deterred many people, there are also many brave people who rushed towards him regardless of everything. Shua. A whirlwind rolled up, And Lua Way didn't stop for a moment, and shot towards the charging people in an instant, and the fierce sword light also formed a straight line of death. Puff puff puff. As the figure passed, the sharp sword light pulled out scarlet blood, beheading all the pirates it passed. At the same time, Lua Wei's unstoppable unlimited sword system became more swift and fierce when he was fighting Cracker, crazily shuttled across the battlefield, quickly killing the weaker pirates. Cracker's death not only didn't stop Lua Wei from walking, but made him start hunting the BIGMOM pirates even more ferociously. Sin Hunter Lua Wei, I didn't expect him to appear on this battlefield, and he also helped Marine deal with the Big Mom pirates. Sure enough, it's a terrible character. With the addition of Snuggle and Cracker this time, all 4 generals of the Big Mom pirates fell into the hands of this person. He is planning to fight with Big Mom pirates. Is the group immortal? It is rumored that the evil hunter used to be a recruit of Marine, and now the other party appears on the battlefield and deals with the Big Mom pirate group. Such behavior is very meaningful. The appearance of Lua Wei not only made all the gaps in Marine, but also surprised all the forces who paid attention to the battlefield situation with the image phone bug. Especially after seeing Lua Wei kill Cracker and Snuggle, and continue to kill the members of Big Mom pirates, it aroused the suspicion of many people. 320th chapters fighting on the battlefield. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the battlefield, the Shichibukai who fought against the Big Mom pirates almost as if they were doing foreign work, also looked sideways after discovering Lua Wei. He actually appeared on this battlefield. Did he take the Big Mom pirates as prey, or did he have another purpose? Mahawk, the eagle-eyed Mahawk who easily tore the pirates in front of him, stopped his movements and stared at where Lua Wei was, thinking secretly in his heart. Others in Shichibukai are also thinking about Lua Wei's participation in the war, and the most obvious one is undoubtedly Doflamingo. The moment he found Lua Wei, Doflamingo's face became gloomy, even ugly. As Lua Wei who single-handedly destroyed Don Quixote family, Doflamingo is naturally full of hatred and murderous intent. 300, but the strength shown by Lua Wei also made Doflamingo full of fear. If Doflamingo still had the confidence to fight Lua Wei before Lua Wei killed Katakuri, then now, he is more fearful than murderous. Of course, fear doesn't mean that Doflamingo doesn't want to kill Lua Wei, it's just that Lua Wei's strength makes Doflamingo not confident that he can defeat Lua Wei alone. We must find a way to get rid of this guy as soon as possible, otherwise I will become more and more dangerous. Doflamingo suppressed the urge to attack, but the killing intent in his heart became stronger and stronger. With his penetration into the world government and Marine, he definitely has a very clear understanding of Lua Wei's situation. Lua Wei is really too young, or his growth rate is too amazing. Even the red-haired one who is now one of the 4 emperors, whose growth rate cannot be compared with Lua Wei. How could Doflamingo allow Lua Wei, an archenemy, to continue to grow? Even if Lua Wei hadn't been missing, he would have already started. But in the same way, although Lua Wei showed up now, Doflamingo did not expect this, and the ultimate move he prepared for Lua Wei could not be implemented, so he could only look for opportunities after this war was over. Advertisement. The lineup of the Big Mom pirates is undoubtedly very strong, even with the restraint of Marine, it is still no small matter. Lua Wei was not unhindered in the hunt, and was soon stopped by the strong. The attached armament hockey's huge side slashed out fiercely, forcing Lua Wei to stop killing, and turned around to block with his sword. Boom. The tip of the sickle collided with the blade of the fallen angel's sword, and the collision of the two immediately caused a frenzied air wave impact. Even under the strong pressure, the ice layer under Lua Wei's feet was dented and a large area of tortoises appeared. Crack. The owner of the sickle is a little giant over 3 meters in size. His body is full of strength, and he is wearing armor. He looks like a mighty general. And just when Lua Wei was resisting the opponent's sickle attack, a vigorous figure also rushed behind him, and the 2 short swords in his hand strangled Lua Wei's neck in an X shape. Also, a female figure with a long neck followed closely, the long sword in her hand cut across Lua Wei's waist slowly and quickly. These 3 figures formed a perfect triangle lineup, completely blocking Lua Wei in it, cutting off all escape routes. I don't know if he couldn't dodge or didn't notice it, no matter whether it was the short sword from behind or the long sword cut from one side, they all landed firmly on Lua Wei's body. However, what happened was not blood spraying, Lua Wei being beheaded or cut in half, but the sound echoing like a clash of swords and swords. What? How could one? Advertisement. The figure holding the short sword in both hands and the long-necked woman who was slashing across were shocked, and shock and horror appeared on their faces. Where the short sword and the long sword meet, Lua Wei shines like an obsidian. This is exactly the mind flow armed by the fusion of mind power and armament hockey. Boom. Just as they were shocked, the tall figure and the long-necked woman soon felt the ferocious impact from the weapons, and both of them were shattered, and they staggered back. Hateful. In front of Lua Wei, the little giant general whose scythe was blocked was also terrified when he saw this scene. Not reconciled to the failure of the attack, he raised his other hand while roaring, and violently punched Lua Wei in the face. Shua. The huge fist was firmly grasped by Xiaoshangman's palms. Luo Wei looked at him with cold eyes, while twisting the fallen angel's sword, it shook the sickle that was oppressing it. Boom. With a side kick, Luo Wei landed fiercely on the opponent's abdomen with his right foot. The surging force burst out fiercely, kicking the opponent directly to vomit blood, and his burly body flew backwards like a cannonball for more than 100 meters. Aubrey the Beheader with a reward of 450 million. Shadow Pirate Captain Achille, Nut Minister, Charlotte Armand. Advertisement. You are very good, as the prey that comes to your door, I will let you die very happily. Luo Wei directly revealed the identities of the three of them, with a serious smile on the corner of his mouth, and his figure immediately disappeared in place. Shave. Just in an instant, Luo Wei suddenly appeared in the sky above Charlotte Armand, the Nut Minister who was driven back by the Nianliu armed force. Thought Flow / Evil Dragon. The ferocious / fangs tore through the void, falling from the sky in an instant, covering Charlotte Armand. Even with the perception of observation hockey, but in the face of Luo Wei's super fast speed and fierce slash, Charlotte Armand still can't make much 4.5 reactions. When she sensed the attack, her expression immediately changed drastically, and she wanted to swing her sword to resist, but just as the long sword in her hand was raised, the fang-like slash had already landed on the top of her head. Scoff. There was a sound of tearing, and Charlotte Armand's body was cut in half by the falling slash, and a large amount of blood sprayed out from the broken body, staining the surrounding ice layer with red bumps. Armand. On the other side, Achille, who was also repulsed by the Nianliu armed forces, saw this scene, his pupils shrank into needles, and his face was full of astonishment. But at this moment, Lua Way, who beheaded Charlotte Armand with a sword, immediately cast Moonwalk in the void, and then, driven by the tyrannical power of thought, the whole person swept towards the opponent like lightning past. Chapter 324. Charlotte Daifuku. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. For a brief moment, Achille woke up from the death of Charlotte Armand. Observation Hockey had an insight into Luo Wei's approach. He panicked and hurriedly swung his short sword with both hands, slashing out a dense sword energy. Bang bang bang. Nianliu armed covering the whole body, Luo Wei directly collided with the dense sword energy flying without retreating, and saw that the sword energy hit him one after another, and all of them were shattered by the extremely powerful defense. With unstoppable power, he rushed to Achille who was about to retreat. Luo Wei's cold eyes showed murderous intent, and he stabbed straight out with a sword. Achille, who was hard to dodge, gritted his teeth and crossed his daggers to resist, and the sword of the fallen angel that stabbed straight in immediately hit the center of the crossed daggers. Boom. The violent impact caused violent roars, and Achille's body shook wildly. The crossed daggers were obviously unable to defend against the power contained in the sword of the fallen angel, and was quickly bounced out of a thin crack. Puff Kai. The blade penetrated like lightning, directly into Achille's throat, and then 09 stuck out from the back of his neck. Blood flowed down the blade of the sword, Achille's body stiffened in place, his eyes were filled with unwillingness, and he quickly lost his spirit. Pulling out the sword, Achille fell limply to the ground with a pool of blood coming out, speechless. Drink. Advertisement. A roar came from behind, accompanied by violent air waves. Armament Hockey's scythe tore through the air and slashed towards Luo Wei's neck. Pulling out his sword and turning around, Luo Wei completed a series of movements in one go, as if he had already predicted the attack from behind. Twisting his waist and turning around was a dive, slashing with a horizontal sword. The sharp sickle was avoided by Luo Wei from below, and at the same time, Luo Wei who swooped out also passed Aubrey in an instant. Pooh. Blood sprayed. Aubrey bent his body, his face was full of pain, and on his waist, there was a deep sword mark that was cut by a third. Tempest Kick Dragon Tail. The figure rushed out more than 10 meters like a streamer. Luo Wei stopped the figure in an instant, then turned around and kicked, bursting out a violent and unparalleled huge chopping wave. Boom. The slashing wave set off layers of air waves, hitting Aubrey's back fiercely. The blazing light directly engulfed him, and also caused the Bing Kong with a radius of tens of meters to split and shatter. When the chaotic air waves dissipated, only corpses remained on the messy ice. Most of Aubrey's body, which was kicked by the dragon's tail swinging wave, was torn apart, leaving only a horrible mutilated corpse. Devil's Breakdown. Luo Wei did not end the battle by beheading the middle and high-level combat power of the three members of the Big Mom pirate group, but soon ushered in a tyrannical slash. Sensing all directions in the field of knowledge and knowledge, Luo Wei immediately sensed the attack, exerted force on his feet, and jumped to one side in an instant. And the moment he left, the tyrannical slash from flying slash tore a long crack in the ice layer where he was, which spread to a distance of 100 meters. Advertisement. The whole body is covered with armament Hockey, who is shaped like a lamp god, wielding a long-handled sword and flying towards him, while his smoky lower body is connected to a burly man with yellow hair. This is the third son of the Charlotte family, the Bean Minister, Charlotte Daifuku. Charlotte Daifuku, the lamp demon manipulating the product of the transpiration fruit, came rushing with anger on his face. At the same time, he stopped immediately after approaching, and glared at Luo Wei who avoided the slash with a murderous glare. Sin Hunter, lousy must kill you. Roaring out of her mouth, Charlotte Dafu rubbed her body vigorously with both hands, and the lamp demon extending from her abdomen seemed to have received strong assistance, and immediately swung a long-handled sword at Lua Way in a more fierce posture. Devil's crazy slash. He slashed dozens of knives in one breath, and in the violent air waves, the criss-crossing slashes were like the fangs of a beast, biting towards Lua Way. Mind flow slash, heavenly snake. Lua Way was completely unaffected by Charlotte Daifuku's viciousness. When the intensive slashing attacks tore through, he swung his sword and stabbed out. Exclamation mark. The air in front was distorted like a tornado, and the strong sword glow, like a dragon snake, burst out violently, engulfing the torn slashing blows with incomparable strength, and swept away towards Charlotte Dafu. What? Seeing that the lantern demon's slash was suppressed so easily, Charlotte Daifuku's face suddenly changed, revealing a look of shock. Candy barrier. Advertisement. Seeing that Charlotte Daifuku was about to be strangled by the terrifying dragon sword light, a huge group of purple matter suddenly rushed over, and quickly built a wall of Gaorian in front of Junlot Daifuku. Boom. The heavenly snake's sword glow slammed into the purple wall, and the terrifying strangulation force caused cracks to spread all over it in an instant. Hateful. Not far away, Charlotte Perospero, who used the candy barrier to support 487 Charlotte Daifuku, was shocked and angry when he saw this scene, and hurriedly extended more fudge from his hands, continuously strengthening the defense of the candy barrier. However, those who fought against Charlotte Perospero obviously would not let him be distracted to help others. After reacting, they did not hesitate to slash with a blazing sword energy. Jung. Although the scale of the sword energy is only tens of meters, it is incomparably condensed. When it crosses the air, it easily creates a huge wave, which made Charlotte Perospero look hastily helpless. Unless Charlotte Perospero is willing to sacrifice herself, she can only cut off the support for Charlotte Daifuku. The great swordsman's level of slashing made it impossible for Charlotte Perospero to disperse his strength to do other things. After stopping the support for Charlotte Daifuku, he struggled to construct a candy barrier in front of him. Boom. Boom. Two loud bangs sounded almost at the same time. The former came from Gion, who was fighting Charlotte Perospero, when the sword energy slashed on the candy barrier. The latter came from the candy barrier that Luo Wei's heavenly serpent sword light shredded in front of Charlotte Daifuku and lost its power. Advertisement. 320th chapter's tyrannical combat power. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Without the continuous support of Charlotte Perospero, the candy barrier in front of Charlotte Daifuku could not resist the ferocious power of the heavenly serpent's sword light at all. After the candy barrier shattered like a blast, the heavenly snake sword light, which had not diminished much power, quickly came to Charlotte Daifuku, and he also hastily activated armament haki to cover his whole body with a horrified expression. Boom. In an instant, amidst the huge roar and shock waves, Charlotte Dafu was swallowed by the heavenly snake's sword light, and then saw the snake-like sword light rushing all the way, spreading hundreds of meters away. Above the ice layer a dent shaped like a chasm was left. When the sword light dissipated, Charlotte Daifuku, who was covered in cracks and blood all over her body, appeared in the field of vision as if she had been hacked into pieces. The tragic and serious injury caused Charlotte Daifuku to kneel on the ground with his legs limp, and at the same time let out a miserable scream with a painful expression. Daifuku. On the other side, Charlotte Perospero, who successfully blocked Gion's slash, looked hurriedly. After seeing Charlotte Daifuku's miserable appearance, he felt anxious. It's just that he couldn't help at all, because Gion quickly jumped up, landed on the candy barrier, and then swung his knife to slash at the opponent with a blazing sword aura. Of course, when launching a swift offensive against Charlotte Perospero, Gion also glanced at where Lua Way was, with suspicion and vigilance hidden within Mei Sui. Advertisement. When Lua Way appeared on the battlefield, she had already discovered it, but like Kuzan and Crane, she also acquiesced in Lua Wei's existence after discovering that Lua Way was attacking the members of the Big Mom Pirates. However, Gion obviously also maintained a certain degree of vigilance against Lua Way. After all, Lua Way is also a felon wanted by the world government in terms of force field. On the other side, Lua Way was much calmer. Even if he felt the gaze from Gion, he ignored it, but quickly rushed towards Charlotte Daifuku, who had been severely injured by him. Although Lua Wei's current strength is not as good as that of Marine Admiral, 4 Emperors and other world-class combat power, but it is definitely among the top powerhouses. Even if Katakuri is resurrected, Lua Wei now has the combat power to win the opponent steadily. Even if Katakuri is like this, it is normal for Charlotte Daifuku, who is far behind, to be easily defeated. Under serious injury, the lamp demon, who lacked friction, turned into smoke and dissipated, and Lua Wei, who quickly approached Charlotte Daifuku, also launched a Thunderbolt ultimate move. Mind Flow / Blood Mosquito. The body shape seemed to be integrated with the sword of the fallen angel. I saw a shocking sword light passing by, and Charlotte Daifuku, who had no time to react, was pierced by the whole person. In an instant, Charlotte Daifuku was split into 2 halves, and the 2 corpses were thrown directly and fell in the distance. The sword light dissipated, and Lua Wei landed tens of meters away. When he received the information obtained from the crime value and original sin value in his mind, his eyes quickly scanned the entire battlefield. Advertisement. The countless sword blades formed by the infinite sword system shuttled across the battlefield. After the initial frantic killings, there have been occasional harvests until now. This is not because the members of the Big Mom pirates have been slaughtered. On the contrary, there are still a large number of pirates on the battlefield at this time. The reason why the killing of the unlimited sword system will decrease is entirely because the weak have been almost killed. Although the infinite sword system is a great weapon for group killing, it will inevitably lead to the dispersion of power under the construction of tens of thousands of thought power blades. Dealing with miscellaneous fish and even ordinary masters is naturally invincible, but to deal with those powerful characters, some strength is insufficient. After all, the Big Mom pirate group is a force of the four emperors. Even if they are non-direct members, they can follow Charlotte Linlin's pirate group, and they are all powerful New World pirate groups. The remaining pirates on the battlefield today cannot be dealt with by one or two swords of mind power. Unless Lua Way gathers the power of the infinite sword control, it will be difficult to deal with. However, activating the awakening power of Devil Fruit has a great burden on physical strength. Compared with this, Lua Way naturally released the awakening power very decisively, so as to save more physical strength. After the ability was released, all of a sudden, the countless golden sword blades that crisscrossed the battlefield killing continuously dissipated into nothing. Foo, what's going on? Why did the blade that was attacking me just now disappear? Damn it, don't let me know who you are, or lousy will kill you. Advertisement. Missing. What the hell is going on? Although many pirates blocked the attack of the Neonly sword blade, they were still tired of coping, so when the unlimited sword restriction was lifted, most of the pirates gasped with relief. It's just that the pirates obviously don't have much time to relax, because the war is not over yet. Although the unlimited sword restriction has been lifted, a large number of Marines soon launched a fierce attack on them. Boom boom boom. Da. Fierce cannon fire roared continuously, countless bullets hit like a torrential rain, and while roaring and roaring, pirates and Marines could be seen constantly being killed by the opponent's personnel. And in the battlefield of the feature film, for money, the battle is the most intense, and it can even be said to be a magnificent place. It is undoubtedly the place where Charlotte Linlin and the two Marine Admirals fought fiercely. When Lua Way defeated the powerful combat power of the Big Mom pirates, Kuzan also successfully reunited with Sakazuki, and the two teamed up to fight against Charlotte Linlin. For a while the boiling magma swept across, for a while the biting cold air burst out, and then the majestic sword chi slashed. The battle between these three people, the aftermath radiated to a small half of the battlefield. It is recognized by everyone that the strength of the four emperors is stronger than that of Marine Admiral, just like the battle between Sakazuki and Charlotte Linlin before Kuzan arrived, and Charlotte Linlin had the upper hand. But when two Marine Admirals work together, it is obviously difficult for only four emperors to succeed. Advertisement. Chapter 326. Two Generals vs. One Emperor. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Frozen time capsule. Leaping high into the sky, the extremely cold air burst out like a shock wave when he waved his palms. When Charlotte Linlin was fighting Sakazuki, Kuzan's freezing attack accurately hit Charlotte Linlin's shoulder, and at the same time, the cold burst out rapidly, spreading quickly through Charlotte Linlin's shoulder, intending to freeze her whole body in ice. Mother. Homies Prometheus, who did not know when to return, was shocked, and immediately swelled and changed into a blazing sun, covering Charlotte Linlin's body. Although the flame of Prometheus is far inferior to Kuzan's freezing power, the collision of ice and fire has greatly slowed down the freezing speed. It's just that Charlotte Linlin is not facing only Kuzan at this time. Opposite her, Sakazuki, who is in charge of confrontation, will miss such a great opportunity. Boom. Charlotte Linlin froze due to the freezing cold, and then 070 was hit by Sakazuki's great eruption from the front, and her whole body fell backwards. At the same time, the magma was burning. Generally. Advertisement. Charlotte Linlin, who was obviously in pain, let out a terrible scream, mixed with the amazing Conqueror's haki, such as the spread of terrifying shock waves, and Sakazuki and Kuzan who shot out made a muffled grunt. Thunderbolt. At this moment, homies Zeus, another great helper, also showed the power of thunder, and the criss-crossing lightning crazily impacted on Sakazuki, splashing magma from his body. Give it to my mother to die. Terrifying power erupted from Charlotte Linlin's body, and all the frozen ice on her body was shattered. She had a ferocious face, roaring like a ghost, and swung the sword in the cocked hat to spin and sweep. Boom. The giant sword sliced through the air, and the majestic sword energy formed a circle, engulfing Sakazuki and Kuzan. Charlotte Linlin's application of armament haki is also very tyrannical, and the burst of sword energy is filled with strong armament haki, which is enough to cause great damage to Logia's elemental body. In an instant, whether it was Sakazuki who was attacked by thunder or Kuzan who was attacked by Prometheus's follow-up flame spray, their expressions changed, and they broke out with amazing strength to resist. Storm pheasant mouth. Dog nibbles red lotus. Advertisement. The huge cold ice bird and the boiling dog-shaped magma collided fiercely with the majestic sword aura, and with two shocking roars, the majestic sword aura that was tearing towards Kuzan and Sakazuki was blasted away abruptly. Even the lingering power of the magma and the ice, which was not weak, hit Charlotte Linlin fiercely, causing her to be frozen by the ice and burned by the magma at the same time. The tyrannical man of steel was covered with the astonishing armament haki. Although Charlotte Linlin showed a ferocious expression of pain due to the erosion of the two extreme forces, she did not suffer any serious injuries. Ah! An astonishing roar came from Charlotte Linlin's mouth, and the ice cliffs with a radius of several meters were all shaken by the terrifying sound waves. The ice and magma that hit her were also scattered by the strong anti-shock force contained in armament haki. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin showed the terrifying power and invincible combat power of the four emperors, and first slashed at Kuzan with a sword, causing him to turn into broken ice and scatter in all directions. Then AJBD strode out again, grabbed Thundercloud Zeus in his hands, his huge fist turned into a fist of thunder, knocked down with one punch, and the Sakazuki magma that hit straight burst, leaving hundreds of meters deep on the ice layer deep pits. It's just that both are world-class fighters, Kuzan and Sakazuki obviously won't be defeated so easily. On the contrary, although the two of them seemed to have suffered destructive damage, at the moment they were attacked they used elementalization to actively avoid the terrible counterattack of Lot Linlin. The scattered ice and burst magma quickly re-condensed into human form. Kuzan and Sakazuki appeared without much damage, and sent out biting cold air and boiling magma towards Charlotte Linlin respectively. Being attacked by two extreme forces in a row, Charlotte Linlin was also a little overwhelmed. Her body seemed to be split in two, with frostbite marks on one side and burns on the other. Advertisement. Mother. Damn Marine. Both Prometheus the Sun and Thundercloud Zeus separated from Charlotte Linlin exclaimed in a rage, rushing towards Kuzan and Sakazuki with flames and lightning attacks. It's just that the two are just homies after all, almost Logia's power is strong, but it lacks armament haki. For Kuzan and Sakazuki with elemental bodies, at most they can only give some harassment, but can't cause substantial damage. Both Kuzan and Sakazuki were Charlotte Linlin locked tightly, ignoring the flames and thunder that fell on them, and continuously burst out the attacks of ice and magma. Terrible cold air and scorching magma completely engulfed Charlotte Linlin, and under the continuous release, the originally restrained forces showed signs of combining. The cold air and magma gradually turned, and in the end, an astonishingly cold storm formed, shooting hundreds of meters into the sky, with a radiation range of more than 50 meters, as if to annihilate everything within the engulfing range. Such a terrifying power naturally attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield, and made people who saw this scene show expressions of horror and shock. Is this the strength of Marine Admiral? It's so terrifying. How is it possible? Mother was suppressed. Damn Marine, you are so despicable. Hurry up, go help Mom. The pressure of two Marine Admirals working together is too great for Mom. The Marines were naturally excited about Kuzan and Sakazuki's suppression of Charlotte Linlin, while the pirates were shocked and even rushed to support. Advertisement. Chapter 327. Garp appears. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naturally, the Marines will not allow the pirates to turn the situation around easily. For example, the Vice Admirals on the Marine side intercepted the middle and high-level combat power of the Big Mom pirates immediately. Keep them out of reach at all. As for the rest of the grassroots combat power, even if there are some omissions, it is difficult to get close under the huge impact of the cold storm. Roar. Just when everyone in the Big Mom pirates was in a hurry, suddenly, the sound of a dragon chant resounding through the sky quickly passed to the battlefield from far and near. Is this a dragon? I'm not dreaming, or I. It turned out to be a dragon. This is not a creature that only exists in mythology, it actually exists in reality. No, this is Kaido of the beasts. There are new four emperors appearing. When the Marines and pirates on the battlefield were attracted by the dragon's voice that suddenly appeared, they immediately saw a huge figure hovering from the sky in the distance, which also made many people show shocking faces. Ferocious dragon horns, sharp dragon claws, and a thick and long body, just flying, the tyrannical body shows unparalleled strength, rolling up majestic waves of air in the void where it passes. Advertisement. Ignorant people are naturally shocked by the appearance of mythical creatures like Shenlong, while those who know the situation have a drastic change in expression, and their eyes are full of surprise. In this world, the only person who can become a dragon is another Kaido of the beasts of the four emperors, and the appearance of the new four emperors on the battlefield, how can it not cause people to guess? Of course, no matter what everyone on the battlefield thinks, Kaido's arrival has become a fact, and after flying at an alarming speed, his mouth swelled even more, and he suddenly spewed out terrifying heat towards the location of the fiery storm. Boom. The heat is like a slanting beam of energy light. With one blow, the balance formed by the cold air and the magma is immediately broken. In the terrifying explosion, the fiery storm was directly blown away, and a huge explosion burst out on the ice layer. The mushroom cloud and the huge impact. Exclamations and screams continued to sound, and it was shocking that the shock wave caused by the explosion radiated crazily far away. Even if it was several kilometers away, it was like a strong wind sweeping through, causing a large number of people to be swept into the air, and then fell down with casualties. Kuzan and Sakazuki retreated very decisively when the heat gun fell, until the terrorist explosion disappeared, and then reformed tightly on the edge of the giant pit with a range of hundreds of meters. The terrifying power of the pyrotechnic cannon pierced the center of the giant crater, and endless seawater gushed out from under the ice like a huge fountain. A simple face appeared on the fountain, and on top of the huge fountain stood the embarrassed but terrifying Charlotte Linlin. Not only did she have severe frostbite and burn marks on her body, but she also had cracked scars caused by heat thrust guns. She looked like a humanoid demon from hell. Kaido, you bastard, are you trying to kill me? Turning the gushing seawater into Homie's manipulation, Charlotte Linlin roared angrily towards Kaido in the sky. Advertisement. Stop talking nonsense. If you die so easily, it's because of your own incompetence. In the sky, Kaido, whose body was lowered a lot, turned back unceremoniously, and at the same time, his cold and tyrannical eyes quickly swept over Kuzan and Sakazuki. Marine, this is New World, it's not your turn to be arrogant here, let Lousy teach you what war is. With a deafening roar, Kaido swung his thick dragon body, and suddenly swooped down, approaching the nearest Kuzan, and the sharp dragon claws were already tearing apart. Whoosh! Suddenly, without waiting for Kaido to launch an attack on Kuzan, a strong and burly figure rushed towards him at an astonishing speed, then jumped high into the sky, and punched Kaido's dragon body in the waist and abdomen. Boom! The terrifying power enough to destroy the mountain broke out in an instant, and a violent impact surged out of the void. Kaido, who had the body of a dragon, was blasted hundreds of meters away. Ha ha ha! Kaido, if you want to fight, let the old man come and play with you, now it's the war between our Marine and Big Mom pirates, it's not your turn to intervene. 0. Amidst Haki's hearty yet hearty laughter, Kaido's figure flew into the field of vision of everyone on the battlefield, and it was Garp who was known as the Marine hero. After blasting Kaido, Garp did not stay in the air with moonwalk, but fell towards the ice layer. The moment he fell to the ground, a layer of air wave rolled up, which did not cause much noise at all. Advertisement. Just such a subtle situation is enough to prove that Garp is not only amazing in strength, but also has reached a superb level of control over power. Garp, it's Garp, he came to the battlefield. Marine actually hides such a heavyweight person. Garp never appeared in the previous battles, just to guard against the current situation. Phew, first Kaido appeared, and then Garp appeared. The scale of this war is getting bigger and bigger. I don't know if the remaining 4 emperors will come later. Although there is competition and even hostility among the 4 emperors, there is also mutual cooperation and relationship. For example, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, both from the Rocks Pirate, even had an example of fighting against Whitebeard in the 4 emperors. Although Kaido seemed to attack Charlotte Linlin just now, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Kaido solved the dilemma for Charlotte Linlin. Even from the brief exchange between the two, it can be seen that Kaido came to assist Charlotte Linlin against Marine. When Kaido showed the tendency to attack Kuzan, many Marines were very nervous, but when Garp showed up and showed his tyrannical combat power, he punched Kaido away, which immediately restored the morale of the Marines. Garp, after Kaido was blasted hundreds of meters away, he didn't show signs of weakness. Instead, he swung his tail quickly, whipped out layers of air waves in the void, and stopped his body. At the same time, he quickly turned his body around and looked at Garp, his eyes turned red immediately, and roared. In the power of rage, he rushed towards Garp with a knife. Advertisement. Chapter 328. Huge Meteorite Ice. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. With Kaido's domineering and crazy character, he naturally wouldn't be indifferent to being blown away. He originally wanted to attack Kuzan, but with Garp's move, he immediately changed the target of the battle. When rushing out quickly, Kaido's body also changed, the huge dragon body shrunk rapidly, and transformed into a human beast form most suitable for fighting. But even so, the ferocious horns and a burly body comparable to giants still filled him with a sense of oppression and violent power. Power poured into his right arm, and the tyrannical armament Haki condensed his huge fist. Kaido, like a slanting falling meteor, directly descended to the sky above Garp, and then smashed down with a fist. Garp's eyes were slightly fixed, his muscles tensed, and his strong body appeared even more fierce and unparalleled. He was completely unaffected by Kaido's power, and he took a step forward and punched him in the face. Boom. The two fists, one big and one small, met in an instant, and under the collision, they immediately caused earth-shattering roars and billowing air waves. The ice layer within a radius of several hundred meters was filled with cracks in an instant, and the void agitated by the energy was even more misty and chaotic. Garp's feet sank into the ice, forming a collapsed pit, but he firmly resisted Kaido's punch, and even shook his fist arm suddenly, sending Kaido flying out of the head. Flying upside down for tens of meters in midair, it crashed onto the ice layer, dragging the ice with both feet, drawing 2 trench-like deep pits. After retreating for hundreds of meters, Kaido stabilized his figure, and at the same time looked at Garp more ferociously and bloodthirstily. Advertisement. Although he was thrown back again, Kaido did not suffer substantial damage. His physical toughness was only slightly weaker than that of Charlotte Linlin, and his recovery ability was unparalleled, so how could he be so easily injured? After stopping his figure, Kaido stomped hard, and the terrifying force directly shattered the ice layer on one side, prying up an ice block with a diameter of 100 meters. With 5 fingers like knives, Kaido grabbed it out, the muscles in his arms agitated, and he snatched the giant ice cube to the top of his head forcefully, then roared and threw it towards Garp. Others would be terrified to face Kaido's terrifying monster attack, but for Garp, such an attack is too common. Fist Bone Meteorite. Although there are no cannonballs, Garp uses cannonballs to perform punching attack just casually, and the real punching technique actually follows the road of physical skills. The astonishing armament haki is highly condensed and even integrated into the bones. Garp's body is like drawing a bow and shooting an arrow, and it catapults out, and the punch hits the huge ice cube that is thrown. Boom. Amidst the loud explosion, the giant ice cube was bombarded by Garp's invincible punch, making the sky seem to be raining icy debris. Without stopping, Garp strode forward with a fierce punch, like an acute Tyrannosaurus, quickly approached Kaido, and then smashed into the opponent's chest in one fell swoop. Arm block. Although Kaido seems to be rough, but in fact the reaction is extremely quick, in time to defend with a thick arm. Advertisement. It's just that when Garp's fist hit Kaido's arm, the violent fist force also rushed out from Garp's fist, unexpectedly causing Kaido's arm to hit his chest under pressure. Then he staggered back 10 steps. Garp is definitely an outlier at the same time. Compared with Whitebeard and Zephyr, he is about the same age. I don't know whether it is because of his extraordinary physique or good maintenance. Whether it is strength or physical strength, he has not declined much. Although the confrontation with Kaido has only just begun, Garp's combat power is enough to shock the world. He gained the upper hand when he came up, and defeated monsters like Kaido 3 times in a row. It's too strong. Vice Admiral Garp is too powerful, even Kaido can suppress a pirate king. Is this the strength of the marine hero? With such a pillar, it's no wonder that Marine can maintain a strong posture in the chaos of the pirate age. I originally thought that people like Garp were already old and frail, and their strength was no longer what it used to be, but I didn't expect that the strong are still strong. I can only say that it is really worthy of the existence that has been able to compare the One Piece King Roger to the desperate situation many times. Attack. Defeat the Big Mom pirates in one fell swoop. Now is the best time to win. Damn it. Fight back quickly. We must not let these Marines run amok on our territory. While the fierce battle between Garp and Kaido aroused everyone's amazement and astonishment, it also made the fighting on the battlefield more intense. Dark Hound. Advertisement. Ice Age. When Kaido was intercepted by Garp, Sakazuki and Kuzan immediately launched a second attack on Charlotte Linlin in perfect harmony. The magma claws burst out at an astonishing speed, and the biting cold air spread wildly with the momentum of freezing the world. In an instant, the huge fountain that turned into homies was frozen by the spreading cold air, and the speed of the cold air did not decrease, fast as to ice along the legs of Zonglot Linlin. At this time, Sakazuki's magma claws also extended to Charlotte Linlin's face, and the hot magma seemed to burn her entire head into ashes. The bright thunderbolt fell like a flash of light, intercepting the magma claws in time, and when the two collided, the thunder shone and the magma splashed. Although Thundercloud Zeus's thunder power was not enough to overwhelm Sakazuki's magma, it was 3.1 that bought enough time for Charlotte Linlin. The eyes were full of fierce light, and the amazing armament haki and tyrannical power burst out instantly. Charlotte Linlin first punched the magma claws completely, and then twisted her legs, shattering the spreading ice in an extremely fishy way. Zeus, Prometheus, you go and block Aokiji, I'm going to kill this guy myself. Charlotte Linlin stared fiercely at Sakazuki. After roaring loudly, she jumped down from the huge frozen fountain and swung the cocked sword directly at Sakazuki. Terrifying power was transmitted to the giant sword, and amidst the crazily stirring of the void, a majestic giant sword chi flew out, slashing straight at Sakazuki with violent and frightening power. Advertisement. Chapter 329, Tiger Hunter. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Great eruption. Sakazuki's heart trembled, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he raised his fist full of iron and blood and punched out the billowing magma, turning into a huge fist to meet the majestic sword energy. On the other side, Kuzan was also jointly attacked by Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus. The former burst into thunder, while the latter sprayed flames, making Kuzan frown, and quickly froze a huge ice wall with bitter cold air to resist. Boom boom boom. At this moment, magma, sword energy, flame, thunder and other terrifying powers all bloomed, making the area where the fierce battle was located, crazily spread a huge impact, and also caused the ice layer to crack and shatter under repeated destruction. Under the cooperation, although Sakazuki and Kuzan have gained an advantage, it is obviously not an easy task to really defeat Charlotte Linlin. Even though Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus couldn't defeat Kuzan, they could still delay Kuzan's action in 09. And Sakazuki, facing Charlotte Linlin's ferocious offensive alone, will undoubtedly bear the enormous pressure before. Under the collision of the giant magma fist and the majestic sword energy, the violent shock wave immediately spread in all directions. Advertisement. After resisting for a while, the giant magma fist was gradually suppressed by the majestic sword energy, and in the end, it exploded directly and was completely defeated. Luo Wei's still extremely terrifying sword aura quickly cut towards Sakazuki, and the sword aura was filled with armament haki, forcing him to dodge to the side. And at this moment, Charlotte Linlin also launched a second attack, a burst charge, came directly in front of Sakazuki, and then clasped her hands together, like a hammer of destruction, smashed hard on the top of Sakazuki's head. Not good. Sakazuki's face changed, and he immediately crossed his arms to block, but when he was hit by the hammer, his body was bent immediately. Boom. The ice layer under Sakazuki's feet collapsed and shattered in an instant, and then he was hammered into the ice by Junowo Linlin's fists. Amidst the huge roaring sound, the ice layer was pierced directly, and a large amount of seawater spewed out again, forming a huge fountain hundreds of meters high. It's just that Sakazuki obviously wouldn't be defeated just like that. Under the gushing seawater, he soon saw billowing magma erupting from under the pierced ice layer. The seawater was evaporated into mist by the magma, and then a giant palm with a size of 100 meters was formed from the billowing magma, and it grabbed Charlotte Linlin. Go away. Charlotte Linlin showed her fierceness, the sword of the horned hat swept out, and the majestic sword energy appeared again, cutting off the giant magma palm. Advertisement. At this moment, a figure of magma rushed out of the palm-like part of the broken magma, and shot out a dog-like hot magma towards Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin's body shook, and her body was bitten by the dog-shaped magma, and she was also pushed backwards by the impact force contained in the magma. The figure of the magma is exactly Sakazuki. After repelling Charlotte Linlin, he also fell back on the ice layer, with bloodline on the corner of his mouth, staring at Charlotte Linlin with a gloomy face. Although demon fruit power is a landlubber, the seawater will only make the capable person weak, and will not be as domineering as seastone, completely sealing the ability. It's just that the power of Charlotte Linlin's punch and hammer just now was too fierce. Even though Sakazuki had tried his best to resist, he still suffered serious injuries. Of course, such an injury was not enough for Sakazuki to make him lose his combat power, so after looking at Charlotte Linlin, he immediately punched out without stopping. Meteor Volcano. Although not as turbulent and huge as the Great Eruption, it has an advantage in number, and the Magma Fist Prince immediately exploded and bombarded Charlotte Linlin like a real meteor shower. Boom. The retreating Charlotte Linlin armament hockey circulated her whole body, and under the condensed explosion, armament hockey broke out immediately, shaking away the vicious dog-shaped magma that was biting her. And when she saw the countless magma fist marks coming from the bombardment, she slashed with her sword fiercely with a loud roar, bursting out waves of majestic sword energy, but it crazily tore apart the magma fist marks. Sakazuki and Kuzan's fight against Charlotte Linlin was nothing short of amazing, but the rest of the battle was just as intense. Advertisement. For example, combatants in the second echelon of the battlefield. The battle between Guion and Charlotte Perospero has also reached a fever pitch. Sword chi and candy attacks continue to appear, causing serious damage to the surrounding ice. As for the other Marine Vice Admirals, they are also fighting with the middle and high-level combat power of the Big Mom Pirates. Although the 4 Admiral stars have all been wiped out, the background of the Big Mom Pirate group is still amazing. In addition to the combat power of the direct descendants, many pirate groups follow Charlotte Linlin, and their captains are also outstanding among the Pirates 017, not lost to Marines generals. Lua Way is also fighting naturally, but the opponent he is facing now is not a member of the Big Mom Pirates, but a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. The resplendent and flowing thunder kept flickering, entangled on the silver spear, and when it was waved, the ferocious force could easily stir the air into chaos and agitation. Boom. Like a gun of thunder, the big silver gun shot out with lightning, heading straight for Luo Wei, whose back was facing away, and at this moment, the field of knowledge and knowledge showed its keen perception, and in an instant, Luo Wei turned around abruptly, taking the form of a fallen angel. The sword blocked the front of the spear point. In the astonishing collision, messy sparks splashed in all directions, and at the same time, a huge circle of air waves burst out, which shattered the surrounding ice layers one after another, forming a messy scene. Strong power was transmitted from the tip of the spear to Luo Wei's palm holding the sword. In an instant, his body sank slightly, but the ice layer under his feet was compressed and cracked, forming a crater more than 10 meters wide. However, Lua Wei's reaction was also extremely fast. As he took a step back with his right foot to relieve the pressure, the tyrannical force of the flow of thoughts instantly covered the blade, making it produce amazing power. Advertisement. Chapter 330 Hunter vs Hunter. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Pushing down his arm, Lua Wei immediately pushed the fallen angel's sword forward, striking the tip of the spear that hit the blade back. At the same time, Lua Wei also took advantage of the momentum and kicked out with a sweeping leg, using Tempest Kick to kick out a powerful slashing wave towards the attacker, like a huge blade slashing out. The one who launched the attack on Lua Wei is surprisingly replacing Gecko Moria as the new Shichibukai's Tiger Hunter, Tina. When the Tempest Kick slashing wave powerful enough to tear apart steel struck down, Tina retreated decisively behind her, showing her vigor and agility. Not only that, but when she was retreating, she also brandished the lightning-wrapped silver spear, and drew towards the Tempest Kick chopping wave. Boom. When the silver spear was swung, it burst out with unparalleled strength, and the void was squeezed and distorted, and when the blow was struck after the Tempest Kick slashed the wave, it directly smashed Tempest with a sense of explosive power. Kick's slashing wave exploded into an air wave. It's amazing. You actually blocked my lightning gun, evil hunter, you really are a good prey. After detonating the Tempest Kick slashing wave, Tina jumped tens of meters away after a few ups and downs, then leaned the big silver gun to her side, and laughed happily at Lua Way. The delicate face combined with the wanton laughter not only did not bring a rude feeling, but gave Tina a different kind of wild beauty. It's just that such wild charm didn't work on Lua Way. The other party's sudden attack made Lua Way stare at him coldly. Tiger Hunter Tina, do you want to court death? Raising the sword and pointing to his chest, pointing the tip of the sword at the opponent, Lua Way said coldly. Advertisement. Aha, it seems that you are really confident in your own strength, but so am I. I am very interested in your bounty, let's see who can kill who. Tina smiled unabated, looked Lua Way up and down, and then slammed on the ground. Her vigorous body immediately exploded at an astonishing speed, and swept away extremely quickly. The jumping lightning flashed on the big silver gun more intensely, but in the blink of an eye, Tina flew in front of Lua Way, swung the big silver gun and smashed at Lua Way's head from above. Paper Arts Katakana middle dot snake shake. With insight in the field of knowledge and knowledge, his body swayed like a spirit snake and danced like a knife tip. Lua Way missed the falling silver gun by the slightest margin. At the same time, the sword of the fallen angel, which was armed with mind flow, drew a sharp sword light, and slashed towards Tina's neck like lightning. Tina's heart tightened, and she immediately pulled and flicked the smashed silver gun, but blocked the sharp sword light with the barrel of the gun. Just from this reaction, it can already be seen that Tina's observation haki is very superb, and her body is also very strong, otherwise she would not be able to keep up with Yao Wei's movements. When Jian Guang slashed fiercely on the gun shaft, and sparks flew like lightning. The unparalleled power contained in the slash bent the gun shaft deeply, almost hitting Tina's body. However, the material of the big silver gun seems to be unusual, plus the armament haki covering it is not weak. Lua Wei's slash can't cut it off. Of course, even so, the bent gun barrel still conveyed a force that Tina couldn't parry. It was her face that changed, and her whole body was chopped off. Advertisement. Whoosh. With a figure like a cannonball, Tina, who flew hundreds of meters away, then tried her best to stabilize her figure, and landed in the distance in some embarrassment. But when her feet landed on the ice layer, the inertia of flying horizontally still didn't dissipate immediately, causing her feet to drag the ice layer and slide for dozens of meters before stopping. Jung. The battle didn't end because Tina was blown away. An astonishing sword light was immediately cut by Lua Wei, and under the torn ice layer, it rushed straight to the height of tens of meters, rushing out violently like a lone peak. Faced with such a ferocious slash, Tina dared not hesitate, and hurriedly swept to one side, narrowly avoiding the tearing of the sword light. Shave. Hundreds of thousands of clicks were completed in an instant. Lua Wei disappeared in place, but at a speed far exceeding the naked eye, lightning rushed out, and then came to Tina in an instant. The rushing figure did not stop, but stabbed straight with the sword. At this moment, Tina's throat seemed to be pierced by an invisible sharp edge, and there was a faint tingling sensation. Lua Wei's swift and terrifying attack filled Tina with fright and anger, and she had already realized that she had underestimated Lua Wei's strength. It's just that it's too late to regret at this time, she can only resist Lua Wei's attack with all her might. All the thunder returns to hiding. Advertisement. The dense and bright thunder and lightning flickered wildly, not only wrapped around the silver spear, but also covered Tina's vigorous body, as if wearing a thunder armor. Under the stimulation of lightning, her body exploded with strength beyond the limit. Tina leaned back, avoiding the sword light piercing her throat very dangerously. But before she had time to be happy, the abdomen was suddenly hit hard, and Lua Wei, who was behind Jiangguang, reacted in an instant, and his knee slammed into the opponent's abdomen fiercely. When attacking, the mind flow armor also covered Lua Wei's knees, making his attack extremely powerful. Tina vomited blood, and pain appeared on her face. The whole person who was hit was pressed on the lower layer of ice, and then the ice layer was cracked in a large area, and she fell into it, and quickly retreated backward. Boom boom boom. While retreating, the ice layer continued to crumble, forming a ditch several meters wide, wangdas extending to hundreds of meters away. When the body stopped retreating, at the end of the ditch, a large amount of crushed ice rushed up, and it was Tina who jumped up from the ditch in a hurry. Seeing this scene, Lua Wei's eyes lit up, knowing why the other party dared to approach him. To be able to calm down so quickly after enduring a blow from his condensed mind flow armament, the strength of the opponent is indeed very poor, at least in terms of ability to resist blows. It is by no means inferior to Cracker among the four generals. It's just that this is obviously not enough to make him give up the idea of beheading the other party. He is not a soft-hearted person, who can repay kindness with kindness after being attacked by others. On the contrary, he pursues tit for tat. The sword light in front of him flashed continuously, and in an instant, Lua Wei chopped several swords in succession, forming criss-crossing blazing sword lights, and charged straight at the opponent. Advertisement.